to the United States of America narrative out there was to justify a Monroe Doctrine style action in order to remove a dictator who is working closely and getting close with the Chinese government within our hemisphere. A lot of you like to talk crap about my foreign policy takes, but guess what? I was correct, dead on accurate, 100% accurate. It's pretty damn impressive, so you guys should give me credit where credit is due, and this is what we're going to talk about today. The operation, its success, and whether or not this is actually good for the United States of America. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II.
I told him, it's the greatest assault.
It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
So let's be clear about a couple of things right off the top with this particular operation. First and foremost, there was no congressional authorization for this particular action. That happens to be a fact, and had the bombing actually led to a long-term war campaign, this would have been an absolute disaster for the Trump administration, as again, Congress has the right to declare war, and even when they abdicate that right in the past, typically what they end up doing is adding in like an authorization of use of military force, which was not granted for this particular location. Secondly, and this is absolutely crucial because I've been telling you about this for quite a long time on this channel, the justification of narco-terrorism is not real. It is not truthful, and it's not good for the government to lie to us. Make no mistake about that. However, I do actually think that the actual justification for getting rid of Nicolas Maduro is actually a good justification, and it is fully within the interests of the United States of America. Because as many of you guys already know, Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the entire world. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we should go to war for that oil or anything of the sort, but the fact is, Venezuela, as their regime has failed due to socialism, not due to US sanctions, has been coming very close with China, and essentially the Maduro regime has been propped up by Chinese loans, which again gives a foreign power way too much influence in our hemisphere over a nation that is an OPEC member that again has the largest proven oil reserves in the entire world. Obviously, this is a threat to the United States of America's national security. It is a violation of the Monroe Doctrine, which is one of the oldest American foreign policies.
Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Donroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen.
And yeah, it is good to subvert our enemies, subvert our rivals like China, to maintain our status as a superpower in this great nation. If you don't believe that, then I don't know what to tell you. You're just wrong, incorrect, not even close, totally off base. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it is a good idea to intervene and overthrow Latin American dictatorships. Obviously, that has backfired with us in the past. It's done so in the Middle East, but I think what a lot of people are not factoring into this particular scenario is the fact that the circumstances are completely different from the Middle East, and they're completely different from previous interventions in Latin America in the past in a couple of key ways. So we'll knock out the Latin American ones so that we can get on board the same page before we talk about the Middle Eastern ones. So first and foremost, in the previous Latin American interventions, typically those were done against popular government figures that were not aligned with US interests, and what ended up happening is you started up a civil war because, again, the faction that basically enabled them to get into power was actually a strong faction, and that led to negative consequences for the US after that particular intervention. Maduro is not a popular figure. He lost his last election something like 70-30, and in addition to that, that woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize, who was the leader of the opposition in Venezuela, was actually disqualified from being able to run against him because she likely would have won against him by Maduro's regime. So this is a guy who 70% of the Venezuelan population ended up rejecting, and
Why would you walk in there? They make characters so dumb.
This can't be. I know who you are.
And I know you, Donan. Old, tired, each day a struggle to live up to your own legacy.
What do you want with me?
Astaroth.
She's dead.
Astaroth cannot die. Not by your hand. What have you done with him?
Away, demon. I deny you.
You have grown so frail. I can make you the hero you were.
Return to the darkness from whence you came. I said away! The signal horn. Goatmen. They've never dared come so close to the estate before.
Perhaps they were drawn by Lilith's presence. I saw a vision of her in your study.
What do you mean, a vision?
I don't fully understand how, but it isn't the first time.
Full of surprises, aren't you? No wonder you caught Lorath's attention. Well, now you understand my predicament. The daughter of hatred in my own home. She must be furious I cast her out.
That painting on your wall. Who are the others in it?
Why do you ask?
Lilith seemed to leave after seeing them.
Nafane and Arida. The druids who helped me slay Astaroth. Yes. Yes, I think you're onto something. I resisted her, so she might question them about the demon next.
That remains to be seen.
There are knights stationed in villages near the druids. If Lilith passed through, they must have seen her.
The attack on the manor has left many wounded, and our healing supplies are almost... Please, could you travel to Keregar and ask Corman the alchemist to send anything he can, and tell him to hurry?
I guess we can do
Likely
this.
more of them would have rejected him if the woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize was actually allowed to run and not denied that right by Nicolas Maduro. So he was already a waning in popularity dictator. That is not the same thing as an up-and-coming or like a Hugo Chavez when he first took office kind of person. This is completely different. So yeah, that key distinction, which I don't often see getting made on the internet.com, is one that is absolutely crucial. Now, of course, let's talk about the Middle Eastern one, because everybody wants to bring up Iraq, Libya, and of course Afghanistan. And I want to start with Afghanistan first, because again, it's very important to understand the key differences between these nations and the nation of Venezuela, so we can actually judge this not based on the popular internet memes, but you know, based on facts and reality. So first and foremost, Afghanistan was a very tribal society. Obviously, they're overwhelmingly Islamic, so the idea that you are going to control and install a central government in Afghanistan when that's never happened before was obviously a blunder, and the nation building for 20 plus years in Afghanistan reflects that. And we all know as soon as Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, the Afghani government fell almost immediately. Now we flip to Iraq, and while Iraq has two similarities with Venezuela, everything else in Iraq is completely different. So first and foremost, Iraq obviously has Sunnis and Shias, a sectarian conflict that was always brewing underneath the surface under Saddam Hussein, and you have to throw in the Kurds are also there, so you have an ethnic conflict mixed up in there, and Saddam Hussein was essentially the strongman that was keeping that together, and removing him obviously set off that powder cake. In addition to that, you also have the Iranians who were supporting Shia militia in that particular state to make sure that all of our efforts got undermined. The Bush administration actually allowed them to set up a government very similar to Iran. So yeah, Iraq was obviously more destined for disaster, but again, other than the two similarities that they have with Venezuela, the situation over there is completely different. And those two similarities are obviously Iraq is oil rich, Venezuela is oil rich, and of course, Saddam Hussein and Nicolas Maduro look almost identical. Essentially, Nicolas Maduro is Latino Saddam Hussein, or Saddam Hussein is actually Arabic world version of Nicolas Maduro. The resemblance is uncanny. I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying it, but the fact is everything else is completely different, because while in those countries you have a bunch of crazed Muslims that again have their 1,000-year-old blood feuds with each other. In Afghanistan, these are tribal blood feuds. In Iraq, these are Sunni Shia, and of course the ethnic blood feud with the Kurds. That is not present in the nation of Venezuela. It's a largely Catholic country. These are people who have a national identity that they actually care about, and again, these are people who have already rejected their leader Nicolas Maduro and did not want him in office, so much so that after the election, which Maduro already tried to rig by throwing out the candidate that he thought was most likely to beat him, he still ended up losing the election, and he was remaining in power.
So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere.
Abandoned town.
Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now.
So yeah, this is Iraq 2.0 or 3.0 or 4.0 or 5.0 or World War III, the 8th time that we went into World War III, all of those narratives are completely absurd and ass backwards. In reality, this is likely to be an intervention that actually ends up working out. That being said, again, Venezuela was not actually a threat to the United States of America. That should not go without being stated. Obviously, that is absolutely crucial information that should be out there. And of course, Venezuela was not a big trafficker of narcotics to the United States of America. Fentanyl was not coming through Venezuela. Cocaine, less than 10% of American cocaine ended up coming through Venezuela. And by the way, that was due to their close proximity to Colombia. So if we were going to overthrow over cocaine, it would be Colombia, not Venezuela. This was obviously an intervention done under the premise of the Monroe Doctrine. And while I would have supported that, had that actually been what was sold to the American people, unfortunately, the Trump administration lied to us repeatedly about narco-terrorism, and that is not a good thing, and we should not accept that as a good precedent, even if this operation was extraordinarily successful, and this intervention is likely to be successful, which is a rarity. It's an exception, not the rule when it comes to overthrowing a regime in a different country for the United States of America.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela, so who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cause billions of dollars that will be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they had. We're going to run it properly and make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
In addition to that, because Trump likes to shoot off the mouth and we don't actually know if he means what he says, he started talking about how we are going to run Venezuela, we're going to rebuild this, we're going to rebuild that, and I'm not really interested in all that. If you have a plan for a transition, which you definitely should have, if you remove somebody from power, then go with that plan, but hand it off to the Venezuelans. You can support the government that is newly created after the fact, but you definitely 100% should not be running Venezuela for any kind of long-term period or anything of the sort. Now, as for the rebuilding of the infrastructure, specifically the oil infrastructure, this is the part that is actually going to aggravate me, and I will explain to you guys out there in the audience exactly why. Because a lot of people will tell you, because this is the quick and easy answer, that this intervention was all about oil. The United States of America wanted to get all that oil. Trump said that he wants to develop the oil and all that stuff, but in reality, if you actually looked at what the oil company CEOs were saying, they were actually not interested in this intervention. Chevron, which is the only U.S. company that is allowed to operate in Venezuela, definitely was not interested in that because, again, they're already operating there and they don't want any kind of disruption to happen in that nation. Now, the reason they're not interested in operating in Venezuela, or at least they weren't interested in operating in Venezuela, is because the price of oil is actually pretty low right now in terms of where it's been in recent years.
But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is not. This is an event that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity.
You're not supposed to say that part out loud.
Equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper.
And the reason this matters is because decades of socialism in Venezuela has degraded their oil system to such an extent that obviously you're going to need huge investments into that infrastructure in order to build up that oil infrastructure in order to actually produce at the level that they can produce. But the thing is, if the price of oil doesn't match that level of investment or doesn't make it profitable to do that level of investment, it's not going to get done whether you have Maduro in office or not. So what this ultimately ends up meaning is that the Trump administration might offer subsidies to these oil companies, some kind of payout through the government, to develop this infrastructure to offset the cost because it's not profitable to do right now at this moment in time. And this is the stuff that I'm not interested in at all whatsoever, because in reality, we should not be paying oil companies to develop this because eventually the price of oil will go up and they will pay for it for themselves when that period of time actually happens. And this is where the intervention honestly gets a little bit gross in my opinion, because we should not be paying to develop the resources on behalf of a company at this moment in time. We should just allow the price to fluctuate and then have that done, you know, when it actually is economically viable, rather than try to manage it at a governmental level. Now look, obviously Trump kind of just says things, so we don't know exactly if that's what he meant. I'm trying to like read what he's saying, but the man has been known to say things that are kind of not the actual policy. But if we start hearing from Marco Rubio that we're gonna have to put in investments in order to develop their oil, then yeah, that's gonna be a problem. That's not something I'm really all that interested in. And even if that is good for Venezuela's economy, that does not necessarily mean it's good for our economy. Now, of course, it is good for us to have the largest proven oil reserve nation in the entire world on our side, working with us with a friendly government rather than a hostile government. It is good for us to set a tone that we will not allow Chinese subversion in our hemisphere. That gives us dominance over the region and allows us to maintain our status as a superpower. But unlike Iraq or Afghanistan, that are of course going to choose the most radical strain in their particular government, let us let the Venezuelan people actually democratically elect new people that are going to align with us, because guess what? They had their experiment with socialism. It was an absolute disaster. It worked exactly how it works each and every time, and they would be more likely to voluntarily come towards us after we got rid of Maduro and his regime, which was the biggest obstacle to the Venezuelan people expressing their actual opinion. Also, I want to point out, since Venezuela has been kind of cleaned up now that you got rid of Maduro, obviously we're going to know more in this transition time to the new government. That means that Venezuelans that came here seeking asylum from the Maduro regime can start making their way back home to Venezuela, which I think is a good thing.
Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
Make sure.
yeah, exactly. But
Don't let everybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, we're going to take... This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know.
Also, we can actually start sending criminals directly back to Venezuela now, because if you guys will recall, Nicolas Maduro was refusing to take Venezuelan deportees, and that's the whole reason why we were sending them to that prison in El Salvador, because he thought he was going to disrespect the United States of America by saying that we have to take care of his criminals, and obviously, we are not interested in that, and Maduro is gone. And by the way, there is a video posted by the White House where you have Maduro daring the United States to come and get him, saying that he's here at this location. Yeah, the United States definitely did do that. They 100% got you. You are now in custody. How about that?
Because this is the way it's going to play out, and I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences, and, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
Now, by the way, I also want to congratulate the Venezuelan people, Venezuelans in the United States of America, who are all celebrating, who are all super happy that Maduro is gone. And I want to say sorry for all the socialists in the United States of America that are oh so sad about Maduro going. You have Mondani crying about one of his idols, Nicolas Maduro, being tossed from office. You have Bernie Sanders talking about his dear, dear friend, Nicolas Maduro, being tossed from office. And yeah, sad day for you guys. Maybe socialism will work the next time. Also,
it's kind of nuts how many treasonous people we have in our government, bro.
Think it might be the Trump administration.
I'm not American, but we got these people over here too.
Just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social media, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about a very successful operation from the Trump administration. Till next time.
The new militia. I'll do. Impressive. Thanks. I hope that.
Wait, the old man sold me this too.
Apologies for my his breath.
Sounds like
but don't.
You're not.
I'm going your time. Sometimes.
Take one of my steeds.
President Trump just struck Venezuelan soil and abducted their dripped-out dictator with surgical precision. And as actual Venezuelans are celebrating, for some reason, American liberals are outraged, immediately protesting in New York City. As Trump derangement syndrome runs so deep, leftists, yet again, are forced to cheer for everything they're allegedly against. As last night, Trump deployed Operation
How did I get these?
Resolve,
Found in the shop, I didn't buy nothing.
Filling Venezuelan skies, striking several military sites, with heavy shelling all throughout the night. Creating chaos on the ground floor. With massive amounts of destruction. As blackouts hit major cities. President Trump proudly announced he had taken their dictator, Maduro, stating he has now been captured and flown out of the country, posting this "Find Out Me," as Operation Absolute Resolve was an absolute success.
To be able to drop in and take out a leader alive and remove him from the scene is just the precision that's hard to comprehend at this point. How is the U.S. able to go in there and reports now say, without any U.S. casualties, remove him from the scene?
And honestly, I'm still no fan of foreign intervention, but I also don't believe this is the beginning of a new 22-year-long war. But of course, the Democrats are gonna frame it this way, as dishonesty is pretty much their official policy, as Democrat puppets on TV rush to push this.
When you think about what the United States just did, I think there are very few Americans right now who have any idea why the United States did this.
Democrat Congresswomen were angry.
I'm angry.
on behalf of Americans, on behalf of Congress, and most importantly, on behalf of our service members who were put in harm's way.
But at least one Democrat senator did speak up on behalf of our military. But it didn't stop the rest of the party from using this as an opportunity to ask for more money. It's sad because the Democrats openly admit they knew next to nothing about the hows or the whys on this attack. But since it's President Trump, Democrats have to default to being against it, as social media users immediately feign anger, sharing their expertise in international law.
To take their president and then saying you're going to charge their president with criminal charges.
It's not their president though. It's like literally an illegitimate president, right? This is the nutty part. I get that you're like, ooh, maybe we shouldn't just randomly, because that's kind of what happens, right? We shouldn't just randomly commit regime change. But it's like, oh, it's the elected president. No, the other guy was elected, right?
Even denouncing our own soldiers.
He's a complete dictator.
Right now that Caracas is under attack, this is a message for all active duty. If you ever get this, I want you to know something, that if you are in the Navy, if you are in the Air Force, and you are behind the bombing of Caracas, Venezuela, America is not behind you. You will not be celebrated as a hero. You're a piece of shit.
Then asking our enemies to take our president.
I think I speak for all Americans when I say any country is welcome to get our president.
But at least some liberals aren't idiots.
I am Trump's #1 hater. I am also Venezuelan. And let me tell you, for all of you that are commenting on social media, oh my god, no war, we didn't sign for this. Every single Venezuelan that is not working for the government, the dictatorship that has been in place for over 25 years, we are stoked.
And hopefully this is a red pill moment for her, as it's easy for the Democrats to lie to you through the TV, celebrities, and social media censorship, but once they try to push through a lie about something you are an absolute expert in, you should then realize everything they've told you is also likely a lie. But that didn't stop New York City from immediately staging this completely organic and not fully funded protest.
March of the Goblins, the fuck is it? He didn't even drop anything.
Now, somebody printed out a bunch of signs alluding that this is about oil, with Reddit
I have no idea what that was.
in absolutely every thread, trying to cement this is about oil. But even in the liberal media, Venezuelans correct the record.
How often do you hear the phrase blood for oil in Venezuela?
It's a question that we absolutely need to reframe here. And I am certain that every Venezuelan will support what I'm about to say. He's essentially a dictator. For 25 years, he's been torturing, imprisoning people, leading to the largest refugee crisis practically in the world. So this is absolutely not about oil. This is about us as a nation wanting to come back to the fold of Western democratic nations.
As the left's propaganda machine is getting desperate, where they previously propped up minority and immigrant voices, but now they're saying the exact opposites of the liberal elites, so nobody is buying their blatant lies anymore. As they recently called this a Venezuelan fishing boat, now conveniently forgetting how Maduro's forces literally ran over protesters. But the worst part about it is how Biden was also saying millions suffered under Maduro, constantly slamming President Trump because he allegedly admired him. As if this same exact attack occurred under the Democrats, every single leftist would be cheering it on, proving once again the left isn't necessarily against the overthrowing of a literal dictator. It's just that the Trump derangement syndrome has completely cut out their ability to think critically. But forget what American leftists think when the Venezuelans are ecstatic, celebrating everywhere in the streets. Literally crying tears of joy. Trump can rescue an entire country from an oppressive dictatorship, and somehow the left will start turning on U.S. servicemen. But their Trump derangement has finally gone too far, as even on hyper-left Reddit, trying to recruit for a protest in Los Angeles, as all the top comments calling it out, with actual Venezuelans speaking against this protest, saying, how can you be against Putin but for Maduro, demanding that Reddit copy Twitter and implement geotagging to find the foreign influencers and bots. And when the literal information desert that is Reddit starts questioning their official narrative, the Democrats have zero hope in defending this, as the smallest aspect about this story seems insignificant, but the fact that they use this incident to fundraise off of is the ultimate mask-off moment. Under Biden, they were decrying Trump's alleged support of Maduro, asking for money to beat Trump. Now that Trump has arrested Maduro, the Democrats are somehow now against it, again asking for more money to beat Trump, making it abundantly obvious the left doesn't have values, goals, or at the very least, consistency. They just want more of your money. So if you appreciate my concise, light-hearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy. Or if you want more of my content, check out my live stream channel, DK.
So be old men. It would be disabled men.
No, because there's still the potential which exists there, uniquely for them, that even old men, if they have skills and the government wants them, they are definitely going to go, and the government can force them to do it via the draft, via these various draft acts.
Would be the same things that women would be sent over.
No.
For instance,
What skills we need for women in warfare? They don't have any of the STEM. They have none of the STEM degrees.
medicine.
Why would we need women for what? For nursing?
Correct, yes, for healthcare.
But they've always been nurses. And
we did also have female nurses. Florence Nightingale
and they didn't get shot because they were nowhere near the front lines. They're always behind.
All right, well, you know what?
Behind
my grandfather was drafted into Vietnam, and he was a doctor.
Yeah.
He was not near the front lines. Ever at all.
Sure.
He was a very valuable
But he had the potential to be.
No.
Yes.
They were not going to waste a doctor on the front lines. Are you crazy?
Unless the war came to him. And the thing is that sometimes it did. Like, they had the Tet offensive. They had the Tet.
Female nurses, like, in the same housing, on the same boats, that were also bombed.
Usually they keep them separated and evacuate them
I didn't
first,
click the fucking...
just like they did during
I forget
the Tet
that every
offensive.
time, man.
When the Tet offensive happened in Vietnam, that was during the Tet holiday, their, like, Day of the Dead. And there was a Tet ceasefire, and they broke the ceasefire. They attacked military bases all over Vietnam and just fucking decimated us. It was brutal.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, even the nurses who were there, which, by the way, are still mostly male, I believe. But even the ones who are female, they get evacuated first. Women are always evacuated first. In other words, the potentiality is always there for these men. It's not really there for these women. And I don't know why it is that for like any other form of social injustice, you would be all about this. If I said, hey, look at the fact that, like, for instance, these white people can vote to have black people go fight wars they don't have to fight, you would be like, no way. We're not going to allow, no fucking way. And if I gave you the same potentials for that, I feel like you'd be like, we need to stop that.
What? I don't know why that started. What? That's not even the right browser, bro. What the hell was that?
Right this second, but for some reason when it's between the sexes, you don't care.
Would the response be, you know, okay, no white people can vote? That wouldn't be the correct
It would be no white people can vote. No white people can vote to send black people off the board, right? They're not allowed to do that. And yes, if it was the case, I think that you would actually. I think that you would advocate if it was the case that white people could vote to send black people off to war, that they didn't have to go fight. I think that you would say that you should mitigate suffering in some way for that, or suffrage for that.
So I feel that I would say that all white people, like no white people, should be allowed to vote.
If it was the alternative that they could vote black people to go to war, what they didn't, yeah, I think you would.
Unfortunately, I'm selfish to the degree that as a white person, I still want to be able to vote. I want to have a say in the country that I pay taxes to.
Even if it's the case that we can vote to send black people off to war and we don't go fight them ourselves?
I think that most white people would not vote to send black people to war. I think that's kind of a strange scenario. Because that also gets into the trouble of determining, my goodness, I mean, like, how would that even work?
The same way it worked in the drafts. They would go to low-income black neighborhoods and draft them.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how we recruit into the military now anyway, is we, find the poorest people possible and go, hey, free school, free healthcare.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of bribery there.
Die for the
But my point is that I think that this form of social injustice, you would be, like, I just think that if the roles were reversed racially, that you would be outraged, and you're just not, because
I would be upset.
I just think that you're. Hang on,
the draft.
I just think the reason it's not just about the draft, though. My argument here is not even about the draft. My argument is that it's a huge injustice that one portion of the population has the potential to always fight wars on behalf of the other. The other doesn't have to fight it, gets all the benefits of them doing it. Right? And we're supposed to just be like, well, okay then. It's like, yeah, fuck that. No, that's not okay then.
The benefits like having your male family members die, potential wartime rape if your country is
the benefits of you not being
invaded.
fucking occupied and being able to get all your resources. Those are way bigger
Going
benefits.
to war doesn't ensure that you'll never not be occupied. Again, what that means
You
is
listen
that
to some
a
weird
chunk of the
podcast.
money
This is a
that we
debate, though. It's a debate between Andrew Wilson, who's like a right-leaning Christian. I don't want to say nationalist because that has like negative connotations. I don't mean that negatively. And well, a feminist leftist, so you already know it's gonna go nuts.
I ran, and they punished me for it. You must believe me.
You'll never convince
We'll be going
I assure you, you're wrong.
Our country will
I
go
assure you that if you
and
refuse to
we
go
will-
to war,
I like
you
to
will
listen
be
to these
occupied.
things.
We will also be, again, if our country goes to war, any country.
Yeah, these
that
are like,
goes
it's from the
to
whatever
war, there's a
podcast,
chance
but it's
that
the
they could
debates,
be
not the podcast. The
invaded
podcast makes my brain cells die.
subjected
Like some of the
to,
shit these people say on it
wartime
is. Ugh.
Again, also.
I can only listen to like small amounts of that shit.
Are not there. People starve during wartime. There is very few people who actively benefit from war, except for the ultra wealthy.
Yeah, but do you understand that the case in point is that it's going to be men who are going to do this? And when you say things that are, they just sound absurd to me, like, there's no guarantee that you still won't be occupied even if you send the men off to war. It's like, so what? You're still sending the men off to war. And you just don't ever have that feeling. Like, that's nothing you ever have to worry about. When you go down and you sign up to vote, you don't have to sign a draft card. Like, you don't get put in a draft system. Your number's never going to get called. That's nothing you ever need to worry about. Ever. And that is a potential that all men need to worry about. By the way, even the ones...
Not really. We haven't had a draft since Vietnam.
So what?
Again, because
So what?
the way that warfare works has changed. We have an insanely bloated military.
Yeah, like they wouldn't like
The
immediately
chances
vote it back
of
if they needed.
either of you being called in a draft to go to the front to fight seem to not. However, I am against the draft, and I would
Yeah.
support any motion, legal motion to
I think
remove
for the most part, it's
But can
probably
I
what
just-
kept our society together,
power
right?
as a woman.
Yeah, that's great, but
To vote
it's
to
not even...
save
contending
It's gone
with
pretty
what I'm
downhill,
saying.
right? Like, let's go back 60 years. Actually, probably 80 by now, right? No, 60. What's the divorce rate back then? 5%? Now it's like 60. You know what I mean? And I do think, even though I am a massive atheist, that's probably not helped. But I would be interested to see what's up, Nas. I would be interested to see the numbers in like the happiness that comes from that, right? Are the divorce rates up and are the happiness rates up, or the divorce rates up and the happiness rates down? Because if it's both, then yeah, maybe we should have stuck to the Christian notion of. And again, not a Christian. Well, I am a Christian technically, but I'm not a believer at all. I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Fuck's sake. Anyway. What's going on with Venezuela? You know how Trump was like bombing boats and shit and stealing or seizing, I guess, cargo vessels in the Pacific? Is it the Pacific? It's not, right? It's still in the other, whatever. On the ocean near Venezuela. They decided to just go in, have like a 3-hour strike, and they captured Maduro and his wife. He's in the United States now. Ready to get indicted. I believe they want to do that tomorrow. And the left is losing its mind in the United States. And like 90% of the Venezuelans are celebrating, right? Like, it's such a weird... It's weird to watch. I'm not gonna lie. It's very weird to watch. So, Maduro is gone. The United States right now is seemingly in power. And let's hope the Venezuelan people actually come out of this better than when they went in. And they seem optimistic, at least. The oil tankers. Yeah. Yeah, where the United States was just like, yeah, they're ours now. What do you mean? That's kind of nuts. Yeah, it's obviously it's a complex situation, right? Because on the one hand, they did kind of like just go into a nation and be like, yo, yeah, this nation, it's not working out for us, right? Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But on the other hand, the guy was like a literal dictator. They had an election 2 years ago that he lost, right? Still in power. Weird how that works. So it was fully an illegitimate leader and an illegitimate country, not recognized by many European nations, not recognized by the United States. Even Biden was like, oh, I want to stand with the people of Venezuela, blah, 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 except he didn't do anything. But it is in large part for the oil. Right? Like, let's be honest. Well, is that a bad thing? Yes and no, right? Because in the process, you might actually do a good thing. So, it's one of those two sides to every coin type situations. Yeah, not a fan of foreign intervention, but I know a couple of Venezuelans. A Venezuelan exchange student came here when I was a kid. Well, a kid. I was like 16. Actually, maybe 18. And his family like was literally like disowned by Chavez at the time, right? Because they were in the oil business. I'm pretty sure my dude is gonna be super fucking happy that this happened. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. It's a very weird situation that's going on. But it is kind of hilarious. I gotta show it now. Like, I hate how much I like this video because it's actually like, when you think about it, it's kind of nuts. They post this White House. So here's Maduro talking shit. And then the White House posted something. This is Maduro, right?
Venga por mí. Aquí lo espera en Miraflores. No se tarde en llegar, cobarde.
And now, if you don't know, now you know.
So funny. Right? We live in a crazy fucking world, dude. The White House official social media account is just straight up trolling. Like, what the fuck? Right? Like, this is the official White House account that posted this. They posted another one. I think that was on Truth Social or whatever. I don't have that. Absolutely hilarious. But yeah, not gonna lie, there's quite a bit of overlap with the Russia-Ukraine thing, where they're like, special operation, right? But the difference is they're stuck in a meat grinder with 1 million casualties, and the United States captured Maduro in 2 hours. From the US, kind of scary. Is it though? Like, yes and no, I suppose. It depends. The aftermath is what depends, right? Do you have a proper plan for transition, or are you gonna fuck it up like you did with Iraq? Right? That's... That being said, Venezuela and Iraq, two entirely different fucking nations, right? Iraq doesn't have, first of all, a Muslim population that despises each other, right? Because there's there's the Sunni sect, and then there's the Shiite sect, and they're both... They fucking hate each other, okay? Like, you think they hate us? Watch the animosity they have against each other, alright? So you're... In Iraq, you basically, like, jumped right into the middle of that. Because you created a power vacuum. So basically it was Sunni versus Shiite, and no wonder, like, you know, a million fucking suicide bombers from both sides, mostly targeting civilians as well, because that's what these freaks do. Venezuela does not have that problem. It's a mostly Christian nation, and I feel like 90% of them were oppressed, which is why when you see the footage coming out of Venezuela right now, and around the world, because Venezuela lost like 20-25% of their population just as refugees, right? They were running away from a dictator, and they're all celebrating. Like, many people are even already saying, like, oh, maybe we can finally go back to our fucking country and our families, right? So, here's to hoping that it turns out alright. Oh, 100%, yeah. Like, we've been inviting literal invaders, right? Like, and then you ask people, oh, what good do they bring? And it's like, oh, well, the food. Well, you could have just asked for the recipe then. You know what I mean? What the fuck do you mean, the food? I hate it when people say that. Right? Oh, well, the food is good. Yeah, okay, but that's very meaningless. Right? Who gives a fuck about the food? And don't get me wrong, I love me a kebab.
We have already given everything to
what I don't love is my country devolving into a goddamn shithole. It depends who you ask, right? I think you're doing a great job. I wish we had a Trump. Maybe a little less trolly and a little more well-spoken, right? There's a lot of problems with Trump. But I'm quite in favor of the deportations, etc. They need to do that over here as well. Like, it's too much. It's becoming too much. We cannot... Okay, so you won't notice, but I'm from Belgium, and how do I explain this? So I'm from Belgium, but Belgium is a part of Europe, and Europe has unelected leadership that controls most of the nations, right, including Belgium. So what happens is we vote for our politicians, and then our politicians vote to who goes to the EU, which is fucking crazy in my opinion. But whatever. That's beside the point. And we cannot, as Belgians, make laws that go against European laws. So we are like, basically, think of European as the bloc that all of these nations are a part of. And when the immigrant crisis started, with the Iraq, or around the time of the Iraq War, Angela Merkel, which was the German chancellor at the time, said, and I quote, "Wir schaffen das," when we started pulling in a ton of refugees and immigrants that nobody fucking liked, right? Which essentially means, oh, we'll be okay, we will handle it. And now, I want to say 15 years later? 10 years? I'm getting old, so time is like starting to become a little bit meaningless. We're definitely not schaffen das, right? Like, we're having beaucoup fucking problems. But because this idiot said that and had a, thank you so much for the follow, had a ton of leverage at the time, we have to be schaffening das, right? And we're not. So it's been like a massive influx. So I wish we had a guy like Trump in here that would just literally just go, okay, we're schaffen das nicht, and it's time for some action, and we need to close our borders and get rid of all of the fucking criminals that are here. Like, I live in Belgium, okay? Nothing ever happens here, okay? Well, it used to be like that. Like, nothing ever happened here. You know, like a shooting, when we heard about that on the news, it was in a different country. It was in fucking the United States, it was in Venezuela, it was in some other random fucking country. Never here, right? We're a very small country, like 12 million people, I think. Well, it's probably a lot more now. We're smaller than New York State, right? They're throwing hand grenades like 2 kilometers away from me. Like, I was literally streaming at the time. It's become a running joke now on the stream. I was literally streaming at the time, and I heard a bang, and I was like, what the fuck? Was that an explosion? What the hell is that? Come to find out, a day later, I read the news, and some fucking crazy immigrant drug dudes threw a hand grenade at what he thought was the house of another crazy immigrant drug dude. Didn't turn out to be that way, because these people are fucking retards, and they just threw a hand grenade at some random civilian's house, right? Because these people are fucking stupid, right? Oh, sorry, I'm getting annoyed because having a shooting in my country is nearly unprecedented, right? It's not nearly, but nearly unprecedented. Having some immigrant throw hand grenades is so far beyond the pale that's crazy here, all right? I cannot stress how crazy that is. You're from the United States. I know you're not gonna really understand that, right? Because you know, you guys have a massive gun culture. I'm in favor of guns too. I wish we did. But throwing hand grenades is crazy, okay? that never happens, and now it's happened like 2 or 3 times in the last 5 years. So our countries are going down the drain, dude. We are losing the war, and it's high time we actually start fighting back, because we are in a war. It's not a shooting war yet, but it's definitely a culture war. And we are losing because we're not fighting. What do we think about Israel? Same diff. It's like really complex, right? It's I don't even know how to answer that like properly, right? On the one hand, they do some heinous shit. On the other hand, some heinous shit's been done to them. You know, like, yeah, it's. Plus that region, everybody hates everybody there. It's so nuts. I have no idea how to answer that question. I'm gonna be honest. It's like a lot of people give you surface level like, oh, Israel bad because X, or Palestine bad because Y, or Hamas bad because Z, right? But it's like, that situation is a lot more complex, and I definitely can't talk about it with any authority whatsoever. Lol. Yeah, see, that shit, that would not happen in, well, maybe it does now, but that would not happen in Belgium. We had a terrorist attack, for crying out loud. Like, what the fuck? They blew up our airport, they assaulted our metro station in Brussels. Somebody committed, oh, I don't know how I would say that. Somebody let themselves be euthanized because she couldn't deal with the trauma from that attack. Which, first of all, I don't agree with. That's illegal. That's fucking crazy. But on the other hand, right? Like, she was so traumatized. She literally rather be unalive than live with the trauma of what these terrorist freaks did to her. What do you say? What do you say to that, right? Like, our countries are going down the drain, and there's a very significant reason for it that nobody wants to talk about. Finally, in the last few, they're starting to talk about it. Yeah, we do too. I mean, we're Belgian, right? We make like some of the best weapons in the world. So, kind of a... How many immigrants do you see on the daily? If you... In my area, more than not. 20 years ago, when I was just getting out of school, we had maybe 1 or 2 Moroccans in a class of, say, 20 Belgians. Now it's the other way around. There's like 18, and there's maybe 2 Belgians. Yes. It's not even close. There's parts in my neighborhood I do not walk at night anymore, right? And I'm a quote-unquote fighting age male, right? Like, that doesn't mean I'm gonna go look for it. You know what I mean? Right? I see more immigrants than not. It's actually crazy. And I want to make this very clear, right? I have nothing against immigrants. You want to come here, you want to assimilate, you want to talk our... You want to absorb our culture, you want to live among us, you want to work among us, speak our language. That's an important one. I have 0 problems with that. You come here to have a better life, 0 problems with that. You come here to extract wealth, to send to your shithole of a country, and you want to... If we get attacked, you would side with your country over our country, you're out. Immediately. That's a non-starter. You're just gone, right? We don't want you here. You come here for a better life and our culture. And that's the only way you should be allowed in. Yeah.
Huh. Is it true what they say? An angel walks among men? The knights marched to Cor Valar. If I were 2 years older, I'd have...
I've heard all these before. It's like my 3rd character in a day. What do I eat on the daily? Well, I'm from Belgium, so we have a lot of mom and pop stores. Like, I love baguettes. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like a BLT, but not really, right? Because it's cheese, salad, tomato, mayonnaise. That's a very big thing in Belgium, mayonnaise. And then it depends, right? I usually add onions, carrots, all of that shit. I eat that quite a lot. It's like Subway if Subway wasn't garbage, basically, right? Or like massively corporatized, right? Because it's mom and pop stores. It's like you just go there. A typical Belgian dish would be very, we call it peasant food, literally, boerenvoedsel, peasant food. It's generally quite heavy because, well, Belgium, the part where I'm from, the Dutch-speaking part, historically was always exploited for labor, and we didn't get much food back then, so it's like, that's like, real Flemish food is very hearty and filling. So it's like potato puree with carrots or not broccoli. Cauliflower? Sorry, cauliflower. And then like sausage with some brown sauce, something like that. Right? Very hearty, very filling. Because historically they had to work in like the clothing manufacturing industry and stuff. I feel like we're fairly Americanized in that respect as well, because there's like a million McDonald's and the likes. We do have an insane bakery culture though. Like we have the best breads in the world, the best pastries in the world. So we eat that a lot. Like pistoles. I don't even know if you guys know what that is. I don't know what that word's in English. Let me show you a picture. Here's what we eat. Pistoles. This is a keizer. This is my favorite. The Kazakis are great. Oh, yeah, well, most American food here is banned, right? Like, straight up banned. We don't much care for all of the chemicals you guys put in your food. And being from Belgium, we also eat a lot of chocolates, right? Because, we're in the place that makes the best chocolate in the world, so obviously you're gonna eat that shit. Like, it's just, yeah. It's a thing. I have to say though, I've been buying Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. That is like one of the best sauces I've eaten in my life, dude. You guys know barbecue sauce. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I only recently discovered it. I'm usually not like a barbecue sauce fan because it's always like some of it tastes like ash. You know, it's smoked way too much. But I noticed like it was actual American import. So I'm like, dude, I gotta try this. We don't get the chance to eat actual American food all that often because again, it's usually banned here because of all of the chemicals. But I saw that in the store. I was like, we're gonna try this. I tried it a couple months ago. I think I have like 4 bottles in my thing right now because I went back and I'm like, we're gonna buy more. It's so good. Anytime I eat chicken or anything, barbecue sauce, Sweet Baby Ray's. Let's go. Yeah, it was very Belgian here. There were like a couple of, I don't want to say enclaves, but we had like, the Chinese street. We had we had Turkish and Moroccan guest workers, which is where the trouble started. But now it's, like I said, it was like, if I saw 2, the school around my corner went from 2 and usually just 1, right? 1 or 2 immigrants out of 20 to 18 out of 20. It's absolutely insane. I just see nothing but non-Belgians now. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, except for the fact that like 80% of those people don't want to integrate. They don't want to assimilate. They bring their problems here. They bring their lifestyle here, which I thought you were trying to escape your lifestyle. You know? Why you bring it over here so you can perpetuate the fucking garbage heap over here? No, 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 no. Unacceptable. That's the thing, right? I don't think, well, there's definitely gonna be people that, like, despise all immigrants just because they look different. Guaranteed. But that's not the case with most of the people that are now angry about the immigration. We are seeing our cultural identity just be completely eroded. Our values are just being you come here for a better life, then find the better life, and don't bring your old life with you. That's all we're saying, right? And if you commit a crime, immediately back out. We don't know. That's unacceptable, right? And sadly, most of the violent crimes here now happen because of immigrants, because they take their culture here, because they don't try and adapt, right? And sad to say, a lot of those are sexual crimes. Thankfully, it's not as bad here as in the United Kingdom, but it's pretty bad. It's also, why are they all in our countries? You went to like 14 different countries to get to mine. Why? If you're actually a refugee, wouldn't you want to be near your country so you can go back sooner when the problems are gone? Like, why are you going halfway across the world as a quote-unquote refugee? It's no longer a refugee then, is it? Any country in the EU with closed borders? Inside of the EU? No. What's up, Mario? See here, that's another thing, okay? So we have stringent laws against coming into the EU.
I tried to convince Soliana to leave with
But once you're here, we have no laws to get you out.
Son would rather grow up with a mother, and we could start over, away from this
Retarded on so many levels.
She refused. Soliana said to run would be to abandon the life in a better world for her son. Perhaps she's right. Yeah, the US does like its guns, right? To be fair, I'd like them too if I was allowed one. Especially now. Isn't it getting better now? After, the mobilization?
I don't know if I like this build, to be honest. It's kind of weird. Oh yeah, like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to get out of that once you spiral into it, right? Because like crime causes poverty, poverty causes crime. It's like a vicious circle. I'm not sure I like this build. Yeah, we haven't really been confronted with that. We will understand it soon enough because it's coming. Like if we import more of this shit, it's definitely coming. Like we're literally creating ghettos right now in our respective nations. Oh damn, I didn't realize that would happen. Didn't second cooldown, what the fuck? Okay, this is definitely not for leveling. Well, it used to be, but there's gonna be way more now. Okay, this is not a thing. Turn this one off for now. 10-second cooldown is a little much. Shit. Okay, wait, it's this way. Yeah, yeah. We are very, very packed. Very, very packed. We are at 12 million right now. We were at 10 million before we started taking in people. Well, being from Europe, near where communism resides, yeah, not a big fan. Not a big fan at all. We've seen the examples of what happens when you go communist. Full communist, I should say. See, here's the thing that I am baffled that most people don't understand. Full capitalism, bad. Full communism, bad. Full socialism, bad. A hybrid of the three, the best thing we've got so far. Like, why not just take the good shit out of all three, right? And leave the bad shit. Which I feel like most of us have been trying to do, right? Because every single country has socialist systems, right? Social security on the American side, right? Healthcare for us. You guys don't really have that yet. Let's be honest. Those are all socialist systems. And they help, right? But you never go full retard. Basically, right? Tropic Thunder reference. Yeah, it worked out so well for Germany last time, right? Like, a lot of people forget, and this is, I guess, kind of crazy to say because a lot of people forget, but we basically have affordable cars thanks to Mr. You know? Like, what do you think the Volkswagen is, right? It's literally... I mean, the dude was a genocidal fuckhead. But even the worst person you can think of has a good point every now and then. And trust me, as a Belgian, and the first fucking, officially, the first country the Germans always officially invade, I really don't like that guy, okay? Right? Like, whenever Germany has an idea, Belgium always pays the fucking price. Seemingly. Billionaires and people with lots of wealth? Honestly, it depends, right? What are they doing with that wealth? You try to help people? Good. You try to oppress people? Bad. I mean, I don't think it's so much about the billionaire as the person who is the billionaire. Or his character. Yeah, I fucked that sentence up. Yeah, yeah, exactly. World War I was the same. Like, oh, we want to get to France. Can we go through you? No. Oh, well, okay. We'll just go through you anyway. Oh, fantastic. Right. Thanks. I'm not gonna lie though, World War I is brutal. The way they stopped the German advance for a day was pretty brutal. We flooded the Iron, which is like one of the biggest rivers in our country. Just flooded the whole fucking thing. It's like the Germans are coming. Open the gates, literally, right? The sluice gates. It's kind of funny. Well, not funny, but funny is the wrong word, considering, you know, how brutal World War I was. Immoral cigarette, by the way. Like, I don't think how many people don't understand, or I don't think many people know too much about World War One. Like the mud in World War One was a bigger killer than the bombs and the guns of the enemy. Like, so many people drowned in mud. Like, think about that. Drowning in mud. Because, like, the artillery would create these giant fucking holes, and then we have shit weather over here, right? It's like, rain, sun, hail, winds, rain, sun, rain, wind, snow. Like, make up your fucking mind sometimes, right? And because the craters of the artillery shells were so huge, they would just get covered up in mud. And you'd be walking, and all of a sudden you'd sink up to your neck in a fucking... because you stepped into one of these craters. And the mud would just suck you under, and you would, like, literally, many people, they literally drowned in mud. Like, I don't want to know how many bones were found, because it usually is in farmland, right? How many bones were found in those farmlands? We still find bones and bombs to this day in farmland. So much so that we had a hilarious fucking... we have this TV show, or we had this TV show. I'm not sure if it's like Exit 9 or Man Bites Dog, one of the two. But they were doing... they were doing a report on... So... The 20 years ago? 25 years ago? Most of the guest workers we had were Poles. They came here, they worked here, and then they went back to Poland. And it was a farmer who who barely spoke English, talking to Poles who definitely didn't speak English, that were about to drive his tractor across the field, and he was explaining to them, or trying to explain to them what to do if they saw a World War II or World War I shell when it got dragged up because of the farming activities. It's the fucking funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, dude. Because the guy, the farmer clearly didn't speak English, right? It was terrible fucking English. He was like, over here that's a stereotype, but it's like you just make... You talk Dutch, but you make it sound English, right? Like, it's not English at all. And he was just trying to explain it to these fucking two guys. These two Poles who clearly didn't speak either Dutch or English. So, you understand? You understand? When they clearly didn't understand. It's hilarious. But yeah, that's the things, like, we really, like, have to... Still, to this day, we have to say that to people. Like, yo, if you're doing farming, right, and you see a fucking bomb, which is 100% a possibility, you run away and you duck for cover. And then, if it doesn't blow up, you call the police, right? That's crazy when you think about it. But it's reality, right? I mean, it's the biggest two wars in fucking history were fought on my country's soil, so obviously that leaves a lot of yeah, I was gonna say artifacts, but that might be the wrong words. You know what I mean, right? To that, I have to ask a follow-up question. Do you mean the organization or the people? Because those are two different things. Because I am part of the B, but those people don't speak for me. I didn't mean that to rhyme, but it rhymed, so you know it's true. I have nothing but love for my fellow man. But the organization that is hijacking the narrative can fuck right off. Leave kids alone, for starters. And you might want to cut off the T. Because they're definitely the cause of a lot of your problems. PR-wise.
Did you walk here too?
Like, I have zero problems what people do on their own time. I have zero problems how freaky you are. I don't give a fuck. Unless you're, like, hurting other people, obviously.
Fought before, but the curses I heard last night.
But I don't need to see your degeneracy. Well, just as you don't want to see my degeneracy in public. I don't understand why that's so hard to understand for people, right? I have nothing against the people. I have something against the organization and the political message that they're pushing. It's like, you wanna... I don't know, you wanna do whatever? You do you, boo. Just make sure you're A, not hurting people, and B, not pushing your shit on other people, right? Like the whole... Oh, my pronouns are... I don't give a fuck what your pronouns are. You're not gonna police my speech. You're not gonna tell me what to say. Like, unacceptable. And I don't play that game. Unless I like you. You know what I mean? Look, if you're demanding of me that I call a fictional man a woman, that's not gonna happen. If you're nice to me and you're like, oh hey, I would prefer it if you called me this, I probably would do it, right? Because I don't want to have conflicts with people either, right? Like, not forced, at least, you know? It's like, you do you, okay? You be nice to me, you don't push some weirdo ideological shit. You don't want to police my speech, but you ask me nicely, we can have a conversation. You want to police my speech and force me to say something? I will say the exact opposite, just to annoy you, right? Go fuck yourself. I basically try to be... How do I put this? I'm mostly a moderate / centrist. I don't like... Just by my own logical deduction, I don't really... Let me think of how to... I don't like tribalism. I don't want to be on the right and be on team right. I don't want to be on the left and be on team left. I think about each subject separately and I try and form my own opinion, right? And then I stick to that opinion. Unless, and here's the big part, you can give me a convincing argument otherwise, right? And if you can't do that, then I'm just gonna stick with my opinion, right? And that usually falls in the centrist category, right? I'm left on a bunch of shit, I'm right on a bunch of shit. I love free healthcare. I absolutely do, because I've had need of it before, so, you know, that shit actually does a lot for the lower and middle classes. It really does. In terms of uplifting them and having them still have financial freedom, because I would have been massively ruined by my medical issue if I didn't have that. Well, I just try to be normal. You know what I mean? I just try to think about things and think what is the well, not. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I just try to be normal. I try to be the best person I can be, and sometimes a lot of people don't like it, but you know, because I'm again, right? I love healthcare. I'm actually, and this is gonna be a weird to hear maybe, but I am pro-abortion, right? I live in Belgium. I think you have 12 weeks, and if you're after that, there needs to be something seriously wrong or it's a no, right? And I totally think that is a good thing. That being said, this whole thing of like, oh, you're not killing a baby, that's complete horseshit. Of course you're killing a baby. If you do nothing, you get a life. You did something to stop that life, okay? You killed a baby, okay? I don't give a fuck how you want to dress that up. When it comes down to it, you stopped the life from occurring. So that's you killed something, okay? That being said, if you want to do that up to 12 weeks, I don't give a fuck, okay? I wouldn't personally like it, right? If my significant other would abort our child? Weird hypothetical. I obviously wouldn't like that. And I also... Oh, this is... Okay, we're getting into the weeds now. I also think that a man should have a say in whether or not an abortion can happen, because it takes two to tango. Hello? Oh, but the woman carries the baby. Yeah, but then she also has the obligation to not have sex with someone that she doesn't want to have a baby with.
So you passed the altar on your way in? Didn't offer a prayer? Perhaps you missed...
So I do think like a man should have some say in that process, right? Oh, it's my body. Well, then you should have paid attention to what you put inside of it first. Like, I'm sorry, is that too much? Is that crazy? I feel like that's the most normal thing, right? So, I'm for abortion. I'm against the way it's currently run, where the female has all of the agency, but none of the obligations. Sorry, but that's not... That's not a right thing. That's not a morally right thing. Yeah, I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying, like, that's the way I think about abortion, right? Because a lot of people are like, they're very black and white, right? And then they have to like lie to themselves as if like, oh well, I'm not killing a baby because it's just a bunch of cells. Yeah, but if you leave those cells alone, it turns into a baby and a life is born. So you did stop that process. You did do that, right? It's 12:30 over here. Is that PM already? Yeah, PM, I think, right? Is it still AM? See, that's the only thing that confuses me about AM and PM. Is it 12:30 PM? Yeah, it is 12:30 PM. Yeah. I always have to think about that one. Right? From 1 onwards, it's easy. Because 1 is definitely PM. But it changes at 12 and not at 1, right? My bad. But if you're from America, bro, it's like in the middle of the night for you, right? Like 2 to 4 AM, right? Because you're 8 to 6 hours behind me. Behind us. I have a lot of American friends. Yeah, there you go. Smack dab in the middle. Oh, you're central then. Ish. Right, because East Coast is 6 hours and West Coast is 8 hours. But yeah, as I was saying though, I'm very centrist in terms of like I trigger the right as much as I trigger. Well, actually, these days I trigger the left far more because I like to make slop tube drama YouTube content for about Hassan and his ilk because it's hilarious to do. It always triggers people, man. The comments are always like, oh, absolutely hilarious. But I also am pro-gun, right? I wish we could get guns here, especially now more than ever. Like, someone throws a grenade at my house, I want to shoot back. You know what I mean? So I'm very, I don't want to say wishy-washy, because that implies I change my thought process every single 5 minutes. I'm wishy-washy in terms of my political leanings. I'm right on some cases, left on others. It depends on the... Oh, he instantly died. It depends on the topic. Yeah, the school shooting very bad. But let's be honest, that's a cultural issue. Because a lot of countries have many guns, and school shootings are not as prevalent over there either. So I don't think it has much to do with the gun, as it is with the personality / culture / possibly. This might be controversial. America's over-reliance on pharmaceutical drugs for everything, especially the ones that make your mind go loopy. Like when I was having my medical issues, I had to take benzodiazepines, which is basically like a strong Valium and massively addicting. Bro, that shit fucked me up, alright? Like, I have never been so fucked in the head as when I was taking those pills, right? That was... I'm glad that I don't have to take those no more. That was fucked up. I can't even explain.
I provide a stand.
Here's a good example. I had to go to a day after I started taking them, maybe 2 days. I had to go to the hospital for a checkup. And my mom had to go too. So I drove her to the hospital and myself. But I was on those pills. I do not remember going to the hospital. I remember being there. I do not remember going back to the hospital. So the whole driving, I don't remember anything from the driving. I came home and I told my mom, we're never doing this again. Like, we are lucky we made it, okay? Like, I have no fucking idea how we got here, okay? Crazy.
The nights are
so I can, yeah.
Damn cold chills me to my bones.
I think the pharmaceutical industry has a lot to do with the gun violence in America because it's very prevalent. And it's actually very prevalent over here as well because one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world, J&J, Janssen & Janssen, is literally Dutch or Belgian. Or used to be. I think they sold it now. So we kind of have that problem here as well. Like Belgians are over medicated as well, but not nearly in the way that Americans are. And a lot of those pills work on your brain, right? Because it basically shuts some things off in your brain, which I now have first-hand experience with. I literally don't remember driving to the hospital and driving back.
What do you need?
Which is crazy. And I didn't remember immediately after, right? Like I came home and I literally looked around like I'm home. Like my mom. Yo, we're never doing this again. I could have crashed 100%. So having first-hand experience with that is some crazy ass shit, man. That like works on your brain in ways that I don't even want to know. So to see that be very prevalent, like especially like Valium is like one of the what is it? Valium, Percocet, all of those fucking mind-altering pharmaceuticals that America like really loves. Wait, why didn't she heal me? I feel like that can really cause a person to actually like lose it and think shooting up a school or a fucking nightclub or whatever is an okay thing to do. Everyone here's the, it's getting worse. Yeah, I take driving very seriously as well. Most people don't realize they're driving around in a metal box that weighs a ton. You can very easily kill someone, okay? And I don't want that on my conscience, so I take that really seriously. But a lot of people don't. And when you now see someone on the road do something crazy, we used to laugh like, oh, what's the... Wait, hang on. Vrouwen achter het stuur is bloed on the muur. Women behind the wheel is blood on the wall. Okay? It sounds better in Dutch, obviously. Which is obviously a joke. But that's changing, because now when you look, you think, oh, it's probably... You don't think, oh, it's probably a woman anymore. Again, you think, oh, it's probably an immigrant. And 90% of the time, it's an immigrant. So, it was good, but it's getting worse. Like, we were, in general, very... In Belgium, at least. Oh, what's the word? Hopefully... Gentleman-like, you know? Like, oh, no, yo... Please, go ahead. You know what I mean? I still do that, right? Someone wants to walk over on the crosswalk. I brake, let them pass. I try not to lose my mind on the road for no reason. I have enough stress in my life without getting... You know what? No, I'm lying. I say I'm gonna stick with I try, because I get fucking angry sometimes, right? Some dude cuts me off. I do that. I've done that. Yeah. No, I'm talking shit now. I try not to do that. I try to be, you know, I try my best to not care, because if you get mad, that yeah, it's not good for driving.
Got to go on foot.
Off the road. Whoa, 220, yeah. Yeah, that might not be so. You could have easily killed yourself and everyone in the car, right?
It's mine now.
Many people have.
When I let her and her friend pass through.
That's the thing about America as well, right? Like, when I say like, oh, in Belgium it's X, you have to think like, that's basically me saying like, oh, in New York City, the city, right? Because we're probably as big as the city, but Belgium is really fucking small, okay? We drive differently from Spaniards, by the way. And if I drive about 12 hours, I'm in the north of Spain, right? So I can drive entirely through France in about 12 hours, right? And they drive like crazy lunatics in Spain. So you can't really... When I say in Belgium, you have to think of like a small part of America, for example, you know? Because I'm sure it's the same, right? People on the East Coast drive differently than people on the West Coast. I would imagine.
Maybe we should go back, round up the knights.
And leave my mother in Lilith's care for as long as that will take? No. I'm going on.
Ooh. I mean, honestly, we're not that dissimilar from Americans in large parts, right? You guys rebuilt us, remember, right? We have constitutions thanks to you guys. Well, no, not entirely thanks to you guys, right? We did a lot too, but you helped us rebuild, right? A lot, including the constitutions. I'm kind of annoyed you guys didn't put in free speech in there, but you know, it is what it is. We can't really change that now. What you guys did back then, I mean. Like, we can still change like the first thing, but yeah. Like, generally, the way it goes in America is the way Europe follows. as a rule of thumb, which is why a lot of Europeans are very involved in American politics. Like, no matter how much you don't want to be, you are still the Western world's leader / police force.
Dead end.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you still can, right? Oh. One more level. I need the healing, man. Oh, damn.
What's special about this place anyway? What would draw Lilith here?
Hell if I know. Prava doesn't tell us anything. No one goes in, nothing comes out. That's all.
I gotta make sure not to die because I am playing hardcore.
No lift. The jam must be deeper down.
Locked. Over here. I can squeeze through to the other side.
Wait, hold on. And there she goes. Enemies approaching. Nowhere to go. Fight's coming to us this time.
This aura is pretty good. Like, I don't have to do nothing. I just stand here, right? Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, geographically, Belgium is very small. Even Europe is, well, Europe's kind of big, I suppose, if you combine all of Europe. But it's like, I think many people don't really fully grasp the size difference. Like, it's actually kind of impressive what Belgium has accomplished for being so freaking tiny. Yeah. Yeah, 2020 was a little fucked up. Talk about the cure being worse than the disease.
Quick thinking.
We still haven't recovered economically.
Why would your mother leave you?
That's an interesting moral quandary, right?
She shouldn't have.
Because in hindsight, oh, and this is gonna sound so bad. In hindsight, would it not have been better to not lock down and take the L on the pre-existing conditions, high risk factors, and old age deaths of COVID? That would be an interesting moral quandary to have, right? Because, ooh, the cure was, ooh, those lockdowns did a real number on the world economy and perhaps caused a hell of a lot more suffering than the actual disease. I fell for it too, right? I didn't really fall for it, to be honest. I didn't want to get the vaccines, but my dad, he was a high risk factor. He's very, I don't want to say frail, but it fits, right? It sounds terrible saying that. But I eventually kinda got coerced socially to do it for him. I never got boosters, and I kinda regret getting it in the first place, because who knows what that did to me, right? Like, the shit you hear about that. I'm not a conspiracy guy, so I don't know. I haven't looked into it too heavily, because I don't think I want to know. Yeah, that was never an issue here for me. I don't go out. If I can avoid going out, I will not go out. I'd rather just sit behind my computer, be on the internet, you know, have my own little life on here. I don't know. This is my jam. Literally went back to school for IT technician, so systems engineer, network administrator. After my medical, because I was a laborer, bro. Like, I did manual labor for many years, and then my body started falling apart, and I was like, you know what? I've been a hobbyist with computers for all my life. All of my money goes to my computers. I'm just gonna go to school for this shit, right? And here we are.
An opening.
So I turned my misfortune into a fortune. Hopefully 2026, the year I can finally get a proper job in IT, because I've recently finished schooling. So
The tunnel's closed. We're trapped without the hoist.
time to turn my misfortune into a fortune. Because I put like 2 to 3 tons per day on my shoulders.
The way I saw her.
And then I'm surprised they fall apart.
We need to find.
Combined, obviously, I don't carry that in one go. I'd be flattened like a pancake, right? Well, that's a hard way of saying it. I don't agree with the way you said that at all. I just mean like, oh, I don't, the greater goods. I don't like using that because that can be used to justify many horrific and atrocious things. But when you look at how much suffering, that's again why I'm curious. What I'm curious about is like how much suffering did the cure cause over the disease? Or under, right? Or compared to is a better term. Compared to the disease. Because it feels like the cure was worse than the disease. You know what I mean? Especially on an economic level. Like we tanked the world economy just got destroyed.
The escort. They're all dead.
All the prices rose considerably, significantly. It's like, ooh, that's a hard one to quantify as well.
A woman. Vigo. It was one of the women you sent. Only. She wasn't.
Yeah, I got it like once as well, I think.
She was a demon.
Actually, no, I never got it.
Claims she mothered sanctuary.
My parents got it. Both of them. And they live downstairs. Or they lived, my dad died 3 years ago. When I walked through that house on a daily basis, never got it.
Well, I spared her. Let her deeper in.
The quicker answer would be, what games don't I play?
Give up, girl.
I play everything that looks interesting. Like literally.
Lilith can't be too far.
I used to when it was new.
What is this?
We talking Siege now, I'm guessing? Because Rainbow Six that's a lot of games, right? I remember playing the first one. Shit didn't even have models for guns. Like it was just a crosshair on the screen. It's fantastic. Great game. Like you were literally just a camera with an overlay of a crosshair, right? And the HUDs. I think that series turned into like the garbage that's like what, Ghost Recon, Wildlands, and all that shit. I enjoy FPSs, but they're always these days full of cheaters, dude, and it takes it out of me. And like I can only play them for so long until I'm just, oh fuck this shit, right? Yeah, Rainbow Six. That's why That could be a lot of games, right? So I clarified. Clarifying question. If he was Siege or not. Teleported in range and the aura immediately killed him.
Ah, there.
Yeah. I quite like to watch the cheater compilations, and I forgot the guy's name, but he does like he's in like the review program, so he's like looking at like in Counter-Strike, where you're looking at people's games, and then you can vote on whether they're cheating or not. It's like the community effort thing. I like to watch that guy's videos.
Do you have faith in me?
Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Guy's like a high-ranked player that's in that program. So you can watch like people suspected of cheating the VODs and then vote on whether they're not are or aren't cheating. I forgot his name. He has a YouTube channel and he like watches a lot of those things. It's not Jinxie, obviously. His name I know. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you nailed it in one. All in one. You'd think for having such a unique name I'd remember it, but yeah. Grab that one so I can actually test it. Did that one have models? Because the very first Ghost Recon, the Rainbow Six Ghost Recon, or just Rainbow Six, I believe, literally didn't have gun models. It was like just an overlay on the screen first. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon 2001.
If you set it to a yellow arrow like you did, they'll just keep advancing until they see contact, then they'll probably hold their position and start exchanging fire with the enemy, rather than just keep moving.
It's literally just a crosshair. So this is your gun right here.
And now we have the sniper rifle here. And it looks like
this game was great, by the way.
Kill right by those sandbags there.
It was brutal as well. It's like really, Tarkov before Tarkov. This game would murder you if you didn't pay attention.
And witness this, because as you're playing this game, you're also witnessing a lot going on. And by that I mean you're witnessing the AI and how smart they are for a game that came out what, like 20 years ago now, a little bit more than that, I think. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy where the enemy AI we're at. They really do patrol spots. You'll see like a team of 3 dudes just walking through a hill, and it's very reminiscent. Like if you were to switch to Breakpoint gameplay right now, you'd see how far we've come. Like look at this guy. There we go. Nice kill, man. We got this M249, the saw here.
I triggered all of the Hassan's teams. They're not happy with me. It's hilarious.
My Alpha team, they have the
I really have to go to the bathroom.
Launchers on their M16, so here as you can see right there.
This gives spooky memories. Yeah, I know, right? It looks so good, right? Is this upscaled? I don't remember it looking this good. 25 years ago, it still looks very, very playable, you know? Alright, let me go to the bathroom, because I'd rather go to the bathroom than, you know, the alternative. I'll be back. I don't know. I thought it was older. I thought it was gonna look terrible. Maybe I'm thinking of Delta Force, the first Delta Force. I guarantee you that looks worse. Damn, it still looks pretty good. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Charlie, in position. We'll move on your signal.
It's a little worse. I love how the gun is just a fucking image, right? You can it's like it's just a picture. Hilarious. You can't fool me. That's a fucking PNG. Not even that didn't have PNGs back then. That's a JPEG. That's why it goes away when you're starting to shoot. This game was great, by the way. Another banger. Delta Force Black Hawk Down. I played the fuck out of that game. My god, the multiplayer was fantastic. He's playing single player.
Team 1 is moving out.
Okay, all three. We'll head out before the fighting picks up again. Go, go, go!
Great game. I learned to fly a helicopter in 1942. Ironically, there's a mod called Desert Combat. It was great. That's an expansion, right? Yeah. With the Nebelwerfer. The sound that thing made. Oh, glorious. Alright, let's get back to the debate. I paused it like 2 hours ago.
That's like not even contending with what I'm saying. Even if that's the case, that's nice that you say that, right? But our global leaders are never going to get rid of the draft because their military advisors tell them not to. Because it's a huge weapon for mobilization of military force if you need it. So we're never going to get rid of it. That's just a fucking pipe dream. It's never going to happen. Ever.
So, remove women's ability to vote.
Hey man, have a good one, dude. Thanks for dropping in and hanging out. Thank you for the follow.
No, I'm saying that
Good night.
this injustice and unfairness.
Where the hell am I going?
You say, well, what about 60-year-olds? They can't be drafted. Okay, but they could have been when they were in their 20s and signed up for the draft, which you didn't have to. So their potential was already there and exhausted. They already had to go through that stage of life where their number could be called and yours couldn't. So yeah, they still get the benefit. They still did the thing that you guys will never fucking do. They still did it. And so the thing is like it just stands like this to reason, right? It doesn't matter if the 18-year-old never gets called to a draft. The potential is only there that he will. And you can't get mad at him later because he still maintains voting rights or certain rights that you don't get because he still went through the process of signing up for the draft and had the potential to be called, and you never did. So it's like, why do you get anything extra? Why is it that they don't get extra, in fact? Why do you get anything on par with that when the social status is such that men can be called to defend you and die, and that's never a service you have to render on their behalf?
You know, I have multiple male family members who went to war. My grandfather, who was drafted. And I have never had them express to me, it makes me so mad that you as a woman get to vote because I was drafted and went to war. I've never felt this attitude.
Is this like a hardcore only?
Yeah, but
like that was deployed. Like
Does hardcore have its own chat?
Until this I had never heard that before.
Yeah, but do you understand that? I think you do.
Against the politicians.
Well, I think you do understand, though, that that many times injustices are perpetuated on people, and they don't even know that they're being perpetuated on them. Perhaps most injustice is that way. So just because a person tells you, or has never told you, that they felt that there was a weight of injustice in a thing which was happening, may never have been explained to them, or they may never have even thought about it before. Most people don't think about the weight of injustice.
But women aren't responsible for this injustice. It is the lawmakers and politicians that put the draft in place.
Well, but my opinion on this is that it doesn't really matter. What matters is that this injustice is happening now.
Not
and
right
it's going
now.
to continue to happen for the rest of our lives, and you're never going to get rid of it ever.
It stopped in the 90s, I want to say.
It wouldn't matter because they would never be able to serve in the same capacity.
But if shit goes wrong, we will again, right?
You're not going to be able to vote it away. There'll always be some capacity for it because it's just too useful of a mechanism if you ever have to go to war. You'll never allow it. It's okay. Hang on. Let me finish the point. If that's the case,
I'm gonna boost the volume a little.
Then it's a fundamentally unfair proposition that women can vote in politicians against the will of men, and they do all the time because they're mostly left-wingers who could then vote to send them to war. Like that's completely unjust in every capacity I can think of. That's totally unjust.
It's my understanding that political divides are a lot more stark when it comes to ethnicity and education versus gender. Like there is a divide, but if we're talking about population sending people to war, like most white female voters voted for Trump. I think in 2024 and 2016, they were voting with men.
Yeah,
correct.
I've heard this
with white men.
Yeah, I've heard this argument, and so the argument is that it's actually more stark along racial, ethnic, and social lines than it is along gender lines because races tend to vote together.
Yes.
You have a problem with that, though, which is that you saw that the Hispanic men really did start voting differently than Hispanic women. And the reason that you saw so many of the white women voting with white men is because they were married to them.
Should give us
and that's
privileges,
still a
though, no?
demographic with a high marriage rate. But as the marriage rate decreases, whites don't vote together. And races don't vote together. Women will vote how their husbands are, and as long as the marriage rates are still higher for whites than they are the demographic groups besides Asians, as soon as those marriage rates continue to plummet, no, in fact, women do vote against men's interests, for sure.
I would say, I believe in Black American populations, the marriage rate is fairly low.
Extremely low.
But regardless, Black women and Black men tend to vote the same.
Except this last election.
Really?
Yeah. When you look at the black female vote versus the black male vote. But yeah, like I agree under Obama, right? 90%. But black people have voted as a monolith for a long time.
Yeah.
That's not the case with other races. And we can look down ethnic lines and we can see that, yes, it's true that white women tend to vote the way their husbands do, but when they're not married, they tend to vote left.
Well,
and that's that.
About women who are more likely to be unmarried and of age to vote. You're looking at a lot of the time college students, women, educated women. So again, I think that education plays a huge role in how someone votes. It's, I believe, that most white people, male and female, educated, tend to vote left, whereas uneducated tend to vote right.
Well, when you say uneducated, you just mean not college degree.
Yeah, sorry, high school diploma or equivalent.
I do believe that it is the case, yes, that when it comes to the voting record of people with college degrees, they tend to move more progressive, yes. That's the case.
Yeah, so my point is, again, that educated people almost like 99% of the time end up marrying other educated people. People tend to marry people of the same social status.
Yep. Or higher.
Or higher, yeah.
I mean, she's a third wave feminist,
so then would they not just be voting the same as their husbands in that case?
That definitely doesn't help.
They are. So yeah, the white women are voting the same way as their husbands are.
Yeah.
But the case is that most white men, most white men are not college educated, don't have college degrees. They have trade degrees. Most of them are smarter than the educated, and they vote right, and their wives vote right along with them. But when they're not married, they tend not to. They tend not to vote. They vote left, very much left. And so we should have the social expectation that as marriage rates decrease for whites, and they are decreasing rapidly, that women will continue to vote left and men will continue to vote right. So it is a massive gender divide. It's a big problem. Or sex divide, right? I mean, it just is, objectively.
Right. I mean, sure. I forgot why.
So if that's the case, then women can, well, the point is that women can vote against the interests of men. Now, maybe you could say that that's okay when it comes to democracy, but it's really not okay when it comes to things like warfare.
Okay.
When they can vote to send men off to war. Like, that's just like criminally unjust from my view.
Quick little boss fight.
This is going to be a tricky conversation, but you could make the same argument about abortion. And I know that, you believe that it is murder. However, I hold the view, and I want you to trust in me in the sense that you don't think that I would be very cool with, like, murdering babies. So when I say
it's your view, it's not a baby.
It's not a baby.
Yeah,
It's not
I understand.
Yet.
Yeah. You don't consider that to be human life. Well,
turns into human life, though. I don't understand this
argument
at all. It's so dumb.
But you don't consider life to begin until there's some sort of cognitive sentience or something like this, right?
Yeah, something to that degree. I think it was it St. Augustine that said, when it starts to kick, that's when it's a person, something like that. I think that abortion and birth control, because women are, very much encumbered by our physical forms, our biological capacity to have children. I think that the only way we can have equality is to have access to birth control and abortion, so that we can participate in the economy the same way men can. So when men vote against women's interests and can force us to carry children and destroy our you know, our avenue to freedom, financial freedom, financial independence, it strikes me the same way as the draft does to you. Is I feel like that's...
Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
Here's something interesting, though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just start with this, because I think we should get our terms correct here.
Okay.
When you say force,
really,
right? Nobody actually forces you to have a child, even if you can't abort it. Isn't that actually the case? Nobody's actually forcing you to do that. The case is that you're using what's called an ambiguous equivocation, which is a fallacious form of argumentation. The equivocation is
Yeah,
that
of course.
you would have us believe
It'll have,
through the nebulous
for most people, mental repercussions as well.
Force that somebody is using some type of physical compellence to make you do a thing, when in fact the truth is that they're not doing that at all. You're just simply not allowed to do a thing. That's different than forcing you to do a thing.
I mean,
so like,
you know, a law that says I cannot
there's
drive in the left lane, or I cannot drive, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know, I can't go 100 miles per hour on the highway.
Yeah.
Yes, I can technically do it, but there will be consequences. Mostly, you know, most likely me probably dying in a horrible accident.
Yeah, so
But
is
I
a red
will
light,
also-
do you think that a red light is force?
No, but there's consequences.
But
you
it's
know.
not force. And that's the same thing here. You have a law, but it's not, there's no force that's
Also,
being used.
Technically, no one's forcing you to go to war. You could choose prison. What is it? What is the term for abandoning?
Desertion?
Desertion. Yeah, you could desert. Like, you don't...
You get put against the wall for desertion, lady.
Technically. You aren't technically being forced to do so. You could take the penalty for not signing up for the draft. You could refuse
The
draft.
penalty for draft dodging can be you get shot. That's a little bit different than...
Is that the case?
That's the case, yeah.
Because there were a lot of people that dodged the draft.
And they were given immunity, basically, from the government. They pardoned them. But it's not just imprisonment. If you do desertion, for instance, you can be shot. And they shot people for desertion all the time. People were shot for deserting their post.
Forced to do it.
My search here just on this topic in the USA, desertion is a serious offense, and the penalty for desertion during the time of war can be death, though other punishments like imprisonment are possible.
Okay, what about draft dodging? And what happens if you refuse to sign up for the draft? You can't vote? Is that essentially...
You can't vote, you can't buy a gun. There's other penalties associated with it too, which have to do with tax filing.
You're not being forced to do it. There will be severe consequences, but you technically don't have to sign up for the draft. It's no one's forcing you to. No one's holding a gun to your head and saying you must sign it.
They can are though.
Penalties for draft dodging.
Yes.
It can include federal felonies like fines up to $250,000 and/or up to 5 years in prison for failing to register. Other consequences like state-level restrictions on things like college eligibility or driver's licenses can occur. And I believe there's some preclusion from receiving federal student loans and preclusion also from certain federal jobs.
Yeah, so I understand the argument you're making. The argument for equivalency here is...
I mean, technically it's undeniable that happens,
nobody's
right?
forcing you to do this, to go off to war or something like this, right? I guess my argument there would be pretty easy, which
But I
is
think
that...
you should have the right to is kind of, yeah.
Drafting is outside of your control.
Yeah.
Up to 12 weeks
Having a child
in
is not
Belgium.
outside of your
I'm
control.
fine with that.
For almost any woman who's ever been pregnant, they're almost always pregnant.
It's just
and that's
the whole
within
cope
their
that, oh, I
control.
just stopped some cells.
And
Yeah,
so
okay, but those cells
I don't
were
think that men
going to
get
turn
punitive
into
punishment
hopefully
of
a healthy
years in
boy
prison
or
for felonies
girl, right?
or
So
potentially being shot for
you can
desertion,
stop that
even
process.
if they do go, or
no matter how you want to address it.
having the penalty raised for draft avoidance,
Which is why I feel like
men,
that's
which
like
would
a,
probably
you know,
be, again, you'd probably get shot. I don't think that these are
It's,
equivalent statements because one, you are being voted.
It's a big
and
decision.
force is to be used in order to
Or at
compel
least
you
it should
to do
be.
these things. Nobody's compelling you to get pregnant.
It's
Nobody
not for
ever
some of these
forces
people,
you to get
but
pregnant.
you know.
Well, unless it's SA, right? But the thing is like it does, but it doesn't account for the majority of cases. the overwhelming majority of cases, and if it were the case that you argued to me, but in the case that I am forced, right, what about then? I think that you would be able to negotiate that out with the other side. I think they would be willing to say, in cases of SA, incest, of things where force and compellence was used, they have said many times that they would be willing to negotiate that out if it stopped all of their abortions.
Right.
But the left, so that's not really your argument, because you want women to have that regardless.
Well, the issue with that is that getting someone charged with SA, I'm sure you would agree, is a tedious and can be a very long process. So how would that work? If, let's say, I was SA'd and I became pregnant and I showed up to Planned Parenthood in the state where, well, I guess they're closing the Planned Parenthoods, and I said, I need an abortion, I was SA'd, and they go, okay, we need the paperwork to prove that you were SA'd. I could potentially be looking at months, maybe even years, of trying to prove that I was, SA'd, and in the meantime, I would be pregnant, and then I would reach a point where an abortion would not make any sense.
Well, let's even assume that you were able to negotiate this out in such a way where if you just made the claim that you were SA'd and named whoever the victimizer was, and you were in the process of that, then you could still get the shmishmortion. But if it was determined that you were lying or made it up, then there was some sort of criminal penalty towards you.
But what happens, do you think that every time a charge is dismissed, that means that the accused is innocent?
No.
Because I think a lot of the time people do things
by that same argument, then I have reason to doubt the SA standards, because do you think that if a person is convicted, that means that they're guilty?
No.
Well, then if that's the case, then we have, so all we can do then is go off of data, unless it's questionable data, right? What else can we do? Because the idea here of you just saying, well, they may be innocent, it's like, okay, well then that person who was convicted of SA may be not guilty, right? He may be innocent, and the person who's innocent may actually be guilty. It's hard to say. But in this case, if you went and you filed this, right, let's just say somehow we got it to where you could actually move through the system very quickly. And
he's very Christian.
Abortion, if it was proven that it was due specifically to to rape, right? Great, got that. But that's not really what you want, right? You want unfettered access to abortion by every woman, don't you?
Yeah.
He thinks he gets
so
objective
any of these arguments, the
morality from
arguments,
God,
which are around
so
rape and incest,
all of his framework is surrounded
because ultimately,
from that perspective.
I do have a lot of concerns about that.
I get it. I don't agree, but I get it.
The process of having to prove this to get that exemption. I do genuinely. Not out of self-interest, but out of, fear for other women and girls.
Yeah, but assuming that was a possibility that we could expedite such a process quickly,
yeah,
right?
I would still want abortion to be
so then who cares? Where you're arguing over something that's almost inconsequential in comparison to the overwhelming amount of abortions which are done, and they're done as a form of birth control.
I mean, they're not frequently
well, he's definitely not stupid, but
they're frequently done. They're not rare.
Only in some cases.
And we were promised they were going to be rare, but they're not rare.
Actually,
I definitely don't agree with his Christian.
What percentage of women have an abortion in their lifetimes? Because again, it is a form of birth.
I think it's over 40% of women have one.
Yeah, but are they having abortions every year, or are they having one?
I have it. According to that doesn't matter. An estimated 24.7% of women in the United States will have an abortion by the time they are 45.
Okay.
And that translates to approximately 1 in 4 women.
Okay.
Okay. So not quite as high as I thought.
Yeah.
But 1 in 4 is still fucking high.
But it's I don't think that most people get repeat abortions. It's usually the cases of that, I think, are fairly rare. Brian, I don't know if
why,
you can fact check.
but why does frequency here matter?
Well,
it's still being used as a form of birth control. That's the truth.
If we're talking about a birth control, and we're thinking about, like birth control is typically something you have to use every time you engage in intercourse, or it is some sort of hormonal thing that you are, using all the time. What I'm saying is that abortion, it's this idea of it as like comparable to the pill or to a condom is
Well, it's comparable only in the way that it's being used as a form of birth control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's preventing a birth, sure.
Yeah, so it's comparable to birth control because that's what birth control is doing, preventing a birth.
Yes, but it's a painful, traumatic process that most people do not want to undergo. It's like a last resort, you know?
But
It happens.
yeah, and as a form of birth control. So like that's in the most common forms of abortion. are
Now
forms of birth
that-
control. So the thing is like almost
She's
all
really
women
slow.
have an abortion not because they're SA'd or because of incest or their life is at risk, but because they use it as a form of birth control.
Well, it's because the birth control that they were using failed, typically.
So now they use this other form of birth control.
Yes.
I think we're saying the exact same thing here. I don't feel like we're even speaking past each other. So the thing is like, that to me that's fucking insane, first of all. Like, why would you even want to advocate for a society in which female hormonal birth control is even a thing anyway? It fucks women up. Like, it fucks them all up.
I mean...
It makes them all mental and fucking crazy and fucking retarded and all kinds of shit.
I mean, it really depends.
Oh, did you get modded?
On, the woman. I do think that hormonal birth control, by and large, ass. Horrible. But there are women who, you know, when I was 14, sorry to TMI, but I got my period and I got it for 2 months straight. And so to fix that, I was put on birth control for a while to balance that out so that I was not bleeding every single day of my life. And then I was taken off of it. There's
Maybe
women
we
with,
can-
like, PCOS.
Maybe we can find common ground here. Hang on. Maybe we can do it this way. You want women to not have to have unwanted births.
Yes.
That's what you're after, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think every child.
I propose that if you take away birth control, hormonal birth control, and you take away condoms, that women will actually have less unwanted children because they'll have less sex. Because that equals pregnancy. And my proof for this is that we can go back to a time not that long ago before we had hormonal birth control and condoms, and there was way less unwanted babies being born than there are right now when we have all those things.
But it was also, I think society expected you to have a child. However, I will concede. So, I did a debate, like I think last month, about like do abortion laws meaningfully decrease abortions? And what I saw from the data is that after abortion restrictions are in place, there is a small spike in births, but then it starts to decline at the same rate.
Rapidly.
And then in the surrounding states, abortions go up. So yes,
It does work.
I guess it does work.
Excuse me.
But
That lingered.
Because you want to fuck.
well, I mean, okay, you're a married man.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing.
Presumably you don't want 10 baby Wilsons running around. That's a lot of mouths to feed. Oh, sorry. Like presumably you married couples don't want to be at risk for having children all the time, especially as a woman grows older and the risk to her body becomes more extreme, where she could miscarry or die in the attempt. Right? Like, wouldn't we want birth control to be accessible?
I mean, there's other alternatives, right?
Is the pull-out method could work?
No, there's other alternatives to that too. Like women, if they've had 4 kids, they often have their tube tied, right?
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
That's pretty common because their health is at risk at that point.
Yeah.
Or there could be a
The father could
possibility.
get the vasectomy.
Yeah, I've had 7 children. They have a vasectomy, though it's frowned on in religious practices, right? The tube.
Really?
Yeah, of course. But the tube's being tied, though, that's not, right? That's for the health and the welfare of the mother. So it's like there's other alternatives if you want to stop having children after you've had them. But the most common way in which we could probably reduce the number of unwanted pregnancies is to stop fucking each other.
Oh, well, and then the amount of children. Well, I mean, sure, why not? But I also think that there will be more STIs spreading.
She was gonna say the amount of children would decrease. Well, no, because they're already being killed, right? That's the whole point of the debate. She caught herself though.
More
Fair play.
STIs if there's less sex.
Because the people who are having sex are having unprotected sex. and it would most likely
Yeah, but there's going to be less people having unprotected sex because they don't want kids. That's the whole point.
So gay men cannot get pregnant. And
yeah, but gay men...
That's my concern.
Gay men rarely use any of that stuff anyway, or what they do, because of the nature of what it is that they do.
What do you mean?
STI rates are like 5 times... No, I think they're higher than that. Can you look up, in comparison to the normal population, how high it is? Gay STIs, they're like, it's an astronomical difference.
Well, I mean, if you combine the male libido with no risk of pregnancy in both parties, men typically have much higher libidos.
But if you combine...
That's what happens.
But this is the problem here. With,
crazy with each
with
other.
promiscuity and sex and this type of thing, it's the same exact thing. You combine man-woman now with no risk of pregnancy, and you end up with promiscuous society. Our STIs are higher than they've ever been in history.
Do you think promiscuity is bad?
Yeah, of course. It's terrible. Terrible idea. It's just a terrible idea for the promotion of society. I mean, just not even just STIs, which are just at an all-time fucking high again. They're like...
Are they really?
I think they're higher than they've ever been. Again, we can look that up, but they're extremely high.
I do have the...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, do you want to... I do have
no,
the statistic really quick. A 2018 study found a 35% STI positivity rate among gay and bisexual cisgender men compared to 15% for heterosexual cisgender men.
Yeah.
Way fucking higher.
Yeah,
Way
yeah.
higher.
And of course, like I said, it's because no risk of baby, 2 men with very, very, very high
And then can you
libidos,
check on if the STI rates on the general population have been
Can we make
steadily
sure
increasing?
it's by age, though? Because I do know that there's like STI booms in elderly homes, like senior citizens.
That's because they're being sexually assaulted.
It's mostly because they're having sex with each other.
No.
I have 2...
Because of elder, I'm telling you.
I mean, elder
That's
abuse
bad.
is super duper real.
Yeah.
Super duper real, but...
2 data points here for you, really quick on the first one from before. The syphilis rate for gay and bi men was 309 cases per 100,000, while for heterosexual men, it was just 2.9 per
we're not done yet, trust me.
100,000. Much higher rate. And then the
we're an hour 30
STI
into a 6-hour debate.
It says overall in the U.S., the STI
it's
rates
gonna
have
get
seen
worse.
a substantial increase over the past decade. If you want, I can find you going back further.
Well, they've been increasing because people have a lot more promiscuous sex with multiple partners.
But my generation is having, like, I don't know if you've seen that stat. My generation is having less sex than older generations, correct? Gen Z
not
is
the women.
like less.
Not the women.
Do you want me
the
to
men.
look it up?
Yeah,
It's basically
especially
just the men who are having less sex. Women are having tons of sex with the same
women
5 men.
I know are like nuns.
Huh?
Most of the women I know are like nuns.
Well, that's nice, I guess. But the case of the matter is, or the fact of the matter is that they're promiscuous. There's a lot of promiscuity. It's led to a huge increase in STIs. It's not just that, but that's where all the unwanted pregnancies come from anyway, and why you have all these abortions. And the same reason that you see them decrease exponentially and unwanted pregnancies decrease exponentially after abortion's outlawed is for the same reason. If you got rid of birth control, you would see unwanted pregnancies decrease rapidly because people wouldn't be fucking if they thought it was going to lead to a kid. You might see herpes increase, though. Mouth herpes. Probably mouth herpes increases a bit, but...
and stuff in the butt.
Still better than the alternative. And so the thing is like, I don't see how that's liberating society or helping society at all. Well, you know, what you're advocating for. It seems to me like we're back to the limit debate. Is it the case that we can limit behaviors in society?
Probably, yeah.
Society, just like you did with COVID. I think we can, and I think it's fine.
I don't think that limiting abortion benefits society.
I mean, how does it not? It seems to significantly benefit society. We have less abortions. That's great, right? The whole point of abortion is you want to get rid of unwanted pregnancies. We're giving you a way to have unwanted pregnancies go away, right? And they do go away. The unwanted pregnancies drastically decrease. So it's like, What?
I mean, people are still going to get pregnant, though, because people are still going to have children.
Yeah, but I mean, we can't. Here's the thing, though, right? It's like we're not going to be. It's like murder. Like people are still going to murder. You know? Like, there's nothing. There's still going to be people who do the thing, but for the overwhelming majority of people, they don't.
You see abortion as something that is innately bad, while I see it as something innately good. Because again,
it's good
it's
in and of
neither,
itself.
though.
I mean,
So,
what
like,
it means.
should a woman get pregnant just to go have an abortion?
No, that's crazy.
All right, again, but is it bad?
To get pregnant, just
to go have an abortion?
I think it's weird.
Is it bad?
I would question that person.
But is it bad?
She doesn't want to say.
Is it bad? I mean, probably. It's
The answer is yes.
resources.
Clearly.
That's it?
That could go to other.
They pay for it.
Well, yeah, but it's a waste of everyone's time.
How? Everyone's getting paid.
Everyone's getting, yeah, but then, you know, women who...
Like, what? How could that possibly be a worse waste of resources than, oh, I had a gangbang last night and got knocked up with this? How's that not even just as much of a waste of resources as a chick who's like, well, I'm just going to go and have sex in order to get pregnant to go have an abortion for fun? Like, how is one more of a drain on resources than the other?
Because one of them is crazy. I don't know. This is a
They're
weird
both
scenario.
fucking crazy. They're both fucking crazy.
Have you heard of women intentionally getting pregnant to have an abortion? Because I don't know if you know
No,
this,
I don't.
but
I don't. But that's not the point of the question.
Medical abortions are.
Yeah, but the point of the question isn't to determine if
It's
there's.
like breaking your leg to go to the doctor. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
insane.
That's great, but
Yeah.
the point of the question is like you
Those
said
people
that they're just
exist.
inherently good. And it's like if that's the case, then if a woman just got pregnant to go have one, she's doing something good.
No,
Then
that's
they're-
not what I mean.
then they're
What
not
I mean is,
inherently
like,
good.
What they provide for women.
No, you just
in the sense that it provides our.
you just mean the outcomes are good.
Yes, the outcomes are positive. Sure.
Yeah, but
The outcome is-
which ones? Which positive? Because if I can give you more positive outcomes for what you want, which is less kids who are being born that parents don't want, it seems like I provide that society better than you do with abortion. So, like, what outcomes here? What outcomes are better from your view that you're providing that I'm not?
Well, again, when I talked about the abortion statistics, you know, abortions did go up in surrounding states. So
That's
again, it
because they were
doesn't
legal there.
necessarily-
Come on.
Well, yes, but what I mean is that the
Come
people who were having abortions in those states left to you know, rather than get them in the state where it's illegal.
No, they didn't.
They got more abortions.
So only some did, and they still ended up going down, right?
No, abortion rates went up, I believe.
Where only temporarily, and then dropped.
No, birth rates went up temporarily
Yes.
and then dropped.
Yes, birth
Yeah.
rates. Yes.
Yeah.
So unwanted births.
But in the surrounding states,
Yeah. Yeah, they go up.
abortions did go up.
Yeah, but they don't
Yeah.
go up by the same amount as the predictive abortions in the state would have been. So, like, let's say the state had 50 abortions a day. You don't see the state next to it now increase by that same 50. You might see an increase by like 20 or 15 a day. You know what I mean? That's more realistic to what it is. So it does reduce abortion and it reduces unwanted pregnancy. And the whole idea of abortion, from your view, is getting rid of the unwanted pregnancy, I thought. That's the point. So if we have a way in which we can have it sounds like you just basically are like, I just want people to be able to fuck. That's what it sounds like you.
I mean, I think it comes from a place of understanding that people will fuck.
But they don't, though. They don't seem to. It seems like if abortion's not available to them and unwanted pregnancy, right, is still not there, the birth rates are not increasing, then how do you account for that?
Do we want a sexless nation?
It's not a sexless nation. There's still plenty of people who are married and fucking and having children at the right times, but I kind of do think, but wait, yes, actually, yes. Do I want a nation in which promiscuous sex is gone? Yeah, kind of. Like, what? Can you tell me what's great about it? Tons of STIs everywhere. The STI rate increases, right? The fact of the matter is that you have women who have been, you know, screwed by 20 or 30 men, and men who have screwed 20 or 30 women. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's very good for the moral fabric of your society or for your society at all. And so it's like if we can get rid of the thing you want, which is the unwanted pregnancy, and it seems like the unwanted pregnancies decrease when you get rid of abortion anyway. It sounds like it's like a big winner here.
So we have like an entire incel movement that I think has been labeled a domestic terrorist threat, in the sense that there are
By fucking liberals, it has. I wish that we could label feminists as a domestic terrorist organization.
Would you deny that there have not been, mass shooters motivated by?
Do you deny that trans ideology has motivated mass shooters? Do we label them as being domestic
This was a
terrorists?
terrible argument. She walked right into that one.
No, we don't.
But that's different. That's like
No,
an
it's not.
identity rather than a problem to be solved. I think that.
Wait, what? No, it's a problem to be solved, or else they wouldn't become trans to begin with. They have a problem, and they're trying to solve it. It's not just a matter of identity. It's a matter of problem solution.
Medication and surgery and whatnot. Whereas, like, involuntary celibates, I just feel like...
Involuntary celibates also, if it's a problem to be solved, they get buff and fuck a chick. And it's same shit, right? You have a problem, you're solving it. And just like the trans, they're having a problem, they're solving it. That's, from your view, isn't that the same thing?
Then why are all the men on the internet complaining that they are loveless and can't find women in
So are women. They just do it at a different age. See, women in their 20s, they don't complain too much because, if you go right now and you show a picture of your ass on the internet, you're going to have 20,000 guys who go, oh my God, my lady, it's the greatest thing ever. And that stops when you get older. It stops when you're 40, 45, 50. That validation starts going away. So women in those age brackets have huge loneliness epidemics as well. It's just, that's the case, right? So it just happens to them at different times in life. And then men who get older, less lonely, the older they get. Why? Because they have resources and they start fucking young women. That's how it works.
Well, I think that also, that would depend upon what the woman has done with her life. My mother had no shortage of suitors who were wealthier than her and typically younger than her up until her 50s. And all of her friends seemed to do pretty well in their old age.
But your anecdotal aside,
anecdotal.
There is a male, it is true there's a male loneliness epidemic crisis, and we do hyper focus on that,
right?
but the truth is that it's the case for women too. If the men are lonely, then, and there's as many women as there are for men, right, then shouldn't, by the power of inference here, we've determined that if the men are lonely, the women also would be lonely?
But you just said that young women have far more opportunities, so we're talking about different age ranges.
Yeah, it was because
right?
younger women are basically all fucking the same guys.
No comments.
Few handfuls of men through
gotcha.
hypergamy.
So what we have is an issue here where young women, have many choices. Young men have very few.
Well, they have choices of who to sleep with, not necessarily who to be with.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about with young men is like the young men who just can't get laid at all, which I don't think is a huge amount, by the way. And by the way, you see a lot of young men moving towards traditional churches, and that's another reason why you see the celibate rate going up.
I personally doubt the sincerity of the movement towards those churches, just based on... I feel that, so I was raised very religious, but I was raised by a father who was raised atheist, converted after my parents divorced, and he later told me, yeah, I thought it was all BS. Like, I was never actually into it. It was just kind of something I needed at the time. And I do feel that people who are raised without a strong religious influence growing up, it causes me to doubt the sincerity of their conversion, because I often feel like they don't believe it. What they want is a community, or they want some sort of moral high ground, so to speak. Because that's been my experience with converts. I've had friends who converted to Christianity.
Yeah, I don't disagree,
like, well,
but I don't disagree. Yeah, there's some.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And if they're not
look, I don't think I don't think the majority of people are converting over to Christianity, especially rigorous traditional churches, just for the community. I think that some may be doing that, but it doesn't seem likely that it would be the vast majority of them.
It's just, it's an attitude that I've seen encountered in a lot of
I always have a good question when people are trying to talk about religion on this topic, right? This specific topic. Who would you rather live under? Do you want to live in a Christian nation or an Islamic nation? I feel like the choice is extremely easy. I don't believe in God. I think it's a bunch of hogwash, right? Like unprovable hogwash, which is why I don't believe in it. That being said, I'd much rather live in Belgium than in Turkmenistan or whatever the fuck, right? Like, because at least in a Christian nation, people leave you the fuck alone, right? Every now and then, you open the door and it's like, Jehovah's Witnesses, no thanks, right? But people left you alone. You do you, boo. And I feel like an Islamic nation does not have that.
Younger men, where they'll kind of lionize Christianity and traditional churches, but the way that they live is not Christ-like at all.
Maybe it's a good time for super chats, Brian. I'll have a smoke, and then we can get back to actual feminism here. Oh, yeah, no problem. Yep, no problem. Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like we're getting off into the weeds about
a little bit
about shit that doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with anything. So kind of back to feminism.
Mm-hmm.
Is the whole reason you're a feminist so that you can have abortion, or is there other reasons?
Well, you know, I actually have a list of
yeah, let's go through
ways that feminism, I mean, if we're talking about
you're lucky that's all that happens, let's be honest.
Well, the 19th Amendment, women can vote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's so great about voting anyway?
I like to have at least a little bit of a voice in a country that I am paying taxes to and intend to spend the rest of my life in.
So it is about power, personal power.
Yes, I would like to have as much say if I'm putting as much into society as someone else.
Well, then I guess it does matter, to contradict your earlier point, that voting didn't really matter when it came to war. It appears that you think it does, because...
I said a small amount of power.
Well, a small amount of power collectively over a gender can mean a large amount of power.
Vote to send people to war. We're not given the vote. The president decides.
You get to vote for the president.
Well, yes, but... I mean, we can't necessarily trust that every president who says we're not going to send someone to war.
It's not the president, it's Congress who gets to authorize war. But the president himself, yes, he has a lot of power to mobilize troops for police actions and things like that. But that aside, what's the next issue?
Birth control and Roe v. Wade, obviously we talked about that. I want the freedom to, you know, I suppose, like someone who has... glasses. I want the freedom to have my the things about my body that potentially inhibit my ability to participate in society. I want to be able to mitigate those things.
They need to go take that break because they need to go to the bathroom again.
And then Equal Pay Act. I want
my dad
to be
loved
paid the
Iraq,
same as someone who's
but that was in the
doing
80s.
work. I think that's a positive.
It's a different time. And Egypt, same place.
Well, first of all,
same,
how much do
same
you
deal
think
in the 80s.
The difference is? The difference is between, even if we were really charitable to the idea of a wage gap.
He worked there for a while to make a lot of money for us.
Well, I mean, there's a law against that.
Relatively speaking,
a law that was passed, so that's
we were
what
always
I was
like
referring to.
lower middle
The
class.
wage gap isn't based on like, it's not like you work at a company and I don't know, you're employee one, I'm employee two, we both started working at the same time. They're not like, oh, because you're a lady, you make 71 cents on his dollar. I do believe that the wage gap refers to the difference in like the average salary.
Yeah, so we're not talking about a wage gap. We're talking about you want legislation which equalizes wages.
Yeah, equalizes wages if you're doing the same job with the same amount of experience. You know, it's equality.
So doesn't that limit the freedom and authority of the owner of the business?
To screw people over?
Yeah.
Again, I think.
No, wait. And how could you be screwing someone over if you make an agreement with me for the amount that I'm willing to pay you for a job? How are you being screwed over?
I mean, I think if you're, you know, making that decision on the basis of someone's immutable qualities, such as sex or race, I think that that's pretty. Is that not unjust?
No. Why is that unjust? Why
because
can't
they're doing the same work?
Yeah, so what? Why can't business owners have preferences about what they want? So, like, for instance, let's say you had a business owner who's like, yeah, I don't want to hire you just because you're a woman. Like, why isn't that their business?
Because I don't think that people should have the freedom to screw over other people.
You're not screwing them over. They're asking you for your resources. You're not asking them for theirs. You're trying to screw them over.
The guy who, do you think that, you know, a company is just its head? I mean, workplaces aren't run only by a manager. Its staff is what keeps the place going.
Well, it depends on how big the business is, for one.
Yeah.
And the second thing is that even if it is a large business, it should be up to the propriety of the owner. He has access to all the capital, and all of those managers and employees are asking him for his capital. He's not asking them for
the employees are the ones
this.
that are making that capital for him with his guidance.
Wait
they
a
are
second.
producing that capital.
No, they didn't risk any capital. They risked no capital, and so they don't get what he gets. That's the big problem you socialists always have. If you don't risk capital, you don't get to gain. Like, you don't get to be like, I happen to be working here when that guy risked all of his fucking money. And he made a bunch of it, and so now I get a portion of it. That's not how the world works.
I mean, you're talking about small businesses.
Small businesses is the same thing, and big business is the same exact thing. You're still risking money that ain't yours. So you don't get to benefit from that. That's how that
Sort
works.
of.
You have to risk your own money for that. And so the thing is like, yeah, it seems like you have people who are asking for economic opportunities from somebody else, and
Have a good one.
And they won't give it to them. It's like,
Thanks for hanging
how's that
out.
not their business though? It seems like it's totally the business of the owner.
I guess you can have, you know, you could do that. You could look down on your employees and consider them to be people that are you're doing a favor for, rather than, you know, skilled workers that you're hiring.
I'm
to
not
help
even
you
sure it's a
run your
favor.
business.
I think that's the wrong wording. Like, it's not a favor.
Because
It's
someone can open a business, but
Yeah.
if they don't have anyone to work in it, like what is the business then? Yes, they risk the money.
well, people
but
have small businesses all the time, and just they run it. It's only them.
Yeah.
And then most often when they hire an employee, that employee doesn't have anywhere near the responsibility.
The hell
or
am I
risk
supposed
that
to
the
kill?
owner has.
No, of course, I'm not saying they make the same amount, but you know, a fair wage for the same amount of work.
But that should be determined by the employer, what that fair wage is, not by the state. The state, by the way, the state can't even do it anyway. They don't even have any understanding of markets at all. So the thing is like just saying, like, I'm trying to figure this out. A woman comes in, or even better.
It's
right?
broken?
A Christian comes in and a Muslim. And I say, okay, well, I'll hire you because you're a Christian and not you because you're a Muslim. What's actually the immoral proposition here? Why is that actually wrong to do? I've never understood that argument. It's always seemed to me like it's fine. They're both asking me, the person, for something. Why can't I tell them to go fuck themselves? And I only want you because I prefer you and don't prefer you. And it is based on an immutable characteristic, and who cares? Fuck you, fuck your immutable character. I don't like it. So get it out of here.
Well, I would like to work towards a world in which our immutable characteristics don't determine how much we value someone.
But I mean, but that's just pie in the sky bullshit, isn't it? Like, if you have a
I
humpback.
think we've done a good job at working.
No,
I
we
mean,
haven't.
My God, if you look at where America was when we were founded, I mean, there was Black Americans were enslaved, and now we are, you know, legally equal. That is certainly a lot better. That is certainly a lot of progress made.
Yeah, but we're talking about two different things. I'm not talking about the proposition of slavery. I'm talking about the proposition of being able to hire who you want and allocate your resources to people with whom you want to. Like, for instance, you're not going to hire a hunchback, or a person who has like super bad arthritis to, like, you know, solder things. Probably not going to hire them. You're probably going to stay away from those people.
Whatever.
And you're like,
there's physical requirements for jobs
right.
sometimes.
But the thing is like, that's still, when you break it down, you start getting into these micro preferences, right? Like, if it's the case that you just don't like a person because they just offend your delicate sensibilities in some way.
Well, technically, you don't have to hire them. You just can't be like, hey, I didn't hire Andrew because he's a white guy. Like, you just have
So
to
just
be like,
lie about it? So you just lie about it.
That's what they do.
Yeah. So
That's what they do.
So then doesn't it just sound like it's just an unenforceable virtue signal? Just unenforceable nonsense? So like I could be like, look, I only have a male staff because those are the most qualified people.
I think that if you can prove that you were being discriminated against on an immutable quality, this is for workers to be able to, you know, bring this to court, which I think that if you can prove that, you should be able to bring it.
Yeah, but why? Like what's the actual proposition here? You own a business. You have all of those resources. They all belong to you. All of them belong to you. And somebody comes in and wants them, and you just don't like their fucking face. It doesn't matter why. You don't like them because they're black, they're white, they're Muslim, they're women, they're men, whatever the fucking reason is, right? Why isn't that completely and totally up to the business owner? Why shouldn't that be completely left up to them, who they want to hire and who they don't want to hire?
Well, I think that many businesses take out loans from the state, correct? Like PPE loans.
No, most of it's private equity.
All right. Well, I think if you're going to take out loans, as in a lot of the time use other people's money, I think a lot of people would be upset if the money that they loaned you was not, you know.
They don't give a shit. Lenders just want their money back in the interest. They don't care about your back. They don't care.
But like, I think you need to adhere to the law if you're borrowing money. Otherwise, then it's like,
yeah. I'm saying that I want to repeal the law. I think it's an immoral proposition to tell people what they can do with their money. I think that that's immoral. So I'm giving you the proposition, right? My worldview. It's completely immoral to tell business owners that they have to serve people that they don't want to serve, and that they're not allowed to have the hiring practices that they want. Like, it's totally their business.
Well, this isn't about hiring practices. This is about wages. This is paying.
That would all be hiring practices, right?
Right, because
don't you get a salary on being hired?
I mean, it depends. You could have minimum wage or a salary. Like, I don't.
That would still be your salary. Would then be minimum wage. But at being hired, your hiring practice would be the salary negotiation. Right?
Yeah.
So the thing is like, I've never, again, I claim, I make the counterclaim.
Comes from the fact that, like, you know, employers would pay women less to do the same amount of work.
But I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And I'm fine with it being the opposite. I actually see that as the more moral proposition. If it's the case that it's yours, you get to do what the fuck you want with it because it's yours. And it doesn't matter if that makes a person feel badsy, and they're like, "Well, wait, that's unfair." Fairness isn't an idea of a doctrine when you want something from somebody else. It's not how that works, right?
I'm trying to. This is hard because I don't know if I could ever make a comparison. But you are a Christian.
Yeah.
Does it not make you feel some type of way whenever people discount you or disregard you or exclude you on the basis of your religion?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Right, like it feels...
Or they call me a bad Christian, or they call me this. Yeah, it feels bad, sure.
It feels bad, and you're like, that's just my beliefs in my religion. It's not harming anyone. I'm just a Christian. Like, like, it's the same feeling for race and gender. It's like, I'm a competent worker. Why am I not being paid the same amount? Like,
the difference is that it doesn't matter if it hurts my feelings that a Muslim says he won't hire me because I'm a Christian, right? Because it's me who wants the thing from him, right? Now you could say there's mutual. He wants something from me too, but if he really wanted something from me, then he would hire me, right? And he's not.
Well, he's hiring you for less.
Well, he's just not hiring me at all.
Yeah.
Right, but whatever it is, he wants less from me than I obviously want from him, or else we would never be able to come to an agreement on wage. So the thing is like, it seems like a much more moral proposition to me that you get to determine that if a person has their own private equity and resources and don't want to pay you less just because you're a woman, that seems like it's their business.
I mean, I don't think so. I think that, creates a society where,
where you maximize freedom?
devaluing others on the basis of their immutable qualities.
Yeah, but you're allowed to devalue others based on their immutable qualities. You're allowed to do that. Isn't that
You're
freedom?
allowed, but you get in trouble for it.
Yeah,
There
but
are
isn't that, well then how is this really, this idea of feminism is about expanding personal freedom. It's like every time I talk to you about a topic, it's just limiting a freedom. Every time I talk to you about any proposition that you consider liberating, it's actually just punishing. It's like, this isn't really about being fair to men and women. It's about punishing people and telling them what they have to do with their own money.
No, let me explain to you what I mean about freedom of choice.
Yeah, do that.
So,
but let me have a smoke first while
Sure.
you take some super chats.
Really quick, Andrew, as you're getting up here, behind you, just as because of your black ex-wife, and as a seat warmer, can you grab the baby doll and just put it as a placeholder there to?
Long story?
It's a long story, but so Andrew will be right back. He's just gonna have a quick smoke. There you go. Welcome. What's your baby's name, by the way, Andrew?
Tyrone Wilson.
Tyrone Wilson. Welcome, Tyrone. So a couple quick things here, guys, while Andrew takes a little smoke break. If you guys want to get in a Q&A, TTS, it's $99 via streamlabs.com/whatever. Go ahead and pull that up. And also pull it up here, streamlabs.com/whatever. It's going to be a $99 plus. If you want to send in a Q&A, you have a question for Charlie, you have a question for Andrew, we'll do that segment in a bit. Also, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, go to Twitch. Actually, before that, if you want to support the stream without any of these platforms taking their cut, you can via Venmo, Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. There's Venmo and then there's Cash App, rock and roll. And then also, we're live on Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you're enjoying the stream. Pull up the Twitch. Twitch.tv, it's what? It's being weird. All right, well, it's twitch.tv/whatever. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link into your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Let me adjust here. I just realized my computer's not centered. My OCD's on fire. We also have merch, shop.whatever.com. Go ahead, pull that up, please. All right. We got t-shirts. Scroll down a little bit. We're selling, refresh this. Hit F5. Hit F5 on that. I need to show you what our merch offering here.
What was that shirt?
Which one?
Big Labia Matter.
Oh, that's my. I have a nonprofit organization. Hashtag BLM. I'll know. Are you a supporter? Are you hashtag BLM?
I'm pro BLM.
Good. Pull it back up, please. That's my organization, nonprofit. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Absolute tragedy.
Really, I agree. Yeah.
You know, the government shut down. What else is there? There's wars and stuff, but the BLM thing's the most pressing issue of our time. Pull it back up, though. We're selling Madison's Pickle Haba. We have like 2 or 3 of them that we're selling. So there's that. Then there's some other merch there too. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, you want to see more debates, maybe we'll get Charlie back on. You want to see more stuff with Andrew Wilson. Like the video, guys. Like the video. Andrew's going to be back here in just 1 minute. He is finishing up his cigarette. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Also, I figure, why not? We got a course, Debate University, if you want to learn how to become a master debater like Andrew Wilson and also Charlie here. Both of them are master debaters. Really the best.
I'm flattered because surely you don't mean that. I don't even want to know what the sound is, what sound it is.
Well, yeah, you guys are good.
Surely don't.
So be sure to check it out, debateuniversity.com. And also, guys, discord.gg/whatever, pull that up. We post a bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff. Andrew will be here for our dating talk tomorrow, Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. I post a bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff. We had a lot of flakes. So keep it there, Mary. No, keep it there. We had a lot of flakes. So, if the flake is ridiculous, I'm going to post it. In this case, she flaked. This could be our biggest show of the year, by the way, biggest dating talk of the year. She's on her period, so she can't make it. Maybe that, you know, you guys were talking about the wage gap. Maybe that's a reason why that might exist. So, yeah. Discord.gg/whatever.
The hell did I come back to?
Be sure to join. Be sure to join. We post our stream schedule, by the way. Andrew, you need alcohol. What do you want? You want a seltzer or no? Reach up there. There's some, like, I think there's what is it? Whiskey or something? Yeah, just let him chug from it.
Seltzer.
We have Andrew returning to the table. So, final reminder, guys, Q&A,
I came back
$99.
this time, Junior. I came back this time.
The one below it. Yeah, there you go. Rock and roll. All right. We have Andrew returning. So let me see if there were any chats that came through while we did that, or we might just actually hold them for a break a little bit later. All right, if you guys want to just jump right back into it. Charlie, do you need any refreshments or anything? Would you like, we have energy drinks. How's your energy? Is it good?
Energy's good, but I could always use a re-up.
You want like a energy drink?
Sure, what do
Mary,
you like?
we have Zoa, and we have just energy shots too.
Zoa is fine. I'll try it.
Pour it into one of our cups, by the way. All right, we're gonna get that set for you guys here.
Fucking wires, man.
Well, we're gonna.
Sorry, we're finally getting into the meat of the debate here, guys.
Yeah, and so no chats at the moment, no Q&A questions. So if you guys want to just jump right back in,
yeah,
go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
So you were saying about?
Freedom to go to school. I'm super very personally. Thank you very much. Very into education. I very much enjoyed my education. I know it's a useless degree, largely. I mean, fantasy literature. However, my younger sister is pre-med at Duke, and I think that is something very worthy. I think it's very important that she is able to pursue that. So again, freedom to do so. Freedom to
go ahead.
Go into, as long as you have the skills to be able to go into any career field. And that goes for men and women. I think that, we should have more men working in education.
To be fair, I'm not a stranger no more.
Ooh, hello. Like childcare, elderly care. I think that we should have more women in trade. I think it's... A lot of people assume women can't do trade, but my ex-girlfriend, who was 90 pounds, 5'1", became a welder, so I think ladies can manage most of the trades.
They can.
Well, they can weld.
Yeah, weld. What kind of welding did she do? Into the mic, by the way.
Oh, I don't remember. We broke up ages ago, but she was starting her apprenticeship.
She was starting her apprenticeship?
According to my mom, who kept up with her, she finished it. But I never.
Does she work as a welder?
I don't know. I haven't talked to her in years.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of pie in the sky. I guess my counter argument to all of these is that basically every proposition you give me for what you think is expansion of freedom,
I missed one ran this way.
According to your definition, is what feminism is for. Can we read the definition again that we agreed on real quick?
I think it was feminism equal egalitarian equity and the removal of patriarchy. That's just what I wrote down.
Mm-hmm. And you think that the point of feminism, though, from your view also, is to expand freedom for people. That was what...
Yes.
Yeah.
Not to have the freedom to...
do the things you don't like.
No, to take other people's freedom.
Well, you're not taking anybody's freedom by not hiring them.
I think that you are creating an environment in which people's immutable qualities impact how much money they can actually make.
Yeah, but that's freedom.
Freedom for who?
It's freedom for both parties.
Freedom for employers, but not for workers.
They're free too. Well, how are they not free? What are they not free to do? To tell you what you have to do with your money? To tell you what you have to do with your resources? They're just as free. Like,
yeah.
What is the impact here on freedom exactly? Like, if you wanted real freedom, if you wanted a society that was truly free, you would not go in and legislate how employers could go about the rigorism of who they wanted to hire, who they didn't want to hire, and why.
Are you a libertarian?
No, I'm not a libertarian at all. Christian.
It sounds a bit libertarian.
No, it's following Christian
What, are you gonna
ethics.
pay attention?
The idea here is like, you don't get to make a determination, an unjustified determination at that. You just have this kind of like bizarre
You're gonna
thing
slittle by
that
it?
you start with. People shouldn't be discriminated against based on immutable characteristics, and it's like, why the fuck not? If it's the case that they want resources from you that are yours and you don't want to give them to them, why the fuck not? Why can't you discriminate? Well, what about that is justified from your view?
Did Jesus discriminate against anyone on the basis of their immutable characteristics?
Well, based on immutable characteristics, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure that he did. No.
All right. Well, isn't
but that's a spirit.
A long time
I don't think that spiritually we should do that. But
I mean, shouldn't we aspire to be Christ-like?
Yeah, spiritually.
Forgiving, loving,
Yeah, sure. So let's go to the money changers and whip them, and let's go tell prostitutes to stop being hookers. Can we do that?
Yeah, but we do so with love and empathy.
Okay, love and empathy. But so, are you okay with Christians stopping prostitution? No. No. So,
well, I think let me be clear. I think that most women who are doing full service sex work,
yes, they're forced into it by men. Go ahead, just say it.
That isn't necessarily what they wanted to do with their lives growing up.
Yeah, but you still support their freedom to do it if they want, right?
I think that they deserve protections. I don't want to see those women harmed at all.
Do you think it should be illegal to do or not?
I think it should be decriminalized.
So not illegal.
Not illegal, but decriminalized, because I don't
So that's the thing, right? Is like, you can't pick and choose which Christian ethics you would prefer that I apply and which I don't. And the thing is like, here, I'm being remarkably consistent and just bit a bullet for you. I just said, yeah, I do agree, right? Based on immutable characteristics, Jesus Christ didn't discriminate from helping anybody with their spiritual health or anything else. I totally agree that that's true.
I think
but
that
when it comes
with loving arms.
Yeah, but when it comes to how we engage in the world and people's preferences, there's nothing biblical about creating refusals to, or that you have to hire people that you don't want to hire based on whatever it is you don't want to hire them for, or pay them whatever wage they demand you pay them.
Were Christians not, oppressed by the Romans? Were the Jews not driven out of like everywhere they ever tried to live?
Yeah,
Christians. Was that portrayed positively, or was that? Do you think like? And
Christians, when you talk about Christian reforms, the demands were not ever that. Oh, wait a second. Now we get to make a determination on what you do with your resources towards us. Where did Christians take over and then say, you have to treat us to the same exact wage as you do, this people group over here? That just never happened. It wasn't a factual case, and so it's like.
That's because Rome was deeply unequal.
Well, no, just life is deeply unequal. So the question just becomes like, where are we getting this grounded ethic that it's okay to tell people what they can do with their stuff? It's theirs.
I mean, no one is saying it's just an equal opportunity and trying to not make judgments on someone on the basis of...
But I think it's fine for people to make judgments.
Of course, like if I am walking down the street at night and I see a large group of rowdy 20-something men, I'm going to be like a little bit like anxious. I'm going to be like, well, they're rowdy young men. That could be potentially dangerous.
Is it bad if I do that with black people?
I think that highly depends upon the context.
In the same context, I just see a group of
rowdy young men.
Yeah, or just rowdy black people, and I cross the street. Is that racist?
If it's just because they're black on the basis that you think they're going to jump you.
Yeah.
Do you think that happens often?
Do you think that if it was just a bunch of men and you cross the street and you call that sexist or not sexist, then how would that be racist the other way?
Well, because I think we have to consider which one is coming, on the basis of like personal experience versus like, I mean, how often have you been like harassed at night by rowdy black people? Like a crowd.
If you go around rowdy black people, yeah, they're probably going to harass you if you're white.
I used to walk through the Tenderloin at night by myself. This was when I was very butch. So, mind you, I
Yeah, walk
at a
through.
glance
You're gonna
did.
walk through South Central by yourself.
I don't know where South Central is.
The point is, though,
I'm
is
talking
that
about
like
San Francisco. The Tenderloin is a
if you're
heavily black area.
you're informing your judgment that the rowdy group of young men may do bad thing to you. That's
Historically, they do bother.
and this would be the same information that a young white man or a young white woman would have if you're talking about. Hey, hang on. Let me make the point, and then you can respond. Is it not the case that young white men also have the exact same justification that you would have? That historically now, at least in their lifetimes, it does seem like whites are disproportionately attacked by black men. That white men are disproportionately attacked.
The stats on
and
that.
we can pull them up.
But again,
Yeah, pull them up.
Let's just look at
It's not even close,
interracial
by the
dynamics
way.
of violence, black on white versus white on
I
black.
think depending on where you are, sure. If you're in an area
No, it's not where you are. It's
racial
everywhere.
tensions are high.
It's everywhere.
Okay, well I'm just saying.
It's everywhere.
I used to walk through the Tenderloin
It's like if you
in
pull
San
out, if you
Francisco at night by myself.
if you pull the logic out and all of a sudden you talk about, you take their logic and then you apply that to black people, all of a sudden, but that's a different thing. Well, no, right? It's not. It's still statistics, right? You just don't like what these statistics are saying, which is, it's like, we're saying they're both wrong, right? Shouldn't happen.
Prophecy of yours is just a small part of it. It is wider, beyond comprehension of ungrateful spawns like yourself.
God, this is so good. So maybe we take measures so it doesn't, right?
That is a heavily black area, and I was.
Can't solve a problem because it's
The
racist.
guy tried to sell me weed. That was the.
How is
worst thing
solving
that
a problem?
happened. And it was
whatever.
okay. And I looked again, like I'm being followed.
But if you're informing, if a young woman is walking down the street and she's never been assaulted by young men before ever, and she's walking by a group of young, rowdy-looking men, right?
Just in case
And she
there's an
just
achievement
knows from
involved in
hearing
this.
stories and from her observations, and statistics and things like this, that she could be in some trouble there, and she crosses the street. Would you say that that's sexist?
I would say technically yes, that is sexism, but I think that.
So she does need to keep, in order to not be a sexist, she needs to keep walking through that crowd. You would advise her to do that?
I think that you can make some assumptions. Yeah. Would it technically be sexist?
So would you recommend
But
in
it's
that?
on the basis of like this.
So would you recommend she was sexist in that instance then? If you were going to give her advice, would you be like,
be sexist?
Yeah,
no, I
in
would
that
say
instance?
don't get hurt.
but if she crosses the street based on her preconceived notions, even though these things haven't actually happened to her, and you were the advice giver, would you go ahead and advise her to cross the street?
Yeah, if it was my little sister, absolutely.
Of course. And so you would advise her to be sexist. So then why wouldn't that apply to race?
I don't know how to say this other than I think you only get harangued by black people as a white person if you're being real weird.
It's too quiet.
Like, I think you have to be like.
What?
I reject your reality and substitute my own. That's literally what she just said. Makes no sense.
Is that Rothman?
Like, what reason would a group of rowdy black people have to bother a young white guy?
They kick the fuck out of them and take their money. What are you talking about?
Okay, like jumped? You're worried about getting jumped?
Yeah, of course. The same thing you would be worried about.
Yes, sure, then avoid them. But you should probably avoid groups of white guys too, because you could get jumped also.
But if it's racist, then no. Well, wait a second now. If all of the things that you're if all the things you're informed on, all right, are telling you exactly the opposite, and you would advise your little sister to be sexist, why shouldn't I advise my little brother to be racist in that situation?
I think it depends upon where you are. Again, if you are seeing a group of young men, regardless of race, who just seem like they're dudes out having a fun time, or if it looks like it could be gang activity related or something like that, I think, like, you just have to make judgment calls there. And that can be regardless of race.
Is it racist to do? Is it racist to cross the street because you see a group of young
Bro,
black men?
loading the main town is
in
always.
suits with briefcases. Would you be afraid of them?
Well, wouldn't you be afraid of? Do you think that
No, I
it's?
wouldn't be afraid of a group of men in suits walking with briefcases.
So you're just saying
I said
that?
rowdy young men.
Well, that's funny because then I guess if you were going to give advice to SAers, you would just advise them to have a suit and briefcase, right?
No, that's not what I would advise them. But what I'm
Well, I mean, but hang on. It is, right? Wouldn't that be an entailment that you would advise them to just have a suit and a briefcase? Because if that's the case, Charlie's going to be fair game for you because she's not going to avoid you.
I would assume that there would be less danger if it's a group of sober businessmen. Yes, I would assume that they are less likely to assault me than a group of young men who are drunk and rowdy.
Don't you think that the people who have the most resources to like kind of beat the rap might actually be the most likely to do that?
Of course, but again, if we're talking about street harassment, it's probably not going to be from business. They're like molesting their secretaries or whatever. You know, it's not.
Yes, I don't know. It seems like we're saying the same thing. You would advise if it was a young group of men, your sister to cross the street, and if somebody advised that it's black men and advised their little brother to cross the street, based on all of the experience data that they have, I don't really understand. I still don't really understand the distinction.
Because one is based on the fact that women get sexually harassed fairly frequently. I don't know.
And the other one is based on the fact that there's interracial violence fairly frequently.
Okay. 13% of the American population is black. And regardless of how far we've advanced, most populations are not mixed. Most areas are still fairly segregated. What are the chances of
Just pull up the stats.
white
Come on.
guys experiencing being assaulted by black men to the same degree as women being assaulted by men?
Why would it need to be the same degree?
Because I think if it's a low chance, something that's probably not going to happen, that's different from something.
Well, how low of a chance? How low of a chance before I'm not racist when I cross the street? Does it need to be? Like, how low of a chance does it need to be before I'm not racist for crossing the street?
Like 1%. But even then, I don't think like that'd be 1 in 100 times you.
Your chances of getting SA'd by a group of men is way less than 1%.
Or sexually harassed, or just
way less than 1%. Way less.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. I had an experience. It wasn't me. It was.
Disagree with what? You want to see the stats? Like just in SAs. We just go off of just.
Well, I'm also just talking about sexual harassment.
What does that mean? They catcall you?
Bother you? Yeah.
They just catcall you?
Yeah, it's annoying. No
yeah,
one
so I
likes
mean,
it. And it can be scary
so
to
what would
hear
you like
because of
less
the
if you were a young man to get your ass kicked by a group of young black guys, or get catcalled by a group of white dudes?
I mean, the likelihood of a group of black guys beating you up, again, at most they might say mean things to you. That's probably maybe.
At the most, they might say mean things to you.
That's
the
what
other
she
group
says.
of men that you're avoiding.
Wow.
But you would still recommend the kids.
She's like
or
logically
your
not
kid
even
sister
connecting
to
the
cross
two.
street
Wow.
To engage in the sexism.
That's crazy.
And yet, for some reason, when somebody uses the same argument from the racial lens, you're like, no. And it's like, that's a very inconsistent
because
position.
it's not based on
Extremely
reality.
hypocritical.
It is based on reality. What reality is it not based on?
I do not hear of like interracial beat-ups. Like, do you have any? Sorry, do you
Statistics,
have any
please.
statistics
Yeah.
on the likelihood of white people being beaten up by black people?
In comparison to the other way
She's not
around,
gonna believe them.
Strap yourself in.
Guarantee you.
I was trying to find something earlier, but it wasn't coming up. But so basically, you guys just want me to look for white on black crime versus black on white crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least
assaults.
Give me a few moments to find it.
And look at the SA stats, interracial SA stats, and then you tell me.
Why interracial?
Well, because then I would think that in order to be consistent, you would bite the bullet that you would tell your little sister if it was a group of young black men to cross the street over if it was a group of young white men, just based purely on the statistics of which one's more likely to assault you, right?
Well, women are most likely to be victimized by men of their own race.
Which is why we're looking at what data point here? Interracial.
Okay, but why are we looking at interracial?
Because if one is much more likely
I'm
to
talking
assault
about
you
men
than
of
the
any
other.
race, a woman of any race and a group of men of any race, versus you talking about a white person.
Yeah.
Versus
Do you know
a group
what?
of black
Can you tell me what per capita means, Charlie?
No.
No. Okay. I didn't think so. But anyway, let's move back to this. So it's pretty simple. Okay.
You want to tell me?
Yeah, per capita is just when you isolate for a segment in order to adjust for the percentage against the whole. So it'd be something akin to this, right?
Okay.
Let's say you had two black men and you had I don't know, 8 white dudes. Okay, for a total of 10, right? 10 represents 100% of all of these people in this people group. Okay, and you have 4. You have 4 of the white guys who commit crimes, right? Like SA. And then you have both of the black men who commit SA. If you're trying to determine which out of the people group committed more SA, would you then adjust for the 2 black men?
I should have just
now
clicked
100% of black men who are committing SA.
fine.
Or for the 4 white guys, because now that's only 50% of white men who commit SA.
So it'd be like relative to population size. That's
Yeah,
what you're
per
saying.
capita.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's super important to understand this, right?
When it
Because
comes to
even if it's the case that most SA crimes happen within your own race, that could very well be true. What you would really be looking at, though, is the per capita percentage.
Sure. Yeah, let's get that then.
Yeah.
Still working on it. I'm not finding any.
But if it were the case, I just want to know, if it were the case that interracially they attack white women far more than white men attack black women, then wouldn't you give the advice to your little sister to cross the street?
Yeah, if that was a thing that was happening, where sure, like black men are just out there hunting white women like animals, I guess I would.
You know, you see, hang on, did you see how you just characterized that with a terrible straw man? Did I say anything about black men hunting down white people like animals?
Essaying.
Did I say anything about them hunting?
Essaying white women.
Did I say anything about them doing that?
No, but the implication.
No, so you just made, no, there's no implication of that either. Just an implication,
The implication is
of
that
the high.
black men are sexual predators.
No, the
and
implication is only
politically violent.
What? Okay, how is that implied? If it's the case that more black people do commit more R crimes than white people do, how is that anything other than a fact?
It's not a fact.
It is a fact.
It's not.
Are you
And
sure?
We also have to test for. We have to consider convicted for.
Oh, it's
You
even.
said, like I said earlier.
It's even worse.
Like I said earlier.
It's so much worse, Charlie, than you think. It's so
People
much.
going innocent or
Charlie, it's worse than you could ever imagine.
What do you mean?
You're about to find out when Brian pulls up the stats. It's worse than you could ever imagine.
Okay, well, will you concede that
More,
not
more,
all convicted
more.
sex criminals are guilty of what they have done?
Of course.
Okay.
But
Is
will
it
you
not true
concede?
that we have a justice system?
Wait, hang on. But will you concede that most of the people who are convicted of the crimes that they committed those crimes? Because
I'm not sure, actually.
Well, then what's the point of things like judicial review? And what's the point of
think that
things
it would
like what's the point of things like that? What is the point of doing all of these audits? What is the point of all the studies and things like this if crime itself was not mostly being placed in its proper categories and people being convicted for the correct crimes?
People experience
Today,
more
lady.
outrage when a member of the out group assaults a member of the in group versus when a member of the in group assaults a fellow member of the in group.
The out group.
Right. Like I think that people in general are going to be far more upset about a black man essaying a white woman than they would be about a black man essaying a black woman.
Okay.
Right?
Let's just
So
grant
again,
it,
if
sure.
we're looking at convictions, there's also a history of false accusations, against black men by white women. That is a fact. That has happened. So I would also consider that as well.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire historic standard, sure, but like just the last 10 years, no, it's not much of that. Not much in the way of false accusations going on there. Things like DNA, we have DNA testing. That's the big one, the DNA.
But a lot of rape kits don't happen. A lot of cases don't have rape kits.
So don't trust women? Or should we believe all women?
I think that you can believe victims, but I think that you can also account for you know, like a pattern of racism.
So don't
Of
believe
the
it.
justice system.
So don't believe all women.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I don't understand.
I think that you should.
Should I believe all women or not?
You know what? I'm gonna be real with you here. No.
Yeah, fuck no.
I think that you should actively, when someone
Right.
makes accusations,
Yeah.
you should be careful, but you should also investigate, because I have seen false accusations fly.
Yeah.
I don't mean that you should be like, you dumb B-word, you deserved it, you nasty, but you should wait until you have more confirmation.
Okay.
I did find it. Finally, I apologize for the delay. I think Google might have been suppressing it. I had to go to X to find the actual infographic. Pull it up, please. All right.
Oops.
So Mary, you're gonna have to make us smaller, okay? So
Just so you, I want you guys to see these
right,
stats.
Right small.
America, by the way.
And then
obviously,
hide right
right?
this one. Okay.
The problem is definitely not the same over here. This is a not uniquely, but fairly uniquely American problem.
Violent incidents per capita of offending race, and this is from a Bureau of Justice Statistics. National.
I
Crime
guarantee you, the lady's gonna act like
Survey
this
from
isn't like she
2018.
didn't just
white
didn't
on
just
black
get proven
there,
completely wrong.
30, Hispanic on black 76. Well, I'll just do, okay, so white on black 30, black on white 1,288 versus 30 for white on black.
Well, gee, Chuck, it seems like, based on what you just said earlier, if I could demonstrate this to you, you said that you would advise your little sister to cross the street. Do you hold to that?
By the way, this is incidents per 100,000 offender population.
Do you hold to it, Chuck? Do you hold to it? Are you gonna advise your sister to cross the street now?
Nah, because I think it's white boys that are getting beat up.
Can you pull up the interracial SA statistics,
Could you
please?
be less
Sure,
Well, again, we'd
give me a
have to-
moment
genuine?
to find it.
Or more disingenuous is what I wanted to say.
It's just gonna
Kinda
get
fucked
worse
that up.
as we go here, Charlie.
Alright, well,
I'm
what
telling you,
saying is
it's
that
just gonna
half
get
the
worse.
population is male, half the population is female. The encounters between, and then 13.3% of the population is black.
Yeah, and even less of that is male. It's only about 6% that's male.
Yeah, and so, but again,
Which makes
the
it even
justice
worse.
system-
But she doesn't
Remember that
understand.
word we're looking for, per capita.
Yeah. The justice system also does punish black people more. Black people are convicted more for the same crimes than white people.
Did it ever occur to you it's because they commit more crimes?
Well, if you look at comparisons to actual crimes committed versus conviction rates, it's committing crimes at about the same rate, but black people are more likely to be sentenced.
Welcome back.
Because they're on their third time doing a crime. That's why. And that's never adjusted for in the data.
Do you have proof?
Yes,
Oh,
we can pull
wait,
it
so
up,
you
yeah.
already missed the I'll go back. Hang on. Okay, so what you missed, she said she would tell her little sister or niece, whatever, to cross the street if she sees a bunch of rowdy young men, because the likelihood of being S8 is high. And then Andrew countered with, would you say that about black men? Like, if I cross the street because I see a group of black men, am I racist? Would you say that? And she's like, no, I wouldn't say tell that to my sister. That is definitely rooted in racism. So they pulled up the stats, and here are the stats. White on black is right here. Black on white, this is in America, right? Black on white is right here. This giant fucking right. And then she like, no,
Well, gee, Chuck, it seems like, based on what you just said earlier, if I could demonstrate this to you, you said that you would advise your little sister to cross the street. Do you hold to that?
By the way, this is incidents per 100,000 offender population.
Do you hold to it, Chuck? Do you hold to it? Are you gonna advise your sister to cross the street now?
Nah, because I think it's white boys that are getting beat up.
Can you pull up the interracial
spilled.
SA statistics, please?
I can't even drink.
To find it.
It was only a drop.
It's just going to get worse as we go here.
Well, her
Charlie.
name is
I'm
Charlie,
telling you,
so
it's just going to get
Half the
worse.
population is male, half the population is female. The encounters between, and then 13.3% of the population is black.
Yeah, and even less of that is male. It's only about 6% that's male.
Yeah, and so, but again, the justice system.
Remember that word we were looking for?
yeah, you know she was gonna do it too, right? Evidence? No. I don't believe the evidence. Okay, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the justice system also does punish black people more. Black people are convicted more for the same crimes than white people.
Did it ever occur to you it's because they commit more crimes?
Well, if you look at comparisons to actual crimes committed versus conviction rates, it's committing crimes at about the same rate, but black people are more likely to be sentenced.
Because they're on their third time doing a crime. That's why. And that's never adjusted for in the data.
Do you have proof?
Yes, we can pull it up. Yeah, name whatever study you want right now, and I'll pull up the methodology, and I can guarantee you
They
that
do
if we
those
look on
stats like they do the
offenses
wage
by
gap.
offense list. Is it, oh, this white dude, he went in and he stole a car, and he got 1 year, okay? And this black guy got 10 years. That's not fair. And you know what's often left out? That's his 15th crime, and that's why he got the higher sentence. That's what I've noticed when I look at that data. But the thing, I'm willing to look at whatever data you got. I'm happy to parse it out.
Well, I
but
didn't prepare for this.
I know, I understand, because
I did not prepare. I prepared for debate on
Around
feminism.
330 million,
this is
yes.
part of that debate, because it's showing a worldview inconsistency that you have, which is that men are mean, bad, evil patriarchy. You would advise your sister to cross the street, right, in order to avoid them.
Men are evil, mean, bad.
Okay, you're right. That was a straw man, so let me be more charitable.
Okay.
You would tell your sister to cross the street when it came to a group of rowdy young men, right? And you say that you would advise her to do that even if she personally didn't have any bad experiences with rowdy young men, just based on experiences you've had and data and various things you've observed. And yet, if somebody does that and says to their little sister, hey, stay away from young black men, right, based on the same exact criteria, that's somehow fucking racist. That's what's crazy to me, is like, just, can we get some consistency?
We can pull up the essay rates, and again, I would think that violent offenses.
When you see this, Charlie, when you see this...
But again, we also discussed that the justice system is more likely to.
It's not. Look, you know what? I'm even willing to give it some absurdly high number. Like they're wrong about 5%.
Okay.
And it wouldn't even come close to compensating for the distinction. Not even close.
All right. I mean, do you personally experience a fear of black people?
It's not a fear of black people. It's an understanding. And by the way, do you know who taught me this? Black men. They were the ones who taught me this. Because you know who's the least likely to walk around a group of young black men they don't know? Black men.
people.
That's the wildest shit, but it's true.
Depending on the area, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
true.
it highly depends on the area.
Yeah.
Again, like if you are walking through an area that has like a lot of.
Did you by chance find them stats?
Still
Not yet.
looking for it.
Someone will send it to you on X, but yeah, it's bad, Charlie. It's bad. So, like, the interracial distinction is not even in the same universe, and neither is the violent crime assault rates. And if we go down by women, it's even worse. It's just every time you go to the next criteria, it just will get worse for your argument. I promise. I would just bite the bullet.
Controlling for gang violence.
Yeah, even if we control for gang violence. Even if we control for gang violence, even if we have the same socioeconomic system,
It's definitely not the same over here as it is in America.
Money being made, right? It always seems to be the case that this is the case.
That they're convicted more.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would want to do my own research into this because, again, conviction rates don't indicate that someone is.
Like, for example, we don't have the fatherless problem here that America is really, really having
doing more of the crime
for the black
necessarily,
population.
or is more guilty of it.
I think they do indicate that, in fact, that conviction rates do indicate that. I think that you have a point where you can say, hey, we should look into these conviction rates and see if it's the case that, A, B, and C is correct. That's fine, right? but it would have to be a lot of convictions. I'm telling you, it's pretty bad and lopsided. But anyway, back to this.
Almost 50% of black children lived without a resident father in 2023.
Let's see here. Hold on. Per capita,
That
black
is
arrest rates for rape / sexual
horrific
assault
stats.
are estimated at 2 to 3 times higher than white rates, 2.6x overall.
Yeah, I fully believe that black men are arrested for rape more. 100%.
At 3 times the rate?
Yes, yes, but I don't think they commit it more than white men.
Based on what? Just like
Or
your
feelings.
gut feeling?
Sexual assault rates are pretty consistent across races.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not.
Except for indigenous women.
No, they're just not at all. They're not consistent.
All right.
Like, for instance, Asians, they commit the least amount of it. They get the least amount in the United States of sexual assaults. Right? Now, that's true that they consistently commit the least amount. I'm willing to agree with that. But that would obviously have a logical entailment that black men commit the most amount, right? That would be the entailment there. So, like, if we're saying that it's the rates are consistent, so Asians are consistently low, then wouldn't that put like black men at consistently high?
I would be curious about that because if we look at like Korea and Japan, where SA is kind of like so severe to the point that like women in Japan have their own like train carts. I would be curious if that has to do again with people feeling pressure to conceal these sorts of things, being less
No, it's
likely
because
to loyalty to
those cultures are fucking perverted as shit because they're godless. And that's one thing that people forget about is like it's like how Japan has all the laws where they have the fucking young girls walking around in the mini skirts at all of the schools, and the principals, they're always for it, right? They sell women's underwear out of vending machines. They have massive porn shops where you start on the bottom floor, and as you continue to ascend, it goes to worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and more hardcore porn. It's a very perverted society.
Well, I lived in Nevada for 6 years, so this feels a little...
Nevada's not as perverted as Japan.
Reno, there was porn shops everywhere. It's been cleaned up now?
I lived in Reno, too, and no, there wasn't.
Cleaned up now.
There wasn't. I was there 20 years ago. There was not.
20? Okay, well, what part of Reno did you... Well, I mean, you don't
What do you mean? Reno's not big enough for us to be quibbling about parts, okay?
Well, at least when I was a kid, there was a whole lot of naked ladies everywhere.
Yeah, there was strip clubs. There's still strip clubs. There was prostitution houses that you had to go to way outside of Reno. And then...
Bunny Farm, yeah.
Yeah, and then...
they do weird things there.
Okay, well, I don't care, and that's gross. But anyway, the point is that inside of Reno proper, no, it looks like a pretty normal city. There's a couple of extra strip clubs in the downtown area. But no, it was never like an overly gross city.
If we Googled youth
Yeah.
pastor
Yeah, I mean,
crime,
they all grow up in broken families, right?
I feel I've done this before. It's all
That's
all
how it
sex
goes.
crimes. So I feel like if we are saying that
I've never been to a
Japan
strip
and
club,
Korea are
never will.
perverts
That's just weird.
because they are godless, I think that we should look at the rate of like essays committed in churches.
As long as we can look at the amount of essays committed in public schools, Charlie.
Sure, yeah,
By
we can
teachers.
absolutely do that.
And so the thing is like, wouldn't it stand to reason that predators go where the prey is?
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
then why wouldn't they move into being youth pastors to get access to children, just like they go to public schools to get access to children?
Of course, but those are people that we assume believe in God.
And we assume that the secular ethics held by teachers, same ethics that you hold, right, are that they're not going to diddle kids, but they fucking do.
Well, I mean, what percentage of teachers are atheists? To be fair, I grew up in a very religious area.
Highly secular.
Okay.
Public schools are highly secularized, where well, first of all, the school system itself.
I just think
is
it's
secular,
weird.
Period.
Yeah, of course.
It's removed from religion.
Yeah.
On so many levels.
How many identify as being Christian in the school system who are women? Most of them are college educated, and as you know, the rates of not believing in God among the college educated are pretty high.
Yeah, I'd say
So, yeah.
But I also think it does highly depend on which area that you are.
Well, yeah, everything
Like I
depends
think
on.
cities are going to.
Yeah, they depend on areas, but that would be the same thing for the youth pastor. You know, it's going to depend on area too. So the
I'd be
the
uncomfortable
point is-
in like one of those places.
gonna
Just
depend
like,
on
oh, what the fuck
area,
is this?
Just like
Right?
it would for public schools.
It's probably like seedy and disgusting
no, I think
and
the essay
oh
rates
no,
would
thank
remain
you.
the same. What I mean is religion.
I don't think they
No
do remain the
interests.
same. Depending on demographic, it's not going to remain the same. Like, for instance, I would say that in minority schools, the chances of molestations probably increase.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, so then no, that's
Because who's going to listen to those kids?
yeah. So it doesn't stay the same then. That's my point.
We have some chats coming through, so we'll take a break for those.
A message from the government of Canada.
Last G. George donated $200.04. If feminism is a net positive for Western society, including other first world countries, then why are many feminist countries suffering the effects of birth rate and worker shortage crisis?
That is because when women are given the choice to not have kids, a lot of the time they choose not to have kids until they're ready for it.
And that's usually
while
too late.
This problem is currently being mitigated through immigration. I do. Okay, hold on. Listen to me. I need you to hear me out.
Oh, I'm gonna
I need
hear
to
you
just
out.
pause and hear me out. People are resources, and to keep the world running on this grand global industrialized scale that we have it running on, we have to have resources. I think even if you don't believe in climate change, resources are finite. We will reach a point in which the rate at which we produce, and we already produce too much, like things. We already make too much stuff that we don't use. We will run out of resources. I think that we are going to have to account for a world in which we will make less and have less resources. Less people is good for that. I think that this just signals the beginning of what will become a trend across the world, which is women having less children. And I think we have to figure out the problem, or the answer to that problem, sooner rather than later.
Yeah. So everything you just said is total bullshit, and I'll demonstrate it all. The book which predicted this is called The Population Bomb. It predicted the same exact thing that you did, that as the population increases, resources are going to become more finite.
Oh no, it's not population increase. It's the how much we produce. We make too much.
Because
we are making too much.
For who?
To sell crap.
To who?
Oh.
To the consumers.
So then that
And then
would
we
require,
waste it.
would that require more or less people to sell more?
No, but we make more
Hang
than
on,
we
Charlie,
actually need.
would it make, yeah, okay, right, but the more people you have, the more shit you make, right?
Yes, and we also build it to break.
Yeah, but
so we're no longer.
Yeah, I get it, but just hang on, just stay with me. If you make more stuff for more people, then that infers you need more people. And what you're saying is we need to, as the birth rates decrease, we're going to stop making more stuff for more people because there's less people.
Well, I think that we're going to run out of resources to do so. I think it will become
I agree.
more
It's
dangerous,
kinda
more
shitty.
taxing on the environment, and
To
lead
what?
more instability. To continue like rapid industrialization, like again making the amount of crap that we do.
But we only make the amount of crap we do because we have a lot of people, right?
We make more than we actually need, though. I mean, you see grocery
but
stores throw away all the food that.
But do you understand how that doesn't answer the question? Like, my question is, if we had 5 people, are we going to make less for them than 9 people, even if we make more than what 9 people need?
Sure, but that's not actually how capitalism functions. The rate of production always goes up. Even when needs are met, it always, always, always goes up forever. Like, never-ending growth is the point, like a cancer. And again, we always make things to break. We make things to break so that we can keep selling people the same things.
I know you tried your
If we produced as much as we
but-
needed and we made things to not break, then
But Charlie, the population bomb predicted that, and just let me finish, that society
I love the
was
shield.
gonna
It looks great.
increase in size, and what was going to happen is, because of the massive amount of resources that would then be necessary, there was going to be a collapse. It was going to bomb. The opposite happened. The population exploded, and now we had all of the manpower on deck in order to take care of everybody. Food distribution, like under your crazy system,
we
right?
have enough food to feed everyone. Correct.
Yeah, but that's only because we have the people resource. That's the only reason. Like, do you know the logistical nightmare it is to get bananas all over the world? They grow in like
Yeah, I
3
know, it's
places.
crazy. But what I'm saying is
How do you do that without people?
That's not sustainable, though.
Why isn't that fucking sustainable? Yeah, it is.
I mean, we're gonna run out of natural resources eventually.
What
do you just
natural
plant them?
resources do you think we're going to run out? You put the seed in the ground and it grows, and then it makes more seeds. That's how it works. It's been going like that for thousands of years.
Forest is one, oil as well. I mean, so much of the Amazon has been mowed down to grow soy to feed to cows. And then they have, like, what is it, the cheese cave in Wisconsin?
Mm-hmm.
Where they store all the cheese that they're not selling. And we also have to supplement farmers when they don't sell the stuff that they're making, which sucks. So again, like this rate of production is not sustainable.
Yeah, but that's not. Look, if it was the case that you wanted to actually do something about that, then wouldn't you move towards a more capitalist society? Because under a more capitalist society, we wouldn't be subsidizing fucking anybody for anything, right? The whole point.
Well, yeah, I mean, with farmers specifically, yes, that would change, but also there wouldn't be the same pressure to create more, significantly more than we actually need. And also when it comes to, you know...
Well, they're not making more than we need. If you're storing cheese, you're storing it to sell it later, right?
No, it's because it's overproduction. I mean, do you know how much food grocery stores throw out?
Oh, yeah, tons, because it expires.
Yes, because we're making more than we need.
Yeah, but you have to do that because you have what's called a market predictor. If you don't have a market predictor, you know how much worse it would be? Like just trying to guess how many tomatoes people wanted to eat. That would be really difficult to do. So you have a market predictor and you do an overage of that because you're like, well, we could sell that much or we may make a little bit more than we actually are going to sell. But we want to have more because...
A bit more than a little bit more.
In which field?
I mean, in like...
Because it's scalable, right? Like you're trying to make for every single market enough ground beef, but you're never going to be able to hit that on the nose, so wouldn't you rather come in over than under? Like that's the whole point, isn't it?
Sure, I guess, but again, we are at a like in a place where it's not just, you know, trying to have enough to ensure that you have a little bit of a surplus. It's making as much as possible
to meet the demand.
Not the demand. I think with
yeah, the demand.
I don't want to speak on farmers because I don't.
Well, they're subsidized.
Yeah,
that's
they're subsidized
different.
Again.
But most people only bring to market what they think they're going to be able to sell.
Do you think that farmers do farmers make more? Do they get more subsidies when they make more?
Final thought on this one, if you guys can.
Okay, yeah, we'll bring it back to feminism.
And we do have some more Q&As coming through.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just move it on then. We have Jones here with a message.
Mossy Jones donated $100. By Andrew's logic, does he want to roll back the civil rights movement protections against discrimination? Plus, discrimination is against Christian ethics. There are verses in Scripture that condemn it.
Yeah, so that's great. Are we supposed to legislate that into law, though? Are we supposed to legislate it into law, or is the whole point of following Christian ethics that you're doing it of your own volition? So I don't see any problem. Like, people discriminate against each other all the time for all sorts of reasons that make a lot of sense. Like, just a lot of times discrimination makes a lot of sense. And people always pretend that it doesn't, but it does. For instance, organizations that don't want to hire women, I completely fucking understand why they don't want to. I totally get it. Women cause all sorts of problems in a workplace. They have to now deal with, coworkers potentially having sex, or all sorts of allegations that wouldn't normally happen in intersexual dynamics that now are being brought into the workplace. I totally understand why men wouldn't want to hire women. It seems fine to me. When you're talking about the Civil Rights Act itself, I don't think that there's any problem with saying that, look, you have to provide medical care if there's a black man dying in front of your building, okay? Maybe we can make some compromises there. But when it comes to the fact that you can tell a black man that he can't serve a white person, or he has to serve a white person because they're white, I'm not really sure I'm not really sure that should be codified into law. I think that has nothing to do with actual freedom, and that's all bullshit cope. Like, how's that maximize freedom for anybody? It doesn't. It doesn't. And you have a business, and it should be up to you to be able to hire and fire who you want for any reason, any time, because it's yours.
So as Americans, I feel that our country is naturally you know, diverse. And inevitably, you have to encounter...
It's unnaturally diverse.
Well, I mean...
Not naturally diverse.
You can blame the... I mean, we could talk about, you know, colonizers and slavery and, you know, economic crises around the world, some of which we've manufactured. It's like you have to learn how to live with people who are different from you.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No,
if you want
you
to
don't.
live in America, you do. You kind of. I don't. How?
But
do you
see
live
how
your
that's
life?
not natural? Like how you contradict your position when you say, "Oh, it's a natural." It's natural. It's like it's not natural. The truth is that people naturally don't gravitate to people who are much like. They usually gravitate to people who are like them, not unlike them. Right? Yeah.
We also, again, we live in a very diverse nation.
Yeah, but that was that's due to being it was forced on us. That's forced on us. It's wildly unpopular everywhere. Every Western nation that exists, mass migration is wildly unpopular. People hate. Hey, why do you think Trump got in? He got in because people were sick of mass migration. They hate it. It's like that's not natural. That's totally fucking unnatural. That's the completely opposite of natural. What happened is a bunch of fucking corporate fucks wanted to exploit cheap labor.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah, exactly.
Yes, correct.
And so the thing is like, I don't want that to happen anymore. That's akin to me to slavery, 1. And 2, the people here don't like it. And 3, right?
Yes.
This is our nation. We don't have to share it with anyone.
Like it on the...
If you had rejected me,
Your ancestors were immigrants, and my ancestors were immigrants.
No.
And they had to. They had to
No,
assimilate.
they weren't immigrants. No. First of all.
Okay, my ancestors were immigrants.
That's great.
They were immigrants, and
but let's take it. Let's take it all the way. Let's take it all the way back to the beginning. Do you?
To the colonizers.
Yeah. No, they weren't colonizers.
Yes, they made colonies. No. They made colonies for European countries.
So,
what do you call that?
So did the Native Americans who came here from Asia. They made colonies. They were colonizers.
So a colony has to have like a base. It has to have like a base country.
Yeah, it has to.
So indigenous people packing up all their crap
going
in Asia and moving, and that's their permanent settlement. That's different than having a colony.
What? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Most of the colonizers were not living there forever. It was colonies. People went back and forth.
Yeah, are you aware?
They were colonies that were under the jurisdiction of European nations.
Do you consider all Asians to be the same people group?
No.
So multiple people.
Incredibly diverse.
So multiple people groups came here over the span of thousands of years?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then, guess what that means? That if you have people who come all the way over here and they make themselves a nice home base, right? It's now their land, and then more Asians come across that land bridge, right? To wherever they're at, and they make themselves a little base, they're doing what, Charlie? They're colonizing.
That's not what a colony is. Can
what
you
is
get
it?
The definition of a colony?
Pull up a colony.
A country or area under the full or partial political control of another country, typically a distant one, and occupied by settlers from that country. Another definition, a group of people of one nationality or ethnic group living in a foreign city or country.
So it would be under definition two. Hang on.
Of another foreign nation.
No,
of a far
you're
distance.
lying.
That's not. He just read it aloud.
Read part 2. Again, definitions have two. This has 2 different definitions, and you're selectively only picking yours. Out of convenience. Read definition 2 for colonizer.
Against every part of American history?
No, it goes against your stupid feminist bullshit. Read section 2.
Colonies are
they were colonies too. Those were colonies also, and also what I gave you examples of are also colonies.
If
it's
I was
both.
even going to grant that absurdity, like then what were the?
Can you read definition 2, Charlie? Stop spurging, Charlie. Stop spurging, Charlie. Stop spurging, Charlie. Charlie, just let him read the second definition.
A group of people of one nationality or ethnic group living in a foreign city or country.
What's your objection, Charlie? What's your objection now?
Okay, so tell me.
What's the objection now, Chuck? What is it?
Normal people with brains understand that when we say colonizer and colony, they're called colonies because it is under the control of European nations. Are you going to doubt that? What was the foreign nation that controlled the indigenous nations?
Can you read definition 1, Brian?
Yes. A country or area under the full or partial political control of another country, typically a distant one and occupied by settlers from that country.
So, Charlie, what you're talking about right now, you're right. Those are colonizers. And what I'm talking about right now are also colonizers. So,
What city did they settle in? What nation did they settle in?
Well, if you want to look up the Aztec nations, we can. If you want to look up the
The
Mayan.
cities weren't there until they went there. There
And
weren't
then other
there.
people came after and settled in those areas and built colonies.
And they were not within foreign nations or
They
foreign
don't.
cities.
Yes, they were foreign to them.
Emboldened, what is that,
Yes.
cheer?
Of course.
Those were not settled areas.
They were settled areas. So this land bridge existed between
Yes, I know
Asia.
that there were various, but
Yeah.
they were not colonizing foreign nations.
Well, according to the definition that we just read, unless you can tell me why that definition's wrong, they were.
Well, unless you can tell me what freaking vassal state they were subjugated.
That's not. Read the definition again. Read the definition again, Brian.
One or two.
Two.
She's
A group of
willfully
people of
ignorant.
One nationality or ethnic group. living in a foreign city or country.
Ethnic.
The worst part of ignorance.
You think that indigenous people living in the U.S. they are colonizers, if I were to even grant that, which is ridiculous, in the same capacity that European settlers were colonizers.
Okay, do you understand that what you're doing right now is fallacious? It's called equivocation. I literally separated out the two concepts. Both are colonizers. Both. You say only one is. Yet, I gave you the definition, right? A legitimate definition for colonizer.
Oh, that works nice.
Which includes, you just have to be part of that ethnic group and go to a foreign land that already has people in it, and now you are a colonizer. And so the thing is, Charlie, is like, I'm sorry that we colonized the colonizers, but it's definitionally true that
she's special. How you doing, Q?
we did. They were colonizers
She's certainly
first.
special.
Sorry, Native Americans. They colonized first,
Those
and
were not settled lands. I do not accept this.
Oh, they weren't. They weren't settled lands. So
Not
you didn't.
settled lands.
So over how many thousands?
Did indigenous peoples fight over land?
Yes.
Yes, correct. But were they colonizing the areas where they
Yes.
settled in?
If they were migrating, one ethnic group migrating to another
It's like,
land, which would.
well, this piece of evidence doesn't fit my narrative, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Like, okay. She's done this multiple occasions already.
Was already occupied. They were colonizing it. Natives did it all the fucking time. Constantly. They moved all over. The Plains Indians did it all the time. The Pueblo Nations did it all the time. The South American, very far South American tribes did it all the time. They were constantly fighting.
Do you think that that is the kind of language that the average person would use to describe what the Native Americans did?
Yeah, I think if it was explained to them, they would,
think that
yes.
they would say
I
they-
think
they
that what's happened
colonized the
is a
US.
bunch of you bullshit artists gave us the myth of the noble savage.
Is that from the Gracie Stranglers?
It's the myth of the noble savage. The idea.
No, I know what the noble
Yeah,
savage is,
and it's a myth.
I am incredibly well aware that there were many indigenous tribes
Yeah.
that were very violent.
It's not just
and
that.
fought.
No.
Yes,
no.
I'm
That doesn't
aware.
capture.
I'm aware that they took land
that
from each other
doesn't
and fight.
even begin to capture. No. They weren't just very violent. Why don't you tell the truth? They were raping kids. Why don't you tell the truth that they were taking people on top of pyramids and cutting their fucking hearts out and sacrificing it to Ra? Like, what?
It's not Ra,
these
that's
weren't-
Egypt,
It wasn't
but-
just like they were a little different than us. They
Yeah.
were a little more violent. They were no.
What's up, Dan?
No, they weren't the same. It was a completely different people group.
You think Europeans
And they were
are not
fucking
capable of
colonizers.
violence?
Yeah, the whole different brand.
Do you know what?
Whole different brand. If I came across a people group that was sacrificing human beings and also SAing little kids, I'd fucking take them out too.
Well, pagan nations or pagans allegedly have done things like that.
And the
Are they still
Christians
around?
converted them from their heathenistic barbarians ways, didn't
Do you
they?
think that the Spanish Inquisition was civil?
That's just in
No.
Spain. It's called the Spanish Inquisition.
was Catholics in a single region.
Mhm.
It was a single region. When
Yeah, but what they did
Catholicism
to each
owned
other-
the whole
He's right,
world.
though,
What they did-
in
what
this
they
case.
did to each other was that civilized?
I'm a douchebag
No,
too,
of
let's
course
be
not.
honest.
It was crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
It was awful.
But you're also talking about an organization which spanned the entire world and controlled it, and one region of it had issues like that. It's
I'm
like
just bringing up an example
the United
of Christians
States
doing bad things.
Yeah,
Like, it's not
Christians
just because
do
they're
bad
indigenous.
things. But again, if I were to come across a society that did that was doing that type of shit, I completely understand why they got fucking wiped out. I get it.
Well, you know, the Aztecs, yes. You know, there were indigenous
And the
tribes
Mayans.
that were...
And the Incas. And I mean, the list goes on and on.
They were not as violent. The Aztecs...
Yes,
Not
the
as
Mayans were very
violent.
But
they were still pretty fucking violent,
for
right?
the most
Well, whatever. The point is like,
But
look,
the indigenous tribes
they were
that
They all love their
colonizers, is my point.
sacrifices.
And feminists have been lying to people for years, and so have progressive leftists, and pretending that Europeans came here and colonized these poor people's lands and took them over. They were already colonizers. So who do they get? Who would you have recommended they give the land back to? Like, who should they have given it back to?
that would have to be determined by them.
Yeah, because we stole their stolen land. Did we steal their stolen land?
It's ludicrous to consider the the American colonies to be the same as that at all. Like, do you like when we say colony and colonizer? You understand that people think of the American colonies, the 13 colonies, right? That were under jurisdiction.
Do you understand how you're equivocating again? Like, when you
this
say...
is integral to American
when
history,
you
though.
say-
There were colonies that rebelled.
Well, when you say
against our-
colonizer, you mean a colony, right?
Yes, foreign people that live in a colony established by a foreign state that they are
Or-
under the jurisdiction of, that
or-
exists primarily for trade purposes.
Or an ethnic group which goes to an already settled area, right, and begins to settle it against the will of the people in the settled
There's
area.
the suggestion of trade and of a foreign nation being in
It doesn't.
control of that area.
It doesn't have to be. That's not definitionally true.
I mean, I guess very technically, but that's not how people would use it.
It's not how you leftists use it because you want to pretend. You want to pretend that the natives weren't colonizers themselves when they were, because they were.
I think it's referring to a very specific historical context.
No, I think
in which
that
the
it's just
13
trying to say
colonies-
white people are bad because they came and took the Indians' land.
It's
like
literally
meanie heads.
on the basis of how those colonies functioned. They were under the jurisdiction
Okay. I'm surprised I'm not idiot.
foreign nations,
Well,
and they
not really.
rebelled
This
against
game's
them
kinda
and
easy.
established the United States of America.
agree.
And we're no longer
I need to get way
colonies.
higher
Like,
level
this is-
before
it's
I
not
start
me being
getting
a
into
annoying
danger
Yes, I
zones.
agree
Say
with
that
basic
it's
American
like,
history.
again-
I don't understand your point though. When you call us colonizers, is that meant to like be nice to us, or is
It's
that
a
meant?
fact.
Is it meant to be disparaging?
It's a fact.
Is it meant to be disparaging?
The answer is
Yes,
yes.
it's clearly meant to be disparaging.
Not in every context.
Are you gonna
because it didn't
Are you
just
really
happen.
gonna try to sit here and fucking gaslight
Yeah.
me? That when you call us colonizers, that's not meant to be fucking gaslight me, Charlie. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I mean,
Gaslight
it's a
me.
fact. If I call my ancestors colonizers, that's what they were. Some of them were, some of them weren't.
Yeah, and it's not. Is that meant to be disparaging though? Isn't it?
It's a fact.
Is it meant? Is it meant to be? I'm not asking you what's factual. I'm asking you if it's
saying
meant
it
to be.
in a negative or positive
If I
way,
go over to an ugly fat chick and I say, "Hey, you ugly fat bitch," right? That's factual, right?
I mean, do you
Hey, hang on, Charlie. Is that factual?
well, we don't know if she's a bitch.
Okay. Well, is it factual that she's ugly? If I just say, "Hey, ugly fat lady," is that factual?
Oh, beauty is subjective.
No.
Fat,
Okay.
maybe. Fat could be
Okay.
factual.
Is that meant to be nice?
No, it's mean.
Yeah, so it's disparaging. So again, now that we know that you know what that fucking word means, and I'm not asking you for the truth of the matter, I'm not asking if it's factual. When you say colonizer, is it meant to be disparaging or not?
I'm not saying it's disparaging. I'm not saying it in a disparaging way.
What do you-
I could use it in a disparaging way. I have, of course, historically used it in a disparaging way. Because there is a negative connotation.
Yeah,
attached to it.
because you mean it. You fuckers all mean it in a disparaging way to say white people are bad, and you just get literally right now. This is the worst example of gaslighting I've ever seen in my
white
life.
people are bad?
Huh?
Do you think I think white people are bad?
I think when you call them colonizers, you're doing it in a disparaging way. And how am I a colonizer, by the way?
Well, that wasn't all white. I didn't call you a colonizer.
Who is the colonizer then?
Any of the ancestors that immigrated to the colonies.
I see. So, like, if my ancestors immigrated to the colonies, am I a colonizer?
No, your ancestors were.
Oh, okay. It's not me.
No.
So I have nothing to do with that then.
I mean, I think that those like historical circumstances are still reflected in the
Of
dynamics
course,
today.
yeah. So
However,
I'm the beneficiary of the evil white colonizer.
yes, when your ancestors have the opportunity to make a lot of money, yes, you do benefit.
Then don't gaslight me next time, Charlie, and just be fucking honest and say, Andrew, when I say colonizer, I mean bad white people. Because that's what you mean when you say it. Isn't that the case? Instead of gaslighting and bullshitting me, why don't you just be like, I mean bad white people?
Sure. I don't think all the colonizers were evil people.
I know, but when you say it in a disparaging way, you're saying bad white people.
If we're talking about America specifically,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
But anyone can be a
So,
colonizer.
like, just next time, don't fucking gaslight. And so the thing that's so funny is, like, this is why I have to tell you what a colonizer actually is.
No one uses it in that context.
I don't. No, you people don't use it in that context because you want to disparage white people, like you just admitted. That's why you refuse to give people the second definition of what a colonizer is, because you want to disparage white people. You want to pretend that the Indians who were here weren't colonizers when they fucking were, and you just want to disparage. And so that's why it triggered you when I said, "Hey, the Indians who were here were colonizers," and you were like, "No, they weren't. That's ridiculous." They were too, Charlie. They were.
I'm triggered by it not out of race reasons. I'm triggered by it because it's just wildly inaccurate. Even the most right-wing
is wildly
person will refer to the 13 colonies as colonies.
They are colonies. I'm not disputing that.
They're colonies and would not use that word.
Do you know what both and means? Both and? Yes, it's true.
Yes.
13 colonies were colonies, but it's also true that Native Americans were colonizers. Both are true.
That's not the word that people would use.
No, it's not the word you people use because you want to disparage white people. That's the truth.
It's because there's a very, very, very heavy implication that there is a
that white people are bad.
No, that a foreign nation has control of those colonies, that it is under the jurisdiction of a foreign nation. Puerto Rico is an American colony.
That's correct. I agree.
Yes, it is a colony under the jurisdiction of the United States. We are a foreign nation.
But I also agree. I also agree that that there can be colonies that have no central home nation. That it's ethnic groups who could be migrating, who can.
I gotta go to the bathroom again. What happens when you drink half a liter of chocolate milk? Give me a second.
create colonies like the Huns did. Do you agree that when Huns began to roam, or when the what was the other big one? Not the Huns, the other big Asian, the Mongols, right? When they began to roam, if they decided that they were going to start building on other people's lands, even though they didn't have a central land they were reporting to, weren't they colonizing that land?
I mean, if it was all under the jurisdiction of their leader, yeah, I would say so.
Then the same thing happened with the natives. That's the same thing. They had leadership inside their tribes. They traversed these massive land bridges over the span of hundreds and thousands of years. So they were consistently colonizing the same lands, Charlie. Same shit.
I just don't think it...
You don't think it because then people can call Native Americans colonizers and it'll piss them off. That's
even
why.
If you said that, it wouldn't even be in the same context of white...
Yeah, because there's a moral equivalency to be gained there, yes. It's like, why is it okay that they can do it as long as there's no, like, other nation they report to? As long as they just do it because their tribe tells them to. It's the same shit.
I mean, are they busting in and taking land from people?
Yes.
Slaughtering them?
Yes, they were. Yes, they were busting in and taking land and killing fucking people. Yes, and by the way, the natives did that.
Yes, I'm well aware.
Yeah, constantly. What do you mean? Yeah, they did that.
But was it in service of that foreign state that would have control over
It doesn't need to be. That's where you're definitionally just lying because you want white people to be bad.
I don't want white people to be bad.
Then why did you admit that you're just trying to, when you say the colonizer, you're using it as a disparaging insult towards white people? That's how you use it.
I didn't say it. I said it is typically in a negative context when that word is
towards who? White people.
Usually white people.
Yeah, usually white people.
Usually white people.
Yeah,
sure.
so that's
But it's
the thing.
also a fact, man.
All
I don't
right.
know what to say.
It's also a fact that Indians did it, Charlie, and you're fucking. This is why
I am well aware of the history of violence and slavery.
This is why I hate feminist
by indigenous
revisionism.
people. I am very well aware of that indigenous peoples participated in rape, torture, slavery, and violence. I'm super aware of it. You don't need to tell me that.
Got it.
We have 5 chats. It looked like. Did you want to?
I was gonna have smoke, but I can do the chats first, unless you want me to have. I'll take the smoke first, actually. That's probably smarter.
Take the smoke first.
I gotta pee.
All right,
Unless someone wants to ask me about that question, or there's one for me, I guess.
Okay, sure. James, or well, it's below the threshold. Okay, why not? You're lucky, James. You're lucky. Below the threshold. Enjoy. Charlie, why aren't Mexicans called colonizers? They're descended from Southern Europeans. You won the lottery here, James. Took land from the indigenous people just like Northern Europeans.
They are. They are called colonizers. Indigenous peoples in Mexico are, still oppressed, even by people who share their blood. Do you know how many white Americans, even, settlers, people considered legally white, also had Native American ancestry? It is what it is. There in California, white settlers and Mexican settlers would be paid to hunt down indigenous Californians. So yes, that is.
Okay. Guys, Andrew's on his smoke break. We're gonna, as soon as he comes back, we have some Q&A coming up. I know they came in a while ago. Q&A, $100 plus or $99 plus, streamlabs.com/whatever. Also, guys, you can support without any of these YouTube.
$100 to ask a question. That's a pretty nice grief, I'm not gonna lie.
Whatever pod, just a quick shout. And I'll give you guys a shout out too.
It's not a grief.
13 on.
You know what I mean?
One of the two. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Get some merch, shop.whatever.com. We have Discord, discord.gg/whatever. If you're enjoying the stream, guys, if we get this video to 7,000 likes, there's 10,000 people watching right now. It might have dipped a little bit there while Andrew went to take a smoke break. If we get to 7,000 likes, we'll try to squeeze in an extra debate this week. Our schedule, well, we have the debate today, obviously. We have Dating Talk tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific. And then Andrew has round 2 with Naima on Monday, 3 p.m. Pacific here on the Whatever podcast. But if we get this video to 7,000 likes, we'll We'll try to squeeze in a
Compared to
special
Naima,
third
this
debate.
lady is
Also, guys, if you
downright
wanna learn
a
how to
scholar.
debate, debateuniversity.com. If you want to become a master debater, and
We've
then
seen
once
those.
again,
Those
as
were
soon as
bad.
Andrew comes
Holy
back,
shit, she was
we'll
really
get
dumb.
right into a Q&A session.
Like really dumb.
$99 plus Q&A if you have a question, or if you just have a statement. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Pull that up, Mary, really quick so we can show the people. Yeah, pull up the Streamlabs tab. Streamlabs.com/whatever. There it is. You can then put a name there at the top. You can put your contribution tip amount, and then you can put a message in, which we will have pulled up during the Q&A session. All right. Good to go?
Good to go. I did it quick.
All right, rock and roll. I will have.
Sorry for deigning to answer, James. I didn't realize it was a.
No, it's okay.
Message from the government
We need to be considerate of the other patrons.
T. George donated $200.04.
Oh, I have the other.
In Canada, aka Turtle Island, many indigenous tribes' history keepers and legends state that when their ancestors came to North America, it was empty with no other people living there.
That's nice. I'm glad that they have legends of that. But archaeological evidence shows that there's a land bridge. At least this is the current archaeological history. That there was a land bridge which existed for thousands of years that they were crossing into. And they settled land, and other people came right behind them to settle that same land they settled on, and they would fight over it because they created colonies on already staked out land. And I don't know what else you want to say about it, but if you live in a land, according to definition 2 of colonizer, and somebody comes with a different ethnic group and settles the same land you're settled on, that's a colonize. They're colonizing. That's what they're doing. And so the whole idea here is, you see the equivocation, how it's always a bait and switch? It's like, no, you have to have a foreign government that's funding this. Otherwise, it's not really colonization. It's like, that's bullshit. It's morally the same equivalency. It's morally equivalent. What's the difference?
Do you think settler is disparaging towards white people?
Settler?
Yeah, settler.
I don't think that you guys use settler as disparaging. I think you use colonizer as disparaging.
Oh, I've heard settler disparaging. I was going to say
It can be.
I will grant that settler that yes, if they were they settled lands.
Yeah. So
Yes.
the thing is like if
Sometimes
you
with no one there, sometimes.
yeah, but if you
without.
settle lands,
Uh-huh.
right, that usually means not conflict. Otherwise, it's conquering lands, right?
You can conquer and settle, can't you?
Yeah, after you conquer them, you can then settle, sure. But when you say settlers, like, do you consider the people coming out of Israel to Palestine to be settlers?
People coming out of
That's what I
Israel
do
to
in Civilization.
Palestine to be settlers?
I conquer somebody's settler and then settle
when
it.
when they're making their settlements?
Yes.
That's not colonization?
It's both, but I would consider them settlers as well.
Okay, right. So they're colonizer settlers is what you're really saying?
Yes.
Okay, so then you're actually saying that these people were colonizer settlers. When you say settler, you're just pointing back to colonizer in this context.
Kind of. I do feel like, again, to me, the context of there being a foreign nation that they are under the jurisdiction is important. I feel too.
I feel like it's a morally equivalent statement that you just call us colonizers because it's disparaging to white people, and the reason you don't call Native Americans colonizers, even if they colonized, is because you know that they would consider that disparaging to them. And so, even though these are morally equivalent acts, and it's like, it's so obvious to the onlooker. Like, you realize that, right? Like, from my side, it's so obvious to us when your side calls us colonizers and shit like that, that it's anti-white rhetoric, and it's always been anti-white rhetoric.
Think about it.
Isn't it? I mean, you have the shit-eating grin because you know it's true, though, right? Like, you're just gaslighting. Isn't the whole thing designed as anti-white rhetoric?
I feel like you are taking me making a distinction between the 13 colonies, which were under the jurisdiction of a foreign nation, farther than it's meant to go.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because when I see you crazy-ass leftists all over TikTok and all over these places talking about colonizers, the last time I saw this in depth, We were watching on the Crucible. There was, I don't know how many were with us, maybe at the time, like 9,000 live viewers with me at the time. We were watching people in front of Portland who were trying to resist our nation's laws. And one of the Hispanics who was there was going person to person and calling us colonizers, calling white people colonizers. You need to get the fuck, stop ICE right now, you colonizer. You came here and colonized. We have the right to be here. We have the right to be here because you're colonizers. And so the thing is like, yeah, you know, I do think that he meant it, and he literally said it's because you're white. You're the beneficiary of colonization.
Yeah, but that's also kind of hilarious because when you're talking
666
about Portland, you're talking
armor.
about people with white guilt to the most extreme.
This was a Hispanic guy.
Yeah, I know, but he was talking to the white people.
No, he was talking to white conservatives.
Oh, the white conservatives? Okay, never mind.
And he was calling them colonizers.
I thought he was doing that to
what you guys do,
white liberals and leftists.
Yeah, and you
really,
fucking progressives do this constantly.
Really
you call them colonizers, and then at the same time say there's no anti-white rhetoric. There's no anti.
I'm not all of those people.
Okay, I get it. It's a generalization. I understand, even though you yourself said that you use it disparagingly towards white people. But
I mean, it depends upon the context in which it is.
The context and most of the ways that I've seen you use it in your videos, it was not polite towards white society, that's for sure.
I don't know which videos you're referring to, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Like clips or whatever?
Yeah, like every time I hear you talk about the colonizers, okay, it's not used in like a charitable light. And the beneficiaries of colonizers, it's not used in a charitable light. And when I see that, I know for sure, everybody knows who's watching it, right? We can intuit it out in seconds, and when we put you to the question, we figure it out even faster. That it's anti-white rhetoric masked as being historically accurate. And it's like, it's really not either of those things. It really is just a way for progressives to utilize anti-white rhetoric and pretend that they're not being a bunch of fucking racist assholes. That's what I think. That's what I think is going on.
But those things happened.
Yeah, you know, but when I tell you about things that happened, right, with Native Americans, you're very quick to make excuses for it. And yet, here when it comes to colonization, the idea that you had a clash of cultures, and anytime two cultures clash, this is what happens. Anytime. When you have a disparage between technology,
yes,
it's always the case.
I believe it. Again, my point in the colony just has to do with the foreign state, jurisdiction of a foreign state.
Yeah, that's one definition of colonizing. I agree that these were colonies.
Okay.
I agree that they were beholden to a state. And then they fought for freedom and formed a new state. So then they were no longer colonizers. They were born on this land. They were settlers. Well, no, at that point, they weren't even settlers. It was their land, right? It was theirs. They fought for it. They got it.
I guess by, European standards, they had claimed the land. Correct.
By all standards.
European standards. Fucking dumb. These people are so dumb, dude. They hate white people so much. And she's white,
I mean,
hilariously
it could be
enough.
back, they could say, this is our land, we'll take it back, you know? Like, but...
yeah.
Might makes right.
We have
a message,
especially in those days.
Probably about 7 or 8 that I need to let through.
Donated $200.
They're going to be out of order.
When debating with Andrew, it's best to know your history and not just cherry pick what you like or feel is right. Otherwise, Andrew completely destroys your arguments and worldviews with facts. LMFAO.
This, just for context, this did come in a little bit earlier when you guys were debating, I believe, the race victimization stuff. We have
a message from
another one from Pasty George.
Fast Cheek George
Bro,
donated
this guy spent like $1,000 already on these. What the fuck, bro? Jesus.
$100
a bit out of order. We'll get to the rest.
Andrew, I'm agreeing with you that indigenous people were colonizing the land in North America from the Bering Strait, but you missed the point that it was initially empty with no other people.
Yeah, but don't you understand the distinction there? Like, you're saying the same thing that I am. Even if they went to lands that didn't have people, the people who came after them, who then settled in those lands, remember, most of those original groups, right, they were replaced by other groups. Most of them were replaced by other groups. And so it's like, if that's the case, then it's just what was left was probably mostly the remnants of early colonization between the land bridge tribes that took over other land bridge tribes. So it's like, it's all colonization. That's the thing that gets me, is it's like, but they don't want you to use that argument because it's always used as anti-white rhetoric. It's always used as anti-white rhetoric.
Thank you, Pasty. We have Benton Bentonville Sandy, thank you for the
Bentonville Sandy
message.
donated $200. Don't let Ellery Charlie nipulate you like she did the Squad since 2023.
So, this is a man with schizophrenia.
Yes, you.
I don't know. I know who that is. He has schizophrenia.
He doesn't have schizophrenia. Yes, he does.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have a message from Rachel coming up here. Andrew's wife.
Rachel Wilson donated $100. You have a degree, but don't know what per capita means? You stream about politics, but don't know basic crime statistics? You debate, but don't make a single argument? Get back in the kitchen.
I have a master's in literature.
But you have a BA too.
I have a BA in English literature.
Yeah, but requisites for those class were history, right? You had.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is...
Sorry.
I'm sorry I'm not intimately familiar with interracial crime statistics.
But I mean, do you see her point though when she's saying like, if you make political commentary in the United States right now, we live in a very racially charged environment, and there's no way around that.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is that having honest conversations about interracial and racial issues has been very difficult for 15 years because progressives just defucking platform anybody who talked about it for years. They just deplatformed them. And so now there is a way in which people can conduct and have these conversations, and you find out that many of the political commentators who are leftists don't even fucking know that this is the case. And so we think to ourselves, like, how many fucking people have been hornswoggled by these people? They don't even know how the intersectionality of people groups has created these massive problems. And they don't even acknowledge it, look at it, nothing. And from my view, it's like, that's fucking terrible, and it's horrible that socially we have these societal issues and we can't do anything about them because we can't even fucking talk about them.
I would say I think that you can understand that poverty increases crime rates.
I agree with that.
Absolutely. But I do believe, again, that it is more likely for a black person to be convicted of a crime versus a white person for the same crime. So I'm going to have to stick with that.
Okay.
All right, we have another Q&A coming through.
Flavia Sassinis has donated $100. Can Charlie answer the question directly, or does her collage education not allow for that?
Would you like to respond to that?
I don't. I didn't study collage in college, nor did I go to art school.
Okay, that was a good retort. I must
You got
admit.
him there.
Yeah,
you
got
did get him there.
You kind of did get him
I gotta
there.
give you credit. We have Peacecraft, question for Charlie, coming in here in just a moment. Flat Flavius, thank you.
Peacecraft donated $100. Charlie, would you find it ethical to conquer the...
I haven't even been close to dying, dude. Like, hardcore on Paladin seems kind of trivial so far.
Also, Andy, the Mongols had a capital, Khartoum.
Okay, that's fair.
Wait, is that the CUM warriors?
Yeah.
Apparently, they did stop doing that after they got in touch with people
Christians.
from the outside world.
No, Christians.
I don't know if was it Christians
Yeah, it was
or
Christians.
was it people from the outside
It was Christian.
world?
I've argued this with Peacecraft before. It was Christian missionaries. And by the way, I brought the Mongols up. I was just trying to give quick examples of, like, if it is the case that you in any way, shape, or form settle in this area according to definition 2, do you become a colonizer? It appears that you do. But even under that definition, they would have been colonizers, right? Peacecraft. So, but anyway, yeah, that's his point. Is like, if you pull the question back up, Brian, I think what he's getting at there is like, what would you do with them? What would you do with them if you couldn't change their practices? No, the Papua New Guinea tribes.
From the weird. Well, I guess we'll never know the answer to that question because they changed their practices. So
They haven't changed them completely. It's only, I think it's only one tribe that converted over because of Christians, and the other ones still keep that practice in place.
Gross. Well,
It's pretty gross.
I would encourage that tribe to spread the practices because I think that there could be resistance to, outsiders attempting to change them versus people from their own in-group, which is, I think, how you can kind of
But if you like just
practices.
sailed across the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea as they were engaged in that practice and just like dropped a bomb and they were just gone, how does that make the world a worse place?
These effigies reek of corruption. I must.
Dropping a bomb on a bunch of people that were raised into harmful traditions that they perpetuate the cycle. I mean, each man that is,
Yeah, so how I believe you.
Like again, I think that you can.
I totally
understand that
believe
these,
you. Listen,
these are boys raised into men.
I
to do
totally
this.
believe you. I
Yes.
know you're right. It's all based around cultural brainwashing and tradition that they're going to continue the practice of sticking their penis in those places with
Yes.
those adolescents.
Yes, it's bad.
So if we went by and we just dropped the bomb right there, and they were gone, how's that make the world a worse place, Charlie?
I think that killing a bunch of people is wrong.
Yeah, that's not my question.
But it would objectively make the world a better place, though.
I mean, yeah, probably.
How?
I think that when you murder a bunch of people, the world is a worse place. I think that bad acts make the world a worse place.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just question begging. You're just saying it's bad. It would make it worse because it would make it worse.
People to bomb, to make it okay to bomb other countries on the basis of their
I
practices.
bet she's really mad about Venezuela right about now.
Don't we do that all the time?
But wouldn't you agree that there are many countries out there, or cultures that view American culture as like an abomination and would want to do something about us, right?
Yeah.
Like, would they not be just as...
And I really would like to stop importing people from those countries.
Okay, we don't really import too many of them.
Yeah,
The Middle East.
Beg to differ.
We import a lot of them. And we import people who have savage cultural practices from Africa as well, and savage cultural practices from South America. We import tons of those too. Come from death cult cities and all
Like
sorts
what,
of things.
Quinceañeras?
No, it's not quinceañeras. That's. Do you know how corrupt these governments in South America are due to the fact that they?
I'm well aware, but people can be from
Yeah.
corrupt, nations with corrupt governments.
Yeah. How many of the cum warriors do you want in your country?
I think that you could, very much help people like that.
You're gonna help them.
This is also a very unique circumstance in which it is ingrained in their culture to diddle kids.
I don't know. It seems to me like the people group who are here, that you're making them unnecessarily suffer by importing people groups they don't want here.
Well, we're not importing them.
You are importing them.
From Papua New Guinea?
No. Other people groups that are
All right,
problematic.
well, no one has practices as awful as that.
Yeah, no.
And if they do, they're not allowed to do it.
Yeah, they do. And well, how would you even know? They come up illegally. You won't even enforce the damn border. You people won't even enforce the border. They come up illegally. You don't even know who the fuck's coming through the border. You have no clue.
You people don't enforce the border?
Yeah, the progressives. They did everything possible not to enforce the
I'm not in
border.
charge of the border.
You voted for the people who were. Did you vote for Biden?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've said open border policies
he
across the
deported a
board.
lot of people.
Because he let a bunch in.
Still deported them.
Holy shit.
Did you, I don't know if we got the full answer though from Peacecraft, would you find it ethical to conquer that tribe from PNG due to their cultural practices? So not dropping bombs necessarily, but would it be ethical to conquer them to
No.
prevent the practice?
What?
No, to conquer?
Yeah.
No, I think that you can. I don't think that that is how you actually enact change. I think that you would have to have.
What? Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. That's wild to me. Go ahead.
Okay.
I need one of those seltzers.
Successful missionaries
Energy
generally
drink or
don't go in.
Booze.
Okay.
Successful missionaries, do you think that successful missionaries generally go in and massacre a culture and say, we're in charge of you now? Or do they carefully change things from the inside? Because again, this is incredibly delicate.
Sometimes.
These people have no conception that this could be wrong.
And
so I think you
yeah.
have to be careful.
And sometimes
so that you don't end up
missionaries get their
hurting a bunch of
brains
people.
bashed in and they get their heads put on
Well,
spikes.
that's the kind of thing you have to worry about.
Yeah,
guess.
I
If
know,
you want
but
to go out and do good
if we
things,
just send
you
in
have
the
to-
United States Marines, we'll just send in the Marines, and the Marines come in, and they're like, we're gonna take this whole area over, okay? And all you chomos over here, if you do any chomo stuff, we're gonna take you out. And the kids now, we're gonna give them a proper education and baths and food and stuff.
I think that the people would resent the rule and be less likely to change their practices. I think that there would be violent rebellion.
how would they be less? How are they going to violently? How are the primitive Stone Age warriors of Papua New Guinea going to violently rebel against the United States Marine Corps?
Maybe not at that point, but one day.
You think that they're going to be really resentful that they weren't allowed to molest kids anymore? Like what?
They're not going to look at it from the traditional viewpoint, but what they're going to see is foreigners invading their nation and killing them. That's what they're going to see. Like, again, it's just not, if you want to, affect real change, I think that you would have to make an effort, again, to influence and educate.
So I just want to make sure that you understand the entailment of your position is that right now, if it is the case that in Papua New Guinea,
oh my God, stop spawning these guys.
Stop
fucking.
Young boys are getting SA'd by adults who are making them eat their ejaculate every day for weeks on end, that would be a preferable condition to you than to send in a fully armed force which can separate those kids from those people. How could that possibly be better? How could not colonizing that possibly be better?
You don't end up killing a bunch of people.
They just cross-generationally essay little boys.
Yes, I know, it's a cycle of abuse. It's horrible, but they can recover. I mean, like, I don't know. I assume you're opposed to women doing OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Okay, what if we got every woman doing OnlyFans on an island and bombed it? Would the world be a better place?
Did I say bomb it? Right now, yeah, but right now we're not talking about that. Right now we're talking about
go in and kill them if they.
We're not saying go in and kill them. We're saying go in and colonize them. That wouldn't necessarily require killing of any kind. It would require us to completely destroy their cultural practices and integrate them into our social hierarchy.
If a foreign nation came to our country and said, "Do as we say, or we'll kill you," do you think the American people would lie down and take it?
No,
or
of course not.
We would rebel. That's what happens.
But if you have an overwhelming force, right, who comes in and you have primitive technology and you're doing what the Papua New Guinea cum warriors are doing, how could it possibly be justified not to do that if you have that overwhelming force? If you could just go in there, save all those kids, right, recolonize so that it never happens again, how is that not preferable?
I think it is literally, again, more effective rather than through force, like build a resentment, fear, and rage in these people versus like help them.
So if these people, let's say hypothetically, they never want to take visitors again and they wall themselves off and they refuse, right? Oops. But you can still see in there, you have like your little recon plane and shit, you can see that they're still doing these practices.
Isn't there an island that's like that where no one's allowed to go? They killed a missionary.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but they're not doing the same things that these people are doing.
As far
so, well, no, I think we can see but I'm not sure. Yeah. But anyway, we could see in there. Right, and note that they're still doing. Would you let them do that in perpetuity rather than colonize them?
I mean, okay. Granted, sending people to aid and educate and getting people who are part of the tribe on your side.
They don't want anything to do with those people.
My goodness, I don't know what I would do if I was in charge of that because I don't think that there's a situation where that happens.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure I got this right. This situation is happening right now in Papua New Guinea. I believe that there's still one tribe of the cum warriors there, and they're not taking visitors. So, do we just perpetually let them do this to kids?
I think that if you have encouraged the surrounding tribes to view that as disgusting and vile, I think that they'll take care of it themselves.
By colonizing them?
Most likely, yeah, sure. But I don't think that we need to go in foreign outsiders.
So colonize.
Completely different from them.
So as long as the neighboring tribes colonize them, that's okay. We colonize them, not okay.
I mean, do you see the difference in how the resentment would build and what the long-term consequences
maybe, but you're just making the case that colonization here is actually okay, either way.
In this extreme, absurd, ridiculous situation.
Well, it's not extreme, absurd, hypothetical. Like, it is going on, right? Like, it is happening. So it's not like I'm talking about something that's not going on.
sure, yeah, but
Yeah.
again, I think that you can just let people figure it out themselves.
Should we colonize North Korea?
No.
No? Should South Korea colonize North Korea?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't want to help them if they try.
Well, I mean, I just want.
It'll be our money.
I just want to
that
let
goes
you.
into it.
Yeah. I just want to let you know, though, that the entailment of this is that there are hundreds of thousands of women daily who are essayed in North Korea in order to keep their birth rates artificially up. They draft them right in the military, and they give sex squads to the dear leader. Should the South Koreans colonize them? Western democracy. That's a Western, yeah, it's a Western style
I
democracy.
think I'll leave that to the South Koreans.
Yeah.
But South Korea also has its grave issues with women. So, I mean, I don't know, dude.
Not the same way that the North does. It's not even the same universe.
I mean, the sex pest stuff is crazy.
Do you realize and recognize the difference between you have sex pests in a country, right, who are problematic and gropey and gross and even a little bit rapey, and then on the other side of that, you have girls as young as 15, or actually younger, 12, pulled right off the street, drafted in the military so that they can be part of pleasure squads.
Are you sure that that's a real thing that's happening? Because that does sound like I'm not saying North Korea is good. North Korea is an awful dictatorship. It's an awful dictatorship.
Can you pull up North Korean pleasure squads?
But would you not agree that?
You want me to read?
Yeah, just read what it says about the
about-
North Korean pleasure squads.
Hold on.
Pause this. This is weird, right? So this guy asked me to get his eyes back because someone took his eyes and is wearing them around the necklace and he can still see through them. And that's like one of the freaks we just killed, one of the cultists. And this is what happens when you give him his eyes back.
I can see that. Oh, how pitiful I look. Just give me my eyes back, won't you? Can I just push them right back in their sockets? Just like... That pain! The sockets burn! Oh, God!
This shit better get an extra quest because now I'm curious. You know what I mean? That's hilarious. Well, hilarious. That's intriguing.
And the pleasure girls. It's absolutely horrific what they do to them.
I have something from Wikipedia, which is a bit biased, but it's an unconfirmed collection of groups of approximately 2,000 women and girls reportedly maintained by the leader of North Korea for the purpose of providing entertainment, including that of a sexual nature, for high-ranking workers, Party of Korea officials and their families, as well as occasionally distinguished guests.
And we have thousands of North Korean defectors, maybe not as high as thousands, but at least hundreds of North Korean defectors, including high-ranking military officials who've defected, who have explained in great detail what's going on with the situation. That, like, it's funny. I gave a hypothetical one time about an SA cage, right? These people have actual SA cages. And do you think that they wouldn't benefit from the colonization? Like, you don't think so? You don't think that would be a benefit to that culture?
Generally, I think people can sort themselves out.
Okay.
I don't.
It's not worked so well for North
concerned
Korea,
with
then, I guess.
Changes in my nation, changes that I can affect.
Yeah, look, we can find an olive branch.
I don't know if I want to fund South Korea's war against North Korea.
I totally agree.
I'm really uninterested in it. I also
listen,
don't want to fund the invasion of Papua New Guinea.
Look, I totally agree with you that it is the case that I don't think we should get involved in foreign affairs.
Like, do you see the obfuscation that's going on here? Like, they're talking about the actual conversation is about the morality of the thing, and she's like, "Well, I don't want to fund it." That wasn't the question, was it? Right?
My point wasn't to say that we should. My point rather was to point out that saying that colonization itself is somehow bad in and of itself is absurd and silly. It makes no sense, and it's very clear that colonization has been extraordinarily helpful to many places of the world. as far as their social order goes. And that's like, I don't even know why that would be questioned at this point.
What places do you think have
Like the Ivory Coast. The Ivory Coast definitely has done way better under colonization in comparison to the rest of the region.
Okay. But the rest of the region was, you know, Africa was colonized, and now they're doing pretty bad.
Which parts?
Well, the greatest example I can think of is the Congo, and what happened there with was it the king of the Netherlands, or Belgium?
Wait, what?
What? Which parts?
You know, Africa was colonized, and now they're doing pretty bad.
Which parts?
Well, the greatest example I can think of is the Congo, and what happened there with was it the king of the Netherlands?
Oh yeah, it's like literally the king, our king, the Belgian king's bungalow, right? The entirety of the Congo was his personal property.
Or Belgium. Leopold.
Discussion is not
What?
over.
What happened there in the Congo?
Like the enslavements and the murders and shit.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. Yep.
Like, and now the Congo is like. Do you think that those people were doing better?
I'm not familiar with the particular situation you're talking about in the Congo. Like, African history is not all that interesting to me, but I do know that the Ivory Coast, which was heavily colonized, has done extremely well due to colonization. That's for sure.
Well,
and I also can point out that
what I want to say, because I am familiar with what happened in the Congo, being a Belgian and all, we gave it back to them. We paid them a ton of fucking money in reparations, and they still fucked up. Right? It's still complete shithole. Yeah.
Look at this.
It's like, you wanted to govern yourself, have at it, right? But we stopped paying by now. Actually, we probably haven't, let's be honest. Like, our governments are, you know, pansies.
Well, I can actually give you a ton. I think that the Americas were made better through colonization. Native Americans have a higher quality of life now than they did pre-colonization, that's for sure.
I think everyone around the world does. In most places. If you have access to modern technology, you typically have a better.
Oh yeah, well,
modern technology,
I'm not sure about the R words, but we definitely like chopped off hands and arms and stuff if they didn't get their quotas and all of that shit.
And access to
and by we, I mean the king, right? Because it was literally his personal property. The Belgian government had very little say in that shit.
So it's like, it seems like the world has benefited from colonization.
Do you think that it could only have happened through colonization?
No, of course not. There's other ways that it could have potentially happened, but not likely.
We have to move on to the next question.
Joe0861 donated $200.
Thank you, Joe.
Brian, please ask both to answer and then look up the answers on Google. How many people died in the Spanish Inquisition and how long did it last?
I want to say
like 10,000.
Last time it was like 14 to 1,700 people total.
Oh, not even. Okay.
Well, I was gonna say 500.
I think it was 14, 1,700, but from the entirety of it, but I don't remember.
And I think it lasted like a decade. I want to say. It wasn't long. It wasn't a long time period.
According to Google AI, the Spanish Inquisition lasted for over 350 years, 1478 to 1834, with its final abolition. And there seems to be records indicate around 826 executions in person, 778 in effigy, but another estimate says executions between 1,480 and 1,530.
Yeah. Okay. So
I added the zero.
1,400 and 1,700. I was pretty close.
All right. We have Pasty George here coming in.
A message from the government of Canada.
Pasty George donated $200.04.
Yeah, right.
Andrew, I think I understand what you are trying to say. In the end, it was humans colonizing other humans. In Canada, many indigenous tribes fought one another for territories and hunting grounds.
Yeah, I'm just saying exactly. So I'm just saying that this idea, I think that the idea is being utilized specifically by leftist progressives.
Welcome to my life,
who are college educated,
or lack thereof.
They use the term colonizer specifically as a disparagement.
It's okay. I still enjoy it.
That's what I think. And I've seen it now so many times, and so is the Crucible audience. It almost seems impossible for me to see it any other way. And so my point is just to point out, like, everybody colonized fucking everybody, including the Native Americans, by the very definition of what colonization is, as I demonstrated multiple times. But even if we go back to the beginning where there's a land bridge, they definitely colonized each other constantly. So it's like you colonized the colonizer, you stole from the thief, you murdered the murderers. It's like, at what point do we have a moral equivalency here?
If it makes you feel any better, I took a course in my undergrad taught by an indigenous professor who made us read books specifically on the Creek tribe, which included their long history of slavery. So.
All right, we have a chat here from Pat.
Pat's donated $99.
Thank you, Pat.
Great debate. Charlie, words can have multiple definitions and migrate over time. You are brainwashed into selectively only accepting one definition to push an ideological message that benefits some.
See, that's what I think. I think Pat's right. Like, that's what I think we've been able to infer from this. That's what I inferred from it. It's like, nope, that ideological message, it's really only that one definition that matters, because that's the definition that reinforces the worldview.
Would you like to respond to Andrew or the question?
I don't think Pat or Andrew is going to believe me when I say I just feel strongly that a colony requires in its common usage, is going to require a foreign government to have jurisdiction over it. That is just, again, in common usage. That is how the word is used.
But it's just such an appeal to emotion, especially when you say, like, you feel that is the case, when we had a definition for it.
Any other way.
Okay, well, let me just ask you this. Would you reject definition 2 that we gave you for colony? Would you reject it? Like, you can.
She already rejects it.
The definition as being true.
I wouldn't reject it completely, but I would say that I think that it is, there are certainly much better words to describe that phenomenon, which is like settler. Like, again, because colony just has a very strong implication of foreign government in charge of that. Like again, I just feel like they are fundamentally different, especially when we're talking about the 13 colonies. Because that's like the whole point of the War of Independence, is that we would have our own freedom and no one would be colonies,
But I mean, there was colonies that had nothing to do with the 13 colonies, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so like, you continuously bring it back to that because it seems to reinforce your worldview that you need this definition to be true so that your prism of history is true.
Well, I'm an American informed by American history, I guess is all I can say.
Yeah, well, I mean, that American history was British history too.
Yes, because there was
British history.
British and French and Spanish.
But anyway, the point is like, yeah, it just seems like there's a bias operation there. That's all I'm saying.
I won't deny that, yes, many people on the left use colonizer in a negative way.
Including you.
I have used it before in a negative way when I'm referring to negative things, and I will say that, yes, it has been used in ways that I think are disingenuous.
Bees donated $100. How else could the vast natural and
they're making so much money right
potential
now.
of the Americas
Jesus.
have been organized into globally influential, technologically advanced societies without the disruptive, but ultimately transformat.
I couldn't have. Like, I can concede that it could be logically possible that it could have.
I mean,
but
I think that
it's not likely.
I mean, it's not like Europe itself, all technological innovations sprung just from Europe. Like, we very much borrowed from, like, the Middle East and China when it came to gunpowder and stuff. Like,
No.
I think without the,
No. First of all, like, if you talk about the origin of a chemical, in a chemical compound, or in this case, a powder compound of gunpowder, probably, fuck, I don't know. I don't even want to hazard a guess. I would guess that 99% of all technology based around gunpowder has been European.
Sure, yeah.
Probably 99%, or I mean, maybe like 99.9. But I mean, the innovations around gunpowder from Europeans, fucking, it's insane. It's incredible.
I mean, I'd want to.
We're pretty good with guns.
But I also think it's like,
Especially if you're Belgian.
Unfortunately, we did bring disease to the Americas, which I think would have really heavily impacted our ability to trade properly. But,
Because of animal husbandry.
yes.
Yeah.
I think that it is possible. Well, and also we had Europeans.
Multitude of
had
other things
built
as
up
well.
that Native Americans didn't.
Because of animal husbandry.
Yeah, because of animal husbandry.
Yeah.
We could have traded. We could have, passed the technology on.
We did trade with many
We
tribes for many years,
We
and
did.
they became very upset with us over various different things, including, well, I mean, that's a long, complex history. But
Yes,
the
it
point
is.
is
Yeah.
that it is not the case that it is the case that we colonize colonizers. That is the case, and that's why I guess that's what frustrates me is I know. Again, I guess we're circling, but I know that it's anti-white rhetoric. I've seen it now so many times that I just know it is. I think I can easily demonstrate it is by putting the person who calls me the colonizer to the question, and we see very quickly that it's designed. It's like, who have I colonized? Nobody. But you're the beneficiary of colonizers. Therefore, who are you to tell me that we can't immigrate to this country, colonizer? That's how it's used. Isn't it? It's used as, who are you to tell me who can immigrate into your nation? You're a colonizer. You just decided you're the conqueror, so if you get conquered, you fucking deserve it. Isn't that how it's being used?
The Hispanic guy was using it in that.
How does anybody use it on the left except that way? Who are you, colonizer, to tell people that they can't immigrate to this nation? Like, that's what it's mostly used for. When you're calling someone a colonizer, that they have no justification to say who can come in and out of their nation because they're colonizers.
I think it's just trying to
Season
remind
rank
people
2.
that
What does
they
that
were
even
once
mean?
immigrants too.
Is that this thing?
Because I do think that again,
Guess
it's
not.
not like all white people showed up at once.
I mean, it is this thing, but
and we
I'm
all decided,
nowhere
yes,
near it.
we're the same. We're culturally the exact same. It was a long, difficult process of assimilation.
Look, I agree that there have been many waves of migration to various nations, okay? But I also think that the peoples of these nations eventually are going to be able to determine what they want their demographics to look like, which Japan has done, for instance. They decided they were pumping in immigrants in order to offset the fact that their birth rate was massively declining. And most recently, their president came out and said, we're not going to do that anymore.
That was a
If the
bad
birth rate
idea.
declines, so be it, I don't care. And they get to, like, the people themselves get to control the demographics.
They can do that, and then their elderly will rot and die alone in their homes when the population has more old people than they do young people.
Or they'll create a renaissance for incentives to create young people.
Well, they'd have to change their work culture to do that, and that's not likely.
Well, it's likely if you start running out of people.
Yeah, I guess.
Hassan Piker is not Zeus donated $100. Charlie heard a rumor.
That's so random. Random.
Hassan had a little tryst. Is it true? If not, would you date the shitlib? What do you think about the whole dog shock thing?
I've never spoken to Hassan in my life, and I'm not a fan of his. I've never spoken to Hassan in my life, and I'm not a fan of his.
Would you date him?
No.
Dog
No.
shock thing? What do you think about the whole...
The dog collar shock thing?
That thing, yeah.
Bro, super randomly brought up in some debate. What the fuck, dude? That guy's legacy is just cooked. Like,
I don't want to say anything because I do
Go
not
on.
want this to be clipped by weird people and spread around. That is a discourse I am just wholly uninterested in. I don't. Destiny, Hassan, and Ethan Klein could do the most evil things in the world, and I wouldn't comment on it because I have no interest in being brought into that insanity.
Wait, you'll talk about the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea?
Yes.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, the
Okay,
cum
okay,
warriors
okay.
don't. The cum warriors don't.
she
have
knows
an
where the
online
rabbit
mob.
people are, apparently.
They don't have an online mob of people to attack.
Yep,
me.
there it is.
Those two do.
Everybody
I'm not
knows,
gonna
dude.
comment. I don't want to be involved.
That's hilarious. She's that's smart.
With all of them, we do pretty well.
Your ex-team donated $100.
Their audience, I mean.
If we were to follow progressive evolutionary or anthropological history of humans, wouldn't that mean everyone is just a colonizer? Which implies that you just use it as a slur.
That's a great point.
Okay, yes, human beings have moved around historically, all through history. Human beings have moved around, moved into new places.
I didn't even see it. Too late now.
Awful and evil to each other. We have committed atrocities unknown. But I do believe that the colonization of the Americas was the most extensive and advanced colonization due to the technology that we had available at the time. I don't think anyone would disagree.
It was
with
seemingly
that,
only a gold one, so that's good at least.
It was.
I don't care about the
very
money.
effective in a way because of technology.
This hardcore
that I
anyway. What the
think
hell am I gonna
most
spend it on?
The world had not yet seen before. With that, agree, disagree?
Okay. We have Elusive Enigma. Not sure.
Elusive Enigma donated $100. With all of the talk about colonizing, what are your guys' thoughts about voluntary segregation like the RTTL project? Would it be okay if whites get together and focus solely on themselves and people?
I mean, what are white concerns? And who are we counting as white people?
So I think that the project that he's talking about, if I remember correctly, they're focusing on people who have specifically Western European blood, and it excludes people who they don't consider to be white. This includes Jewish people, and it includes some Eastern Slavic
Better
people.
include Italians.
I'm not sure if they included Italians as being white or non-white, but whatever, however they chopped up the criteria, the point of the question is asking if you believe that people have self-determination and autonomy and can make exclusive groups and live only among those exclusive groups, excluding other people or not.
I think you can do that if you want, but I probably wouldn't want to hang around those people. You can, if you want to have a little commune, do it. I've seen it done.
Well, it wouldn't be a commune.
Or like a little area where it's only you guys. Like I guess you could do
What if it was a large area? Like, I don't know, half of a state.
I think it would be difficult to get that many people together that
But if they
wanted to do
could,
that. And
do you have any objection to it?
If they could. I can't articulate any opposition to it right now, but I don't like it. I don't even think people of, like, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, I don't even think that they should do that. I think that that's weird.
So, like, forced integration should be the order of the day?
I mean, I guess if people are just really, really, really interested in only living around their race, sure, they could all get together with a bunch of people and say, hey, we're all going to buy houses here and buy land here, and hopefully they could do it.
But they don't want to just do that. They want to do that and then exclude other people from coming in.
I think you'd have to be very careful about how you did it because there are housing laws, I think, housing discrimination laws. But places do that all the time. There's plenty of neighborhoods that will intentionally.
So you don't have any actual objections to it?
I would find those people to be morally reprehensible.
Based on what? What are they doing that's morally wrong?
I think that isolating yourself is...
morally reprehensible?
Yeah, I think it's backwards.
It's morally reprehensible to isolate yourself?
I had for a time...
So the Papua New Guinea people...
I really like the shield, but I could use a new one.
Because they isolate themselves?
I think if you've lived in a very diverse society that is integrated and then you decide you want to isolate yourself. Listen, I visited Women's Land once and I thought that those people were deranged. I thought it was deranged to, you know, be like, hey, only lesbians here, only forever, because I just thought it was weird. I thought it was weird. I don't think it's, I feel like it's hiding from reality. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, but that's a different statement, saying it's weird and it's morally reprehensible.
I found that morally, I found it morally reprehensible.
Well, I find lesbians morally reprehensible, but I don't understand how...
Well, I didn't think they were morally reprehensible.
Well, right, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't understand, though, where you get from people make their own social orders and their own hierarchies, and they decide that they only want to live among one people group. What about that is actually morally reprehensible?
Because it would necessitate that they have hateful views about other people. Even if it's people of color doing it, they probably
what do you think? Well, what do you think?
Dislike and distrust other races, and
what
I
do
don't
you think hate
that's
means?
To strongly dislike to have intense prejudice towards.
Okay, so strongly dislike?
Yes, I don't
Okay.
know how you would define hate.
I think strongly dislike seems reasonable to me. So strongly dislike means hate. So couldn't you want to do this because you just strongly like those people, but don't strongly dislike any other people?
White people aren't all the same. Black people aren't all the same.
I'm not saying that they are.
I mean, but again, if you are talking about such a large, broad group, like what do I'm from Northern California.
If you had a preference to live among a single people group, which I assume you have preferences to live among people groups, your family, extended family, a dog, I don't, whatever it is, you have preferences.
I kind of
for
miss
that.
the
If somebody had a preference that they wanted to live in
area. I'm constantly going back and forth, man. It's kind of annoying.
Hatred? I don't
Get out of the way.
understand that.
I think that it, I would describe it as biological and race essentialism, in the sense that because someone is of a certain race, they act the same way. I feel that I have more common.
Wait a second.
That you have more.
There's no biological essentialism there. The idea is not you're only going to act this way because you're white, right? But you could make a determination on a group of people that on average you act a different way than another group of people. You could at least do that, right? Without giving the caveat of the monolith that all of them will operate this way.
I guess, but
like if
again,
you just really didn't like.
I am also from California is a very diverse state, and while I'm from a very red part of California,
fucking it, spiders.
I still feel that the Hispanic kids I grew up with, I have a lot more in common culturally with than like a white person from the South.
I'm not disputing
like
any
those
of that.
are people more like me, even if they look different.
I totally get it, but that really doesn't answer to the question of strongly dislike. Why can't you strongly like one group and not strongly dislike another? Like if I strongly like white people, I have some preference for it. All right. Why would that entail that I strongly dislike anybody else? Just because I strongly like.
Do you strongly like white people?
Yeah, sure.
What about white people?
Yeah.
Well, like what about white people?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a preference I have. Sure.
But like if you had to think about like what you really like about white people. Like okay, I have a strong like for LGBT people. And if you were to ask me why I like them, I would say
Isn't it because you're one of them?
yes. But also more fun.
But hang on. But also because you're one of them.
Yes, they understand me more. But also they're more fun.
So
That doesn't change the
you're
fact
one
that
of
my
them,
best friend is a straight
and
man.
they understand you more, and that's why you like them. It's part of the preference why you like them. Why wouldn't you understand that with other people's preferences?
Because I also have
she has no
plenty of
idea.
straight friends who understand me.
But
and
what's up, Marvin?
believing that other LGBT people,
but you
just by being
strongly like LGBTQ people because they're like you and understand you. Got it.
Like he literally just walks them into these obvious traps, and they're just
heterosexual man.
straightforward.
And he
They don't
understands
see the
me.
logical disconnect between their brain patterns at all.
They have friends who are black too. Doesn't mean.
of course.
Yeah. What does that have to do with if they strongly like white people? And but why? Because the same reason you gave for strongly liking LGBTQ people. No, you didn't just say fun. Don't gaslight me again, Charlie. You said because they understand me. You said because they understand me and they're like me.
Okay, listen.
Hang on, Charlie. Can you admit that you said because they understand me and they're like me?
Yes, but I can sacrifice understand me as long as they're fun. For the first time in my life, about a year ago, Hold on, listen. I had a primarily heterosexual friend group who did not understand me.
I don't know that clip,
The
but
reason
yeah,
I was
basically.
like, wow, actually this sucks, is not because they didn't understand me, but because they were boring. And that's why I did it. Because again, I can sacrifice not being understood as long as someone's a good time.
Okay, so help me out here. Let's pretend that you have a black child who's raised by white parents.
Okay.
Okay. And he gets to where he's about 14. Okay. And he finds his biological parents. Okay. And they were like lost at sea or some shit. And he goes to his parents, his white parents, and he says, look, I want to go live with my parents and other black people because I have a preference for them. I feel far more comfortable around them than I do around white people. Is he doing something morally reprehensible?
I would be curious about his actual comfort.
He just feels better around him. He feels like they understand him more and like him more, and he likes them more. He just likes them.
I can imagine someone wanting to, for a time, go live around a lot of people like that and get to know them, but I can't imagine that this person would decide to then spurn all of his, you know...
Oh, he's not spurning. Wait. Where was that ever in there? He didn't spurn him. He just said he'd prefer to live over here. It doesn't mean he's not going to see him or talk to him or anything like that. He just would prefer to live over here.
But we build communities with the people we live by.
Yeah, I know, but can you engage with this for a second?
Sure.
Okay, so...
Yeah, especially because they always make up something in their heads and then argue an entirely different point.
Well, we're also
It's hard to talk to these people.
A child who has probably been living with like the weirdness of being raised culturally white while being
You should,
treated
bro. You should see my my latest Hassan video, bro. Like, all the Hassan fans are not liking it, and I didn't even say anything weird either. Like, it's kind of hilarious, bro. I don't know how I trigger these people so easily, but it's fucking funny as shit. Like, the upside is they're all commenting as well. This is fantastic, right? Yes, views. Make the algorithm pick it up. Absolutely hilarious, dude.
Absolutely.
So I think that changes things a little bit versus someone who is, you know, white, raised white, and has no interest in being around other races. I would be, I would find that person to be
No.
weird.
Yeah, what? So, do you see how you keep smuggling little sneaky shit in there? Like you said, they want to be among whites, but not among any other races ever. There's something like this. It's like that. None of that was said. It's the preference of who you want to live near and who you want to live among. Does not. You still haven't actually answered this, and you seem to be very evasive about it when I continuously ask you about it.
Mm-hmm.
What actually makes the same thing that you would say that black kid is not, he doesn't strongly hate his white parents. He doesn't strongly hate white people. He doesn't have strongly dislike them. Why would his strong like for being around black people entail that he had a strong dislike for white people?
Because I think that diversity is strength. I think it's good.
What?
I think diversity is good.
I'm just going to grant it.
Answer the fucking question.
Diversity is our strength. Yay!
You build community with the people that you live around.
Yeah, but do you understand how you're not answering the question again? Like,
What would be wrong with it?
No, that's not my question. Okay, so I'm going to ask the question again. I
Why
know
is it
you
bad
believe.
to just want to live around white people?
No,
and
that's not
only
my
sometimes see
question.
black
That's
people? Like,
not
what
my
is that?
question.
Okay, go ahead.
So you keep saying that if you like them, you like this group, that means you strongly dislike this one.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get to this strong dislike? How does me liking this group mean that I strongly dislike this group? How does that work?
Because you would have assumptions about them that make you not want to live with them.
That doesn't mean you dislike them.
Essentializing them into all one type of person and behavior.
You know, I have
on the basis of their race, which I don't think is.
I have a sister and she's really fucking annoying. Okay, she really well, she's not. She can be fucking annoying, and I wouldn't want to live with her. Does that mean I strongly dislike her?
Would you never live with anyone who's ever been a sister in their entire life? Does your wife have siblings?
Look at the disingenuousness of these fucking disgusting lowlife people, bro. How in any fucking shape, form, what the fuck ever, did he even come close to saying anything like that? Oh my fucking god, dude. The strawmanning here is just disgusting, bro. Oh my god. Oh. It's like, oh, I don't really like drinking Pepsi. Oh, so you think all Pepsi drinkers are evil douches of... No, what? What the fuck? What do you mean? Like, God, these people are so fucking... Ugh. And I don't think she's retarded, right? I think she's malicious, which is even worse. I wish she was stupid. She's just evil.
Yeah, I wouldn't live with them either.
Okay, yeah, but she is a sister.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything?
Because the point is, it's not just... Your sister is kind of annoying sometimes.
Right.
It's because of who she is.
So I have a
as
preference to not
person.
live around her, right?
It's because of who she is as a person, not the immutable quality of being your sister.
Yeah, but even if it was the case, even if I just grant this, how would that infer that I disliked anybody? Anybody else because I had a preference to live with this group? How do we get from that to that means you dislike this
I'm a roll
group or
cigarette.
have a strong dislike for them? You could like them just fine, just not want to live with them, right?
I think that isn't that the not in my backyard kind of dealio is like the hypocrisy of being like, yeah, I'll tolerate them, but I don't want them in my backyard. I don't want them near me. You know, like I just don't think that. I think it's racist. I don't like it. But to be honest, I would prefer people like that do go off and live in their own communities because I don't want to be around them.
Because you dislike them?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's
On the basis
now
of
here,
their weirdness about race.
Now here we've gotten to it. I do believe this, that you strongly dislike those people who want to go live with like an all white or all black community or whatever. I agree that you dislike them.
Probably lame.
The problem is like you have not made an argument that would be convincing to anybody on planet Earth that they dislike you. I agree that you dislike them. That I agree with.
That they dislike me?
Yeah.
I'm white. Why would they hate me?
Exactly. Why would they hate you?
I'm white. They're also white. They want to live around the white people.
They don't hate. Okay, wait. Why wouldn't people who you hate you?
What?
Why wouldn't people who you hate you? Wouldn't people you hate you?
Oh, I mean, if I said I hate you, but like look.
You just said that you have strong dislikes for them. But I don't think that any of those people that you claim that you would have a strong dislike for would say that they had any feelings about you one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't think that they would either because I'm Caucasian. I think that they would if they saw me walking down their all white.
What would if you were Hispanic right now? What would change here? What would change if they were like, I don't have any opinions about her one way or the other. I wish her a great life.
It's because they wouldn't allow me to live next door to them if I was Hispanic.
Well, that's true, I guess.
Yeah,
in a sense.
It's like not wanting to be around people. It's not wanting people in your proximity. It's the same hypocrisy.
That doesn't mean that they hate you, though. That's where I can't get to.
It means that maybe they don't, like in their heart, just feel a lot of rage and anger towards me. But it means that they're not really about who I am. They're not really. They
Do they have to be?
Are uncomfortable being around me. They're uncomfortable with me being next to them.
Okay. Let me just finish this off with this because maybe we can tie it off finally.
Okay.
I feel like we're going around in circles.
Yeah.
So let's try not to go around circles and finish it. So, do you believe that when we talk about attraction, we're not just talking about sexual attraction, that we have attractions to people?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And do you think that people should be allowed to have preferences in what they're attracted to? They're not attracted to black people. They're not attracted to white people. They're not attracted to Hispanic people.
Sure.
Okay, that's the end of that argument. All right.
Smoke break?
I'm going to have a smoke break, yeah.
He's going to have a smoke break. All right, guys, here really quick. If you guys are watching, there's 10,000 people.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it. Charlie's going to use the restroom. Andrew's going to take a smoke break. We'll resume the debate in 2 to 3 minutes. While I have you guys here with me, guys, one of the easiest ways to support the show, to enable us to do more of these debates, is just through your patronage, but I mean, just watching the video. If you guys can pull up Twitch, please. Guys, just pull up, refresh it if you need to. Guys, go to twitch.tv/. Let me go to Mike was up for 2 days. I know guys, if you want, get a final Q&A question in, statement in, streamlabs.com/whatever.
Also, can I take a moment to shamelessly shill a couple of things?
Shall we wait till the end, or?
I would like to do it here
Yeah,
too, when there's large viewership. First of all, I wanted to thank all of the wonderful people, whatever, for hosting me again. It's very kind of you, and the Crucible crew also appreciates that. And even you fucking haters, you know you missed me. You know you missed me. Just go ahead and admit it that you missed having me on the show. Even the haters. I did want to shamelessly shill debate cons coming up the 15th and 16th. You can still get tickets. There's only a few left. I strongly suggest you go and get them. It's damn near sold out. Going to be a huge event. I'm having a massive party that Saturday, and if you buy tickets, you're going to be able to come. So I hope to see all of you there.
Wasn't safe before.
Rock and roll. We have a Q&A question here.
A message from
or
the
just a
government
statement,
of Canada.
rather. Thank you,
Pasty George donated $200.04. In Canada, I remember when the word colonizer was used by many natives to make white people feel bad or to shut down arguments or meaningful dialogues, mainly out of spite, prejudice, or racism.
It's supposed to find here?
Thank you,
Fiddles,
George.
I guess?
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. All right. Looks like I'll let some more Q&As come through if they'd like. We did get a little bit off topic, but I thought it was interesting convo. You know, we talked about disparities between perpetrators as it relates to race. We talked about the colonizer topic.
Yeah, just so you know,
yeah,
we've been debating for hours now, man.
Yes.
I did actually have one question.
Yeah, sure.
If you were to try to convert me, a staunch feminist that has loved
420
going
YOLO
to school, loved the freedom to
I can't see it,
choose,
whatever.
you know, my career path, loved the freedom to do as I please with my body. How would you convert me to, you know, being not into feminism, to no longer being a feminist? Like
To sell you on my worldview.
Yes, like how would you sell me?
I will answer to this.
Okay.
Even though what you're asking me is the hardest thing in the world to do, I'll still try. But I want the concession and promise from you that after I'm done making my attempt, you're going to make yours. And how would you convert me to your worldview? Is that a deal?
Absolutely.
Got to go right in the mic, otherwise I can't hear you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So here would be my pitch. My pitch would be that the society that you have created for us is fucked, and people hate it. They fucking hate it. And that's why you got Donald Trump. You got Donald Trump because people hate the fucking society that you feminists have made for them. And here's why they hate it. Because all the things that you consider to be freedom,
When do I get a mercenary?
they're just taking away
I
people's
want another guy
freedoms in the
to
guise of
double activate
freedom.
the Holy
For
Land.
instance, if I asked you about gun control, I'm guessing that you would want gun control, right? Stricter gun control.
Mildly stricter in the
Yeah.
sense that I think people with like significant mental
Yeah.
health issues documented
So
should probably not be allowed to have guns.
Curtailing gun control, okay, curtailing freedom on the Second Amendment. On the First Amendment, during C-19, did you think that the government, it was appropriate for them to go in and remove
it's
what
the
they considered
expansion?
misinformation for the good of the public? Yeah.
I don't have a solid opinion on that one.
Well, earlier you did, and it seemed like
you
you're...
said removing misinformation, like going through and
yeah, they worked with tech companies to remove what they considered
well,
misinformation.
that's not what we talked about earlier.
That's what they did.
That's different.
I know, it's not different.
It's different than we were talking about shutdowns, were we not?
Yeah, but the part of the lockdowns was that they were depersoning people because of what they considered to be misinformation, and the government was working with the technocracy in order to do that for the good of all people. And it's like, I guarantee you at the time, if I go back and look at whatever content you were making, if you were making content at that time, I don't know. But I can promise that whatever social media you had, you were probably very much in the we need to get rid of misinformation camp. You know, because all of you guys were. And so it's like, under the First Amendment, it seems like, you know, the feminist and the progressive movement, which is basically a part of the feminist movement, does what it can do to curtail freedom there too. And it doesn't seem like you really want there to be much personal freedom, even if people say, look, you know, I just want to live among a people group that I'm familiar with and I have a preference for and an attraction to. And you're like, no, that's unacceptable, and you're a bad person for even wanting to do that. And there should be legislation that stops that. And there should be legislation which stops you from having your preferences for who you hire and fire and things like that. It's just, I guess my biggest pitch to you would just be this. Like, it's really funny for me that the Christian nationalists get this rep that we're like fascist, dictatorial crazies who want to take away freedoms. And yet, every single time I talk to one of you feminists or I talk to one of you progressives, and it's basically synonymous at this point. I mean, there's no progressives really who aren't feminists, and there's no feminists really who aren't progressive. It just seems to me like the totalitarian nature of everything that I've seen has come from you guys. Like the C-19 lockdowns, the COVID passports, the wear your papers, that was you guys. The remove all of the information because the government doesn't like it from private websites and put pressure on them to do it, that was you guys. The whole idea of you need to wear your state-sponsored piece of clothing, the mask, you know, that came from you guys. It's like all of the fascist dystopian things that I can imagine that Orwell was warning about and things like that, that doesn't come from us. That always seems to come from you guys. The people who are the fascist hunters seem to be the very worst at real freedom.
By any chance?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my pitch.
Okay.
Before you ask me questions about it, right? So, if you wanted me to give you the most convincing argument that I possibly can, it would just be this: that everything we talk about is actually you curtailing freedom, not me. And everything that we end up ultimately discussing seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. And that's the only freedom you seem to care about. The freedom to
I'm playing hardcore, by the way.
Sex, and then have an abortion to take care of that if you need to. Even if it's the case that by removing that, there would be less unwanted babies born. You still think that we need to have that because, you know, people just need to be able to fuck if they want and be promiscuous if they want and have STDs if they want. It's like, it always seems like the freedom that you guys advocate for is only a freedom towards degeneracy and never actually about freedoms that are really intrinsic to the human experience. And kind of even more than that, I would just point this last thing out, which is, you know, if you had a society where it was really full of more people like me, right? It was full of people who did take their religion seriously, and they took their family dynamic seriously, and they took the things that they were doing seriously in regards to morality and ethics and how to treat people, and not sacrificing the whole for the small percentage of fucking, you know, LGBTQ people and this and that. How would the world really be a worse place? Objectively, how would the world that you live in really be worse? I just don't think that I've ever heard a compelling argument for how it would. And so I think that I would try to make for you, instead of logical appeals, I would just make a purely emotional appeal that, like, the world for you would actually be a much better place if there was more Christian nationalists like me and less Charlies with your worldview.
Well, I wouldn't be able to go to school if that was, you know, people's
women. Listen,
because again, it was indeed feminism that, you know.
Yeah, I've heard this argument a lot, but can I just point something out?
Sure.
That with this idea that women could be educated, right? And they, by the way, they basically always were able to. They flew around with elites all over the place, especially early feminists, and they went abroad to study and things like this. But what that became was women should get educated. And what that became was a lot of student debt and a massive fucking racket. And college is not about rewarding the best and the brightest, or not everybody could go. Okay? It's really right now, the degree that you have, an 8th grader 50 years ago knows more than you fucking know. Okay? About history, about math, about social sciences. An 8th grader 60 years ago knows more than you do right now. And it's
really
like,
what you think?
Yeah, not only do I think it, I think that if I gave you a test that an 8th grader would have 60 years ago, you would fail it with your college degree. And the reason for that is because you didn't get any fucking education at school. You got a lot of student debt at school. Yeah, that's what you ended up with, because it's become a giant racket. And if it was really about the best and the brightest, then not everybody could go. And maybe everyone shouldn't go, because it's really for most of it, the stuff that you learn in high school, right? Now, why is it that every high school educated person I come across seemingly is just as intelligent as every college person I come across?
That's an interesting perspective. I haven't had a similar experience in my lifetime.
Yeah, well, you have a bias preference, and I don't. Like, you're biased towards elites, right? Elitism.
I do, you know, I grew up in an educated household, but I was also primarily raised by a very conservative father who was also a doctor. So was my grandfather.
And was your conservative father a dummy?
I didn't. My dad was an electrician. My mom was a housewife.
No.
Then why was he? Then why was he?
Fairly certain I could hold my own against this lady. Like
conservative.
Fucking nonsense.
Because it benefits him personally.
Oh, so he was just immoral.
For pursuing his own ends, I don't know if I would say that.
You're not sure if your own father was immoral or not? You're not.
No.
You're not quite sure.
No, I mean, unlike all of us here, my dad is responsible for saving thousands of lives. He's put out a lot of good in this world.
And would
He
your
will-
father
he will
agree?
leave this earth
Mhm.
with a clear conscience, no matter what his beliefs are.
Let me.
even as
Can I
it
ask you
is.
this?
Mhm.
Would your father, who saved all these thousands of people, agree more with my worldview or yours?
No, I think he would find your worldview strange.
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask if he would find it strange. I asked if he would agree with it more than yours.
The fact that she needs to think about that means, yeah, probably.
I don't know enough about your worldview, I think, to agree or disagree, but I think that he'd be...
How about his political alignment? Would his political alignment line up more with mine or yours?
What is your alignment politically? Like, what do you want the government to...
Far right wing, yeah, far right wing conservative. You could say my political alignment would be something more akin to limiting suffrage to people who getting it back towards what our founders had. Some other things would be like fiscal conservatism. I have a belief in that. I have a very strong dislike for socialism. Have a very strong dislike for communism. Have a very strong dislike for eliminating people's access to capital, which I know brings more people out of poverty than any other single system on planet Earth. Like, would he agree more with that type of stuff? I have a strong preference against mass migration, and I think the government should be doing more about it. I think that we should lock up our southern border. I think that we should do a lot more when it comes to deregulating gun control. I think, like, stuff like that. Would he be more in line with that?
I think that my dad is rather, he skews libertarian more than anything. And I think
Well, libertarians are definitely going to like that more than your view.
I think your proposal to limit suffrage, I think would
Libertarians love that idea generally.
limiting access to voting, limiting people's
No.
individual freedoms.
Well,
and
wait a second.
powers.
That's not limiting their freedom. What it's doing is
Taking
stopping.
away the right to vote.
No, it's stopping you fuckers from collectivizing and becoming tyrants. And that's what you've done with the vote. You've collectivized and become fucking tyrants, a tyrant of the majority, a tyranny of the majority, a slight majority, and you become fucking tyrants, just like you were during COVID-19. That's not you. You didn't free anybody. Who are you freeing with your fucking policies? Like,
What
how are
would
you making our
call
lives
the power
better?
that the executive branch has now? I mean, like, the executive branch is the strongest it's been in ages. Like, what do you?
No,
think
it's
about
not. It
tyrants?
has less power than it did under Jackson. Significantly
Okay,
less
I
power
said
than it did under
recently.
Jackson.
I
And by
said
the way, can I
recently.
just point this out, right? When you're talking about Donald Trump, he has the same exact powers that the president Joe Biden had before him. The same ones. He doesn't have a single additional power. Not a single one.
What about the bullshit that the Supreme Court ruled that he cannot be held responsible for specific illegal acts that he committed?
Yeah, well, look, this was an early understanding of case law with the president, is that you're not going to be able to allow states to prosecute the president of the United States, or else a state who was just upset. No, it's not. It's the opposite. A state that's upset at the president could bring him in for bullshit, trumped-up charges, and he's the federal executive. That would create a constitutional crisis. Literally overnight, it would create a constitutional crisis. We have diplomatic immunity for diplomats. They come in and commit a crime, we can't put them in jail. Even though they committed a crime, we can't put them in jail. They have diplomatic immunity. Our own president doesn't have immunity from state prosecution. Yeah, he kind of has to. Otherwise, California Governor Newsom right now, Newsom, would bring him up on charges of treason if he could, and would try him in California under the state code if he could. He would do that.
W. Love that. I hope he does.
Okay, well then guess what? If that's the case, then why shouldn't the president have the ability to do that to Gavin Newsom?
He could. If he wanted to, you know, I don't know, start a case against Gavin Newsom.
No, I'm saying, why does the federal authority not give him the purview to do that? For the same
charge
reason,
him on a state level?
to charge him at a federal level he can't just be like, oh, he committed treason and go charge him. You can't have the state charging the executive branch. You can't have them doing that.
I think you can.
No,
well,
not only can you not, the Supreme Court even ruled you can't.
I think you should be able to. I think that's ridiculous. I think you should be able to hold our leaders accountable and
You
not
would end
put
up
too much power in their hands because
Well,
I
that's not
am
true.
against authoritarianism.
Okay, so let's say California does that.
Hell
They
yeah.
say, hey, we're going to go ahead and bring up Donald Trump and he needs to appear in court. How does California enforce that?
In this day and age, I don't know. That gets tricky. I wouldn't trust Donald Trump too.
Are they going to send California agents to arrest the President of the United States, do you think?
We could send the National Guard and start a civil war. Our National Guard, the California National Guard. But that would be treason.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred against?
Do you the
do
women
they,
that
like,
you try
convince
to?
them that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your family into anything?
Stupid.
Did I say anything about your family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
What you're doing, which is immoral.
Yeah.
I think that you have been complicit in convincing young men that.
No, my family dynamic. What am I doing? Being married to my wife.
It's immoral.
Then why? So then.
Under my.
So all you did.
That's perfect.
So wait, Chuck. All you're doing is saying. So Chuck, shouldn't you actually be saying that Andrew? You're doing a good thing. Hang on, Charlie. I just want to make sure I got this right. Am I doing a good thing? Am I doing a good thing?
Do you think your wife is a charity?
By taking care of children who weren't mine? Was I doing a good thing? Whose fathers abandoned them? Was I doing a good thing?
Yeah, you're doing a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well then, Chuck, why did you use that as a form of personal attack on me? Even though you think I'm a good person doing a good thing.
I'm convincing you of my worldview.
You're very convincing,
Yeah.
Chuck.
Under my worldview.
Great start.
I'm a good person.
You can marry your wife and no one would judge you, and you can raise the children that aren't yours and no one would judge you.
No, they would
But
still
under
judge me,
your-
Chuck.
Under your worldview,
Yeah.
that would not be so. Christian nationalists,
Yeah,
of
what
course,
about
isn't
it?
even acceptable.
Do you understand what Christianity is? Do you think
Yes,
that?
I was
do you
raised
think?
Christian. Were you?
Yeah, I was.
Protestant.
Yes, I was.
Of course. See, this is
You don't. I'm sorry.
because the Protestant spirit is still in you.
Oh, it is.
It hasn't left, man.
Is the
She's
Catholic
really
spirit
mad
still
that
in you?
her
I wasn't
arguments
raised
are
Catholic.
God,
Then what are you talking
God,
about?
like-
I was raised Protestant.
completely
Okay,
picked
you were
apart.
raised Protestant?
Yeah.
So why would you? Why
She had
would
to make
you
it
fucking
personal.
criticize me for that?
It's the thing
Hilarious.
that Protestants do when they convert to like Orthodox or Catholic is they get really into the idea of
Hey
like,
Chuck, can I ask you?
they get really into the idea of rules and
Chuck, have you ever had an abortion?
no.
Never. Would you?
Yeah.
So you'd kill your own kids? Why am I going to take moral advice from you?
You don't have to.
I'm not going
Why would
to.
I take moral advice from you.
So you're trying.
I think that you
Yeah. So
lie
all
about
you.
your worldview.
Okay.
I
Which
think
part?
that you
Which part am I lying about?
yourself- I think that you pretend to be a traditional Christian man, but what I
I've
see you
never
doing is
said
spreading
once
hate.
that I'm a traditionalist.
What I
Chuck.
see you doing as someone who claims to be a Christian is spreading hate.
Okay.
I think that you.
All right, Chuck. Fine. See, you got me. You got me. I'm a stepfather, Chuck. What did I do wrong? What did I even do wrong for my Christian worldview, Chuck, by being a stepfather and a good father to kids who needed one, Chuck? Can you tell me?
That's not what I was referring to.
No, it was what you were referring to. You were trying to, what you were trying to do.
But Christian nationalists are not Christ-like.
Chuck, what am I saying? What am I doing? What am I doing except taking care of people?
Is you are espousing to be a good Christian man, but what you do with your life is you don't help others. You sit around smoking cigarettes.
I thought I did. I thought you just commended me for helping others. Didn't I help children who weren't even mine, Chuck?
That's not what you do with your life.
Yes, it was what I did with my whole young life, my entire youth.
Your job is debating women who aren't formal debaters and literally mocking young women in
Chuck,
sex
do I
work.
only
That's
debate?
what you do.
Do I only debate women, or do I debate the best debaters in the world?
You sometimes do.
Yeah, so shut up.
If they let you.
And what have you?
tolerate
And what have you
I've
done?
watched them
What have
walk
you
off.
done?
I have a master's.
Yeah, you haven't done shit. You don't have a family. You've never taken care of another human being besides yourself. And on top of that, let's just point this out. You have not debated with those people because they think you're too fucking stupid to do so.
Well, yeah, I'm not someone that does debate.
No, it's not because of your
I
debate
literally
skills,
do it
Chuck.
for fun.
It's because of your IQ skills.
I do it for fucking fun.
Well, the only thing that you could come up with this entire time after this nice, pleasant debate, it's true. I did say I think you're too stupid to understand my point.
Yeah, that's rude. So don't
but
be
I
rude
would
to me, and I'll be fucking rude to you.
I would never have attempted to attack one of your family members.
You could do it.
I know, but I wouldn't, Chuck, because I'm a better person than you.
Oh, well, you wouldn't be able to because all of my family members are better people than you.
Well, I mean, but I'm a better
Again,
person than
that's
you.
what I meant when I said that my dad has spent his life helping people.
Well,
you
you're
spent your life
doing what?
proselytizing to the masses and
About
propping
what?
yourself up as a fucking leader. Essentially saying...
I am a leader. Are you saying?
Pause this for a second. I want to hear this. This is new. I haven't seen this yet.
Nature's music. The dead are killing your people as we speak. Some will die, yes. But that is the way of nature. It is a crucible. It devours the weak and makes the strong stronger.
I do have to go get dinner
And those
soon.
who survive,
Starting to get hungry.
they will save this land from hell. You've fallen for the demon's lies. No. This is my choice. Lilith only granted me the power to do what must be done. And what did you give her? All things must be earned in the wilds, even knowledge. Prove yourself, and you will have your answers.
Saying I'm not?
You are inconsequential.
Oh, and Chuck, what does that make you?
Inconsequential.
Okay.
But I'm not ashamed of it. And
I'm not ashamed of it either.
I don't aspire to be consequential.
Chuck, Chuck, I didn't want any.
You have all these rules that you
Go ahead.
supposedly
We'll wait till you
follow,
gas
but
out.
at the end of the day, what you want to do is you want to be the leader. You want to be in charge. You do not have humility.
Oh. And what
And
does
your
he?
own church hates people like you. They hate
No.
the Orthodox.
Then why don't they? Why is it that they won't excommunicate me if they hate me so much? Why do instead I get clergy members who send me? I mean, I've got hundreds of DMs I can show you from clergy who thank me for all the catechumens which are coming into their churches, Chuck.
I mean, I've debated with those. What are the catechumens? What did you say? I've debated with them, and they are.
You've debated with the catechumens?
Or the best. The men that you've convinced to convert to Orthodox Christianity.
Yeah, you've
Largely
debated with them. Chuck, you're calling someone else an idiot?
Yes.
Okay.
And they were your idiots that bought your course, and I stopped them. And even people who were saying, like, I
Chuck.
disagree with you, but you stopped them. So your course is also.
What were their names, Chuck? Who were they?
I could describe them to you.
Describe them.
White guy wearing a hat with an
Oh,
orange mustache
jeez.
and blue eyes. The other guy was also a white guy in a hat, but with slightly darker skin and a large nose.
Well, that really
Oh,
narrows it
lips.
down,
What the
Chuck.
hell?
I mean, I could go through my.
That really narrows it
speaking
down.
stuff
Chuck.
up, Blizzard.
messages with Sarah. But again, these are people that have.
So the entirety of your assault is that I'm not doing anything wrong. What
No,
you were
you are.
trying.
You are doing stuff
Hang on.
wrong.
But in my family dynamic, I'm not. But you only brought up my family dynamic, which you don't think I'm doing anything wrong in order to what? You wanted to disparage me in front of other people? Isn't that what you were trying to do? You thought that once you. Did you want to reveal to everybody the great secret that's not a secret, Chuck?
I wanted to prove to you that my worldview allows you to live the life that you are living.
So does mine.
No, the fuck it doesn't.
Tell me
What
how
Christian,
it. Tell me why it doesn't.
Christian nationalist, the average Christian, hates divorce. They would say to your wife, stay with that abusive, horrible man.
You're wrong.
You married him. That's your husband.
You're totally wrong, and I debate the issue all the time, constantly.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
So
with a
there's
Christian
even
nationalist.
under Catholicism, and by the way, Christian nationalism advocates for this as well. If there's abuse in the home or abandonment or things like this, of course that's grounds for divorce. They're against things like not getting rid of show cause, right? Like you have to show a cause for a divorce. You have to create justification. They're against things like no fault. That's the things they're against. Nobody's like, oh, there are some people, I agree, there are some people who have been like, well, even if you're getting beaten up in a relationship, you should stay. But you know what happens when you actually hone down on what they're saying? They're actually saying, wait a second. What I'm saying is that that's something which can be worked through. That's not a thing which instantly nullifies the marriage. And that as Christians, you should try to work through that first before you end the marriage, especially if you have kids. That makes a lot of fucking sense to me.
Did your wife had a no-fault divorce? Was it no fault?
I'm not going to get into my personal life with you, Chuck.
All right, but if you're saying that Christian nationalists are, they're pro show cause, but against
Actually, no.
divorce.
It crashed anyway. We're taking a break here. I need to go get some food. I like eating, you know? Well, sort of. All things considering, I kind of like eating. So, I'll be back when I'm done eating. And then we'll continue with the hardcore. So, until then, thank you very much. Oh, I got my bliss. Thank you very much for hanging out. I will see you in however long it takes me. 90 minutes, 2 hours, something like that. Peace the hell out. Have a good one. See you then. Bye-bye.